calling to complain about kids playing basketball in the street. You believe that? Yeah. I don't know who called, but obviously I ain't got no problem with it. Hey. That's nice too. Oh yeah? I ain't real good at that. Obviously I have no problem you playing basketball in the street. Just if you can. Sorry, just try not to be too loud. You know what I mean?
You're pretty sure you can take these guys, right? I've got some other backup.
From the same neighborhood y'all from. I grew up just like this, so only you can change this. And you can change it through basketball and showing respect to your peers like you did. And I'm a man of my word. But listen, don't ever take money from another stranger, you understand? I'm telling you the secrets that will change your life. You know how much money I made? $700 million. You know how I made that? Respecting my peers, listen to my mommy and daddy, and focusing in school. That's all you gotta do. All right? Proud of you guys. Stay out of trouble. Be a leader, not a follower. All right, repeat after me. I will become louder, man. I will become whatever I want to be. I will be a leader, and not a follower. I will respect my peers, my elders, and especially my parents. All right, love you guys.
In recent history, skateboarding has become a pop culture phenomenon. You see it in everything from TV advertisements to fashion shows, and for the first time ever, in the 2020 Summer Olympics. But skateboarding hasn't always had the mass appeal you see today. Sometime in the late 1940s or early 1950s, skateboarding was born out of the boredom of surfers when the waves were no good. They would remove the wheels from roller skates and attach them to pieces of wood to create a skateboard. By the 1960s, skateboarding's popularity had grown with the rise of surf culture. Contests were held all over, and the first sponsored skateboarders were beginning to emerge. However, the popularity of skating in the 60s dropped just as fast as it rose. The 1970s brought along one of the most important changes for the skateboarding world, the advent of the urethane wheel, which allowed skaters to ride faster and over rougher types of ground than ever before. In 1976, a horrible drought in Southern California forced most homeowners with backyard swimming pools to drain them, giving way to the birthplace of pool skating. This was the first major shift in how people rode their skateboards. No longer were they limited to the abysmal flat grounds of parking lots and sidewalks. The 1980s were a time of renaissance in skateboarding. People were constantly inventing new tricks, pros were earning unheard of amounts of money, and skateboarder-owned companies were thriving. The favorable terrain for most of this era was vert, and even though there was a high level of progression occurring, to the untrained eye, skateboarding had gone stale, and the popularity
Welcome to the Sports Playbook, where we discuss solutions to issues that impact sports. I'm your host, Angela Hazlett. Today's guest is Jada Buchanan, the Senior Director of Corporate and Sport Alliances for the American Cancer Society. Today, we are going to discuss corporate and sports alliances, creating impact through sport. Welcome, JW. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, thanks for having me. Always great to see you, Angela.
Absolutely, JW. Well, I'm excited to share with our viewers a little more about what you do because you're creating an amazing impact in the world and using sport as leverage to do that. So tell us a little bit more. Corporate and sport alliances, what are they and why are they important to the American Cancer Society?
Well, at the American Cancer Society, like anybody, has the need to connect with people, right? And we can't do so just through our mission. We have to do through passion point marketing and passion point relationships. And sports have shown the ability to really connect with fan bases in a very deep and emotional way. And it's proven, time and time again for them to be able to drive fundraising and to drive civic engagement, which is why it's important for us to be in that space.
And you mentioned that the impact that it has on fans, but there also can be an impact on the team and the athletes themselves, correct? Like you have several campaigns that are running with professional sports organizations that raise awareness and funding for cancer research. So tell me a little bit more about some of these campaigns that you have.
Well, the unfortunate part about cancer is that it impacts everybody, right? Which means that our message is relevant to a broad range of people, including big strong athletes that are very and sometimes mostly very healthy, right? So this is either whether it impacts them personally, they come down with it, or whether they have somebody who's close to them. And we've had a number of long-standing partnerships with fantastic leagues such as the NFL. We have our upcoming Crucial Catch campaign, which has raised tens of millions of dollars in support of getting people critically screened in underserved markets and in the NFL markets. We've got our NHL program with Hockey Fights Cancer, where we are providing free rides to treatment for people who've been impacted by cancer and places to stay, as well as our 24/7 helpline. That's a part of that. We've got programs with UFC, with minor league baseball. We've got a budding relationship with the NBA and the WNBA. And so we've built one of the strongest, what we feel is one of the strongest sports portfolios at the American Cancer Society and all of the nonprofit world, which we think will give us an edge, from a fundraising standpoint, and also bringing awareness to a really important cause.
So it really is a lot more than just cancer research that the American Cancer Society is supporting. You're talking about helping people get screenings, maybe even before they've identified that they have cancer, and also helping people get transportation to and from treatments, which can be really, really important. What would you say from your campaigns that you have? Which is your longest standing? Which one of you maybe had the largest impact? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, the NFL is by far our longest standing campaign with a league. And many of you guys had seen the previous iteration of it, where it was all about breast cancer awareness and raising funds for breast cancer research and the pink everywhere. In recent years, we have shifted that to focus on raising awareness of the importance of screening, in particular underserved communities, for all cancers. And what we found is that Black and Brown communities in particular have been disproportionately impacted by both cancer mortality and incidence rates. I mean, if you go over 2 zip codes over from where I live right here, you could have those flipped on their end. And so it's important that we're using this as and the megaphone that comes with the NFL as a way to champion for people who otherwise wouldn't know to get those critical screenings, don't have the access to get them for a variety of reasons, don't understand the risks associated with certain types of socioeconomic or behavioral things that could lead to cancer. And the funds that are raised through that relationship go to help support those underserved communities.
And you mentioned that the NFL is your longest standing relationship. Does that also mean that it has the greatest impact, or do you measure impact differently for each campaign?
I mean, it's a little bit of both, right? I mean, impact, obviously, we are a fundraising organization, right? So the impact is measured first and foremost through the dollars that we do raise to help support the cause. But secondarily, these relationships that we've built within the sporting world have an immense megaphone for us to take advantage of to reach fans about the importance of whatever we're trying to champion through that relationship. In the case of the NFL, it's through the importance of screening, right? And so they have this great way to connect with people. So we do measure it in terms of our reach that we're getting because it is a marketing vehicle for us. But also in terms of the number of people that we impact through the relationship, right? The number of screenings that people would otherwise not have access to, the number of rides to treatment, the number of nights stays at our Hope Lodges, which are essentially these lodges that are close to cancer centers that people can come to and stay for free with their caregivers for treat while they're getting treatment. How many nights are we funding through those? So we do measure it in terms of impact that way, in addition to the fundraising that we do create through that relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important to make sure that those campaigns are effective. And you
For sure.
mentioned earlier that previously the relationship with the NFL was focused on this October breast cancer awareness, wearing pink. Are you saying that the wearing pink won't happen on the gridiron this year?
No, I mean you'll still see pain because breast cancer is certainly impacts us an immense amount of people, but the NFL several years ago had gone through their own transition, right, and looking at all the various relationships, and they said, how can we shift in order to make the greatest amount of impact through our relationships? And so we came together on the importance of this message, and now it's focused on all cancers as opposed to one that focuses on one specific area. Now all cancers are being represented as part of this campaign, including breast cancer. And so while pink is a very, very powerful marketing tool, and it's something, and it's a campaign that's super important and impacts a lot of people. We're now impacting a much greater amount of people because we're not isolating our campaign to just focusing on one cancer.
Not just not just the cancers that are widely known, but maybe some of the lesser known cancers as well can be part of your campaign and your messaging.
For sure.
During COVID, did you shift at all with your messaging, your branding? Like, how did COVID impact the sports shut down or were playing to empty stadiums and arenas? And how did that impact the American Cancer Society?
I mean, it impacted us like a lot of nonprofits. It's certainly impacted us both from a relevance standpoint and a fundraising standpoint. Right? Cancer was not first and foremost in people's minds when they were thinking about what dollars or where they're going to help support charitable organizations. It was not first and foremost in their minds. And so we had to shift not only from a broader organization standpoint into how we raise funds, right? We were very heavily focused on events, right? People gathering. And during COVID, people were not gathering as much. And so a lot of our fundraising became more digital in nature. We had to make some strategic investments in the infrastructure in order to be able to accommodate those sorts of programs. We had to really think differently and innovate in a way that we hadn't done before. And from a sports perspective, we were not isolated to that, right? We had to focus more of our campaigns on connecting with people through content, through digital fundraisers, through things of that nature, things that didn't necessarily rely on what I call hand-to-hand combat, right? It's places where people have to gather, like dinners and events and walks and in-person fundraisers. We had to avoid that for a good portion of the time. And good news is that the sports world, I think, was a lot more ahead of the rest of the world in that regard. So it allowed us to really capitalize on a trend because people were anxious for sports, right? They were anxious. They were craving the content and they were craving, being able to experience that connection to their teams in a time where they couldn't actually see them on the field. And so we were lucky enough to be able to kind of dovetail into some of those efforts as well.
Did you have any resistance in these alliances that you have, pre-existing alliances or forging new relationships? I imagine these teams, these leagues, they had a lot of additional responsibilities and concerns with making sure people were safe and healthy. And I would imagine helping with a campaign for the American Cancer Society may have been secondary to that. Did you experience any challenges during that time period that made it hard to kind of forge with these relationships?
Our existing partners recognize, the importance of sticking with us and being able to support us because, they knew that we were also hurting and that our patients and the folks that we're trying to serve have needs. And I would be lying if I didn't tell you that, from a new business standpoint, forging new partnerships, it was a little bit more difficult just because, like you said, that wasn't the first and foremost in their minds, right? Their focus was on the here and now and what they could control and things that were already under the tent, so to speak. And so it was important for them to focus on those new relationships. But thankfully, we have a lot of great relationships in tow already, and that enabled us to sort of, bridge the gap to get us through that hard time and continue to grow.
And prior to you coming to the American Cancer Society, you had a really unique position to work with ESPN and the Home Depot account to help with the creation of ESPN's College Game Day, which is a football broadcast traveling roadshow that takes place at different universities each week. So kind of building a set, tearing it down, moving on to the next location which may be unknown. From week to week. And so this has really become a Saturday morning staple across the country for millions of viewers. Tell me about this really unique partnership and how did this idea to do College Game Day and have the Home Depot be affiliated with it? How did that happen?
Well, I'm at sponsoring a television show at the time, and now we're going back 20 years now. So, as you can see from the gray hair here a little bit, I certainly had a lot. There was a lot more of it and a lot less gray at that time. But going back 20 years ago, sponsoring a TV show was not a new thing, right? But what we had done with that platform, and I worked for Home Depot's agency at that time, Octagon, in helping to build, pardon the pun, what that experience looked like. We looked at it through a different lens, from the lens that College Game Day itself, had some value as an intellectual property, something for us to capitalize on, something for us to use as a rallying point for fans of college football and also who happen to be home improvement consumers, right? And so, the thing that was different from that is that we sort of took what was traditionally advertising, and just logo placement and commercial ad units in the broadcast and brought it outside of that environment. So, taking a look at what the on site experience looked like, how could we use that as a way to captivate not just the at home audience on television, but the in person audience, for College Game Day that came out to watch that show every week? How can we use that to bring that in store and create experiences and work with vendors to create special offers that could target home improvement fans through that? How can we use that as a way to leverage content outside of that environment by leveraging the talent who were the personalities themselves that weren't really being heavily leveraged at that time, right? And so we created this really 360 wheel around the College Game Day property and put it through all facets of Home Depot's business and treated it almost like a traditional sponsorship, which you looking back on it 20 years from now it's the norm, right? Most of these TV shows are trying to recreate the same thing and using College Game Day as the model. And many of the things that you see on College Game Day today, the channels have changed, in terms of social media rising to prominence and the like. But a lot of those same sorts of tactics and ways of looking at the business are still in place 20 years today, which tells me, that we did something right along the way.
Absolutely. You kind of set the standard there for what that could look like. Tell me about the early days, though. You mentioned this was 20 years ago. It's still going strong. So obviously the foundation was good, but were there bumpy moments or were there challenging moments when you were first rolling out this campaign?
Oh, for sure. I mean, there was a lot of trying to figure it out and build the plane as we fly it and seeing what works. A lot of the core components of it, that you see today, like I said, are still in place. Things like the bus, things like the video screen, the hard hats, the way signage is placed around the venue, a lot of those things are still in place, but we had to do some experimentation with how we were doing offers to consumers, how we were engaging Home Depot associates across the country, how we were bringing out the top pro customers every week. So it was a lot of experimentation, and the challenge being not knowing where you're going on a week to week basis. That adds an extra wrinkle of having to plan things on a week to week basis. The good news, today for the folks who are working on the college game day program is that there isn't a single school in the United States that's going to turn down college game day. But that wasn't the case 20 years ago. A lot of people looked at it sometimes as a pain in the butt. And so while we didn't have to handle any of that, thankfully, ESPN did all those negotiations. It did create some ups and downs in terms of knowing where you're going to be going on a given basis, not having the best real estate location, to be able to set up the set. Nowadays that is not a problem, but that also means that the pressure is tenfold, and the amount of dollars that are being spent are tenfold, and the amount of impact is also tenfold today too. So,
Yeah.
so a lot has changed, but back then it was, a lot of building the plane like while we were flying it.
A building, how appropriate for a home improvement company, right?
Yeah, back in those days, I used a lot of those really bad like cliches, like, "Hey, let's hammer one out," let's build this thing, So, and I still use them to today. And even in my time at UPS, I said a lot of like, we're going to deliver this home, So yeah, they don't change.
So you've had the opportunity to work with really big name brands and companies, and what led you to make a shift to the American Cancer Society?
You know, it's not that I didn't. I really, really enjoyed all of the positions that I've had in the world, but or during my career. But I felt there was something missing for me, and I think it was more of a personal thing, and the desire to have more impact with the work that I do. And I just so happened to meet someone who had gone through the same professional transition that I did, who ultimately ended up recruiting me over to come work at the American Cancer Society. That where we can sort of use the fun tools in our toolbox that we've been able to work with for the entirety of our careers, but now we can use it as a force for good rather than one that's just selling widgets. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but there's something inherently great about going home every day at the end of the day and saying, you tried to cure cancer today, and that's why we're all here. Is to end that mission or to complete that mission to find a cure for this terrible disease. It's going to mean that I'm out of a job if that happens, but it'll be a hell of a party, that's for sure.
More time on the beach at that point if that happens.
I guess so.
One thing anytime a partnership or an alliance is formed, you have to be careful about the reputation of the partners that you're dealing with. Um, if we think about Lance Armstrong and his doping scandal, he was affiliated with the cancer organization Livestrong, and they had to separate and distance themselves from Lance Armstrong as he became known as someone who had been cheating in sports. So reputation is really important. Can you talk to me about like a crisis communication plan or reputation? Like, how do you identify who you're going to work with, and what do you do when something happens that might compromise that relationship or that reputation that you've relied on?
It's all about preparation. You mentioned having a crisis communication plan. So when we go into forging relationships, there's a significant amount of research that's done into what are all of the potential risks of partnering with that organization? Are they in alignment with our values? Is there a risk of one of the athletes doing something that would be a deterrent to our brand? Is there a risk of the league itself and the reputation they've created doing something that could harm our brand? And so we try and figure out all of those things ahead of time and develop a communications plan that is tied to each one of those potential outcomes. The unfortunate part about it is that there are so many different outcomes that you can't prepare for them all. But so long as you create an infrastructure that at least you're talking about them, as they come up, and you're bringing in the right people into the fold to address them quickly, then I think you're good. But the importance of it, of having a plan ahead of time and knowing who to bring into the fold early on, is of utmost importance in those instances.
Would you say the risks were greater for commercial for-profit businesses that you've worked for in the past versus a nonprofit philanthropic organization like the American Cancer Society?
Not necessarily, I mean, our job is to, just like the job of a for-profit organization is to generate sales, our job is to raise funds, right? So we have sort of the same goal, even though our tax status is different. And so our reputation means a lot, right? Especially, and it sounds weird to say competition, but there's a lot of competition in the nonprofit space, right? And that pie is only so big, and you need to make sure that you're trying to grow your slice of the pie, but while also trying to maintain your existing slice of the pie. And a lot of that is tied to the reputation that you have and the impact of the work that you do. So it's super, super important in our line of work, even though we are not a for-profit company, to make sure that we're protecting our brand and our reputation.
Yeah, and kind of cultivating that reputation through those alliances that you may have. Tell me a little bit about your time with UPS and what you did for them in this space.
Yeah, so I spent 7 years at UPS overseeing their domestic sponsorship platform, and I started their global, what we called Center of Excellence for Corporate Events. So our platform in the United States around sports sponsorships was mainly tied to college sports. We had spent a long time in the sport of NASCAR, and NASCAR was a wonderful property for many years, but at the time it become extremely regionalized, and we were looking to see what we could do that could have a broader impact on our customer base. Who could we reach more? And college sports, touches every community, both rural and urban, across the entire company. And we also saw it as a way for us to connect with our growing customer base and small business and middle market segments. And so we built a really large platform in college sports with the NCAA, with 3 conferences. And at the time, what was the largest individual school deal signed at one time, which we did a 69 school deal with IMG College at that time. And the events side of the business, we went from running 5 to 6 small events from our group to eventually managing several hundred events all across the globe for our entire company, building standards, procedures, and policies along the way on how to help the company better manage some of these events that previously hadn't been managed. So I got to do a lot in my short time there.
It sounds like events is one of your key cornerstones of the history of how you've been involved with these organizations. That requires a lot more planning and work. And would you say that the events side has greater impact typically than just more of a pure advertising type of campaign?
I think it depends on what you're trying to accomplish, right? Every company is a little bit different. Every brand's a little bit different in terms of what their objectives are, and what they're trying to accomplish as a company. And so for us, events were a great way for us to interact with our customer base. In the case of ACS, it's a great way for us to bring people together and raise a ton of money when people are doing it face to face. Events are, they're a staple of the sports world, right? People gathering are important. The challenge is not everybody can have access to those events, right? So, what are you creating around those partnerships in order to engage people who can't attend the Super Bowl, who can't attend the national championship game, or something along those lines, to engage those folks? And that's where a lot of those programs like or those tactics like advertising come into play, because it helps you engage them in a different way, and talk to them and about your relationship, and hopefully engage them that way.
And you mentioned social media as a growing importance. And I imagine you have a really strict plan on how you promote something, how you post something. But it's pretty easy to send something and fire it into the wide world through the internet. So talk to me a little bit about some additional risks that you may experience through using social media as a vehicle.
Well, I mean, it requires constant monitoring for sure, because you don't like to be caught off guard with something that somebody posts. And that the fact remains is that because social media is typically immediate, once something gets posted out there, especially if it's somebody who already has a significant audience, you are at risk, and it's hard to take it back. And there are always people out there who are looking for gotcha moments, and so we have to understand that. We have to develop a communications plan to deal with when those things sort of happens, whether it's be prepared to put out a statement, whether it's be prepared to rebut those things that someone might say on our behalf, and if worst case scenario, cut ties with that league or that individual, if it's bad enough. But hopefully it never comes to that. But it does that immediacy and that need to connect with fans. Really increases the level of risk that's associated with those things. In a way that 20 years ago we really didn't have to worry about, right? We just had to worry about when people stuck a microphone in your face and what they would say. So it's the game has certainly changed, but with that has also changed the level of engagement opportunities that you have with your customer base as well. It's opened up a much broader broader world from an engagement standpoint that we never could have been thought possible 20 years ago. So there are positives and negatives, but the negatives you just have to be prepared for.
In your current role with the American Cancer Society, are you looking to tap into the future of sports like esports? We have pickleball is booming. Are you guys looking at the longevity of these sports as potential platforms to create these relationships and campaigns?
For sure. I mean, we have to, like any business, we have to invest for the future. And, and invest for us doesn't always mean, in fact, it rarely means us investing significant amounts of dollars, but in terms of time and resources devoted on developing a marketplace for us to really engage with, we have to do that just like any other business, right? Otherwise we wither and die on the vine. And so we're always trying to look at what is next for the sports world and how we might be able to capitalize on it. And again, go back to my original statement, cancer impacts everybody. So the good news, bad news. Bad news is it impacts everybody. Good news is it gives me something to talk about when we go and talk to new people and new brands and bring them up to speed on the work that we're doing and how we might be able to work together.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, JW. I appreciate your time and sharing with us about corporate and sports alliances and how you're creating impact through sports. So thank you for your time today.
You bet. Always happy to do it. Good to see you again.
You too. I appreciate it. And thanks to our viewers for joining us today on the Sports Playbook. We will see you next time.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Rail, It's Finally Halfway Here. The Star Advertiser has a very nice piece about the opening of the rail coming in the next few days. It's a nice video, nicely done by Diane Lee there, with a new animated logo for the newspaper. It shows us pictures of the trains and the stations and the hypothetical passengers, and in its own way, it's kind of inviting. It makes you want to try the rail, even after all the controversy over the years since Moofy manhandled us into it, and even after paying the gross excise tax surcharge all these years. The video is informative and worth watching, but hardly seems like news, more like an infomercial to popularize the project among potential riders. But questions remain. Who in fact will ride it? It won't be open at night, and that will create a problem for many people. It doesn't stop at the airport, and it won't be useful for local people or visitors coming and going. It stops halfway at Halava, which is nowhere for most commuters. They say there are charging stations and bus transfer connections there, but it sounds pretty humbug for those going to and from the central business district. What about the rest of the way? Not for a while, I guess. We all know that the hardest part is from Halava to town, with all the unresolved easement and demolition problems and expenses along the way. It will cost many millions more to bring it to Ala Moana, much less Waikiki or the university. Do we have the money? Hold on your wallets, everyone, but don't hold your breath. Of course, there will be a blush of excitement with those who want to ride something new and shiny. But will they stay and give up the convenience of driving? Not clear. Or will this rather be a huge white elephant that most people don't want and won't use, but which will cost much, much more going forward? Ridership or not, budget-breaking costs or not, one thing is clear. This will be a subject of further discussion and probably also contention, and it will have a huge effect on our city and our quality of life on this island. Stand by for the rail, finally, and for lots of issues about it. Certainly, there are many more videos and news stories to come. After all, this long-awaited project still has the other half to go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. It isn't just that we vote in our local elections. Given the national news and media we get from and about candidates around the country, we need to spend at least a little time finding out who they are and what they stand for, and for that matter, how we can help the ones we like. Let's do a case study. Let's suppose you don't like Ted Cruz, a Republican candidate for re-election to the Senate from Texas, because you've seen all of the destructive things he's done and the outrageous right-wing positions he's taken throughout his political career. The first thing is to check out his platform positions and see what he's about. A quick Google shows that he's a, quote, movement Republican supporting Donald Trump, wants to abolish the IRS, opposes abortion and favors the death penalty, and opposes Obamacare, gun control, same-sex marriage, marijuana, net neutrality, immigration reform, vaccine mandates, and climate change. What a package. From where we stand, it's really hard to like Ted Cruz or to think he should be re-elected to the U.S. Senate. So let's do a quick check to see who his Democratic opponents are. One is Colin Allred, a 3-term congressman, civil rights lawyer, and former NFL player, considered an underdog. No Democrat has won statewide office in Texas in 30 years, although Cruz only narrowly beat Beto O'Rourke in 2018 in what was a strong Democrat midterm election cycle. If you like Allred, you can check out his platform and send him some money at colinallred.com. The other one is Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, a San Antonio Democrat. Gutierrez gained attention during the last legislative session in Texas for his push for gun control following the mass shooting in Uvalde that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. His bills, however, never got a hearing in the GOP-controlled state Senate. If you like Gutierrez, you can check his platform and send him some money at rolandfortexas.com. Maybe you don't care about this because these contenders are thousands of miles away in Texas. But we really do need to care about them and all the contenders in all the Senate races, because if the Senate, now closely Democratic, should flip to Republican, it will have a horrendous effect on confirmation of federal judges and make the Supreme Court even more useless than it is. If you care about these things, you need to study up on the races in Texas and other states too, and vote with your credit card by sending money to the candidates you like. Sure, you could fly to Texas and go door to door, but it's much more practical and efficient to go on the internet and send money to the candidates you select. So in our case, study on this. If you don't want Cruz, you can vote against him by giving some money to either Allred or Gutierrez and hope that that will help. You've done what you could, even though you're thousands of miles away from Texas. This is the world we live in today. No one can deny that politics in America is no longer just local. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. Aloha.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which asks whether we are doing enough to help Ukraine. Russia, and that means Putin, has started a big spring offensive against Ukraine, and is sending a rain of deadly missiles down on civilian men, women and children every day, destroying their country, and killing more and more of them against all the rules of war and war crimes. It's clear enough that Zelensky is justified in asking the West for weapons that will enable Ukraine to more effectively defend itself against Putin's aggression. Every day we read about discussions and intentions by the West to deliver the weapons Zelensky has requested, but we don't read that the West has actually delivered those weapons. Of course, this leaves Zelensky and Ukraine at a huge disadvantage. The EU and NATO are not together on this. And the US is not together on it either, reflecting the continuing dysfunction in Congress and the increasing reluctance of many Republicans to spend money on defending Ukraine. Joe Biden seems to be walking a political tightrope on what to do. He wants Europe to believe he'll come through, but at the same time he wants to minimize the risk of escalation, and also to defer criticism from the Republicans. As a result, he is playing both ends against the middle, and hesitating on actually sending the weapons to help Ukraine. But time is of the essence, and this may turn out to be a really bad strategy. We need a much more concerted effort. We need unequivocal leadership from Joe Biden on this issue. We need him to lead the US and Europe to provide what Zelensky has requested. Ukraine's future, Europe's future, the future of the liberal world order, and the future of the US itself depends on it. Half-steps and half-hearted compromises are a recipe for disaster. How about it, Mr. President? How about sending those Abrams tanks right away? If Poland and Germany can do it, so can you. How about giving the Ukrainians the F-16 fighters they asked for, which you really should have given them when the Russians started bombing them a year ago? Don't be faint of heart. Don't be put off by Putin's mind games. Don't be afraid of Marjorie Taylor Greene. You're stronger than that. At this point, we need you to step up and show Ukraine and Russia and the world that you and the US are still global leaders. Think of the international disaster that will follow complacency, inaction or half-steps on this. That will lead to the fall of Ukraine, the validation of autocracy in Russia, China and many other places around the world. It will put the pennies on the eyes of the liberal world order that the US has worked so hard to build since World War II. And worst of all, it will send an irrefutable message everywhere that the US is impotent, and that autocrats can invade their neighbors anytime they wish, with impunity. You did not spend much time on this in your State of the Union, and frankly we wondered why. Were you concerned about reaction from the Republicans? Are you just lowering the bar for American foreign policy? Are you catering to isolationists, taking the easy path? That will not advance our national interest or protect our core values. Mr. President, it's time for you to step up and help Ukraine by providing the weapons it has requested, before it is simply and tragically too late. Volodymyr Zelensky in Ukraine, and Eastern Europe, are counting on you. The US, divided or not, is also counting on you. 2023 can be a year of admirable achievement, if we can help the Ukrainians beat back the Russian aggression. Or, it can be a year of tragic if not disastrous failure if we fail to do so. And that, of course, will have a huge effect on your credibility and your candidacy in the 2024 election. Your choice, Mr. President. How about doing the right thing? Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. COVID is not the only infection Trump gave us. He gave us a whole phenomenon of infection, a package of sick positions. He built this base out of disaffected people, tens of millions. We saw COVID grow to a pandemic under him. It was part of his search for chaos. History shows that autocrats need chaos to enhance their power. He gave us a country divided on COVID, on medicine, on science, where millions acted against their own interest, refused masks and medicines that would have saved their lives. His legacy is a whole package of sick positions like that. He has fomented racism and hatred, bigotry and violence, immigration policies that tear children from their parents, inhumane bans on abortion, fighting like hell against gun control that would protect our children at school, ignoring climate change, undermining voting rights and representative government, calling for people to deny the rule of law even though denying the rule of law makes their lives much worse. Is it that Trump's base all agree on all these issues? No way. People do not come to him in agreement on these issues. He reaches them on say one of them, perhaps one based on racism, hatred or bigotry. They come to him on that because they are disaffected and envious of others they consider more fortunate. Then they join Trump's madness and accept everything in his package, even if that is against their interest. Perhaps they are religious, captured by Catholic or other dogma on abortion, like the Latinos who have joined him. Perhaps they believe women should be subjugated and should not have rights, especially the right of choice. Trump reaches them on that basis, and they join his misogyny and accept all the points in his package. Of course he has charisma and that makes it easier for him. He has become a cult figure who rewards his followers for loyalty and punishes them for a lack of it. This solidifies the package, and they find themselves buying mindlessly into everything. It's a loss of free will, and it's a tragic irrationality for them and for the country. Guns are another example. Many people have perverse psychological needs to have guns, including assault rifles they will never use for any legitimate purpose. But Trump, the NRA, and his Citizens United dark money, result in a Faustian bargain and voila, the fetishists are his, and the school shootings continue unabated around the country. This money and the disregard of public safety brings them to him, even though we really don't need 400 million guns for a make-believe militia. What we get are people who join up to fondle their guns and who wind up buying the whole package of destructive issues calculated only to corrupt us and destroy our safety and security. All these things are connected by a common denominator of disaffection. People who don't care about others, people who need empowerment, people who need to deny the realities of medicine and climate change to feel adequate. People who need a cult figure. He brings them in on one thing that helps them cope with their inadequacies and they buy it all, every issue he sends their way. Like a good demagogue, he sells them the whole case of snake oil, and they buy it. He whips them up to feel togetherness on January 6th. When we asked them why they came that day, they didn't say they came for abortion, gun control, climate change or voting legislation. They said they came for Trump. Because he told them to come. The rest of the package comes naturally. What they said tells you everything. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
We live in a country of increasing gun violence. Most people are astounded that we have so much gun violence. But the gun manufacturers and the NRA want it that way. The Republicans want it that way. Trump's base wants it that way. Congress apparently also wants it that way. The most outrageous gun violence takes place day after day and week after week in this country, and they do nothing. The Supreme Court is dedicated to making things worse. The will of the people means nothing. But there's more. There's the media and its sidekick friend, the movies. The media reports heavily and continually on every incident of gun violence, publicizing it day after day and effectively glorifying the shock of it. It definitely sells ads, you see. And there's a kind of blur between the raw meat news reporting on gun violence incidents and the movie industry. Yes, that includes all of Hollywood, and for that matter, the copycat Hollywoods making American-like movies around the world. And of course the enormous number of stay-at-home COVID cable movies into which Netflix and Prime are pouring billions of capital investment. Turn on the TV, and you won't have to wait even for seconds before you see the characters, good and bad, shoot each other. The good guys shooting the bad, and the bad guys shooting the good, the Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes shooting everyone else, for their perverse sense of justice or vengeance, for the technology and phallic power of today's guns. Gun violence through the movie. Every scene, if not every frame, people threatening, shooting, dying, and being ripped apart by ever more powerful guns. We watch, and that is on us. Why we watch is another bizarre question. Fascination with the magic of modern medicine that can save us even when our insides are blown apart. Awe in the face of the technology inherent in ghost guns and assault rifles that can kill hundreds before anyone can stop them. We sit on our potato couch day after day, enjoying the hate, the vengeance, the violence, all arguably protected by the First and Second Amendment. All things considered, our non-action is really insane. There's no immediate answer, but maybe one solution is to take a fresh look at the use of guns in our public entertainment and try to get some kind of rational handle on that.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
Aloha and welcome to Holistic Wellness Revealed. I'm Letitia Sharp and I'll be your host today as we talk about prevention and preparation for all those little surprises that life has to offer us. Today, my guest is a colleague of mine, an author, and also a very skilled physical therapist, Christine Linders. Welcome, Christine.
Thank you so much, Tish, for having me on today.
Oh, I'm so happy to have you back. So when we were talking about what we were going to be having a conversation about today, you brought up how about I keep on wanting to say preparation, but you say prevention, right? And so as I felt into that, I thought, okay, prevention, and what is a bigger sense of that, right? It's awareness. What do you think about that?
It's funny it's funny when you said preparation. I thought of, well, and in awareness, I thought, well, prevention is awareness. And when you're thinking about preparing for something, you're making sure you have these things in order to attain or to achieve or to become this. And so when you think of prevention, it's a very similar thing. Is most people have something happen in life. From my standpoint as a physical therapist, I think of pain or an injury or something like that. And so that happens in life, but your awareness before that can prevent you from having that injury, or like the awareness before would prepare you to deflect that injury from happening, or prepare your body, prepare your mind, prepare everything, or to prevent something from happening. Not like you fell and you broke your leg, but more an injury that you don't know what's going to happen because of something that is stewing in your body at the time.
Ooh. Whoa, stewing in your, what do you mean by that? Stewing in your body? Because what came up for me, I'm sorry, just let me,
No, that's good.
I'm asking is because, so what came up for me when you said that was, how do we, sometimes we don't want to prevent the injuries because the injuries are how we learn. That's how we go through this life experience of learning. So maybe it can also help you to be able to heal that and have the awareness of the healing kind of more to the surface so that it's not buried so deep and you can recover, you can heal faster even, right? When you do come across these things. So what do you mean by something brewing? Let's talk about that.
I think of habits. We all have habits, and habits translate into movement and patterns in your body. So, for example, someone may be sitting at their desk all day, crossing their left leg over their right, and you can see what it does to my head. You can see what it does to my body. So if you sit like that and work all day long, everything on this side, I think I'm pointing to the right side. No, I'm looking at the camera. Everything on this side is going to get short, and everything on this side is going to get long and weak. But also you see the difference in my shoulders, and my spine is bending to the right. So there'll be more compression on the right side of your spine and more strain on the left side of your spine. So if you have awareness to the fact that you have a habit like this, or some people sit on their sofa with their legs off to one side and they turn this way all the time to look at the TV, compounding that over 5 and 10 years, you are developing a habit and a movement pattern that makes your body be in a faulty position. And then people all of a sudden go, I blew up my back, I don't know how, or I bent over to pick something up and I blew up my back, or, oh gosh, I'm getting migraines and my neck hurts so bad, but I didn't trip, I didn't fall, I didn't have a car accident, I didn't cough and sneeze and jerk my neck, I didn't have a new baby, I'm looking down all the time. They did nothing and they have this horrible injury. And so the awareness, which is like the prevention or the preparedness is what I like to say. Something brewing in your body is something we don't know about. Like, a tendency that we have that puts our body into an altered position all the time that is bad for us, but we don't know. And if you call your awareness to it, then that little really big injury that you had didn't have to happen. If you said, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I'll spend some time doing it the other way. Or, oh my gosh, wow, I had no idea. Yeah, I'll shift my sofa so I don't hurt myself undeservingly. Like, you just didn't trip and fall and that's an accident. And now you have this injury or whatever, those kind of things. Playing sports, you're going to injure yourself. And sometimes you can't prevent those. They just happen.
So I really like how you spoke to you just said compounded. And this brings something to light that we've spoken about in the past is that compound effect. And what I like to say, and of course, with my clients, my patients, I oftentimes will say, it's that repetitive motion. That's what it is. And when you maybe change your repetitive motion, then you're going to be able to change what that looks like in your body. and what that looks like as far as pain, and how that lives in your body. However, the compound effect speaks to that perfect storm. So it's perfect that you use the word brewing, right? Because doesn't a storm brew? It's like, so,
I love it.
right?
I don't know where that came from. This came.
Right. So we're going to have to use that somewhere, right? The storm is brewing and then it's perfect. And what I mean by a perfect storm is that this happened and that happened. And so you're sitting on the couch this way, or you're like, for me, I've been really bringing my awareness to my shoulders, right? And as I work, my shoulders are forward, but also, I mean, I have emotional things that have affected me, having my shoulders forward, protecting my heart, maybe keeping it closed, keeping those insecurities close to me and not letting people see them. And even though to many I come off as a super secure person, there have been a lot of times in my life where that hasn't been the case. So for me, when I'm keep on going, oh yeah, and it's not so much drop your shoulders and pull them back. Like this feels so contrived, it feels, doesn't that feel, but if I just feel like open my heart up, lift it up to the sky, that drops my shoulders immediately and opens it up. So it's that perfect storm. It could be emotional mixed with the physical, mixed with maybe stress, right? Happening that or anxiety. So that I'm really happy you spoke to that. Do you have anything else to add to that?
Well, about what you just said, I like what you did, which is like you forced your shoulder blades back and said that feels contrived, it feels forced. And then you also lifted your heart to the ceiling. And I think what's interesting to distinguish is that and this is for people, there's so many ways to have a motion happen in our body using different ways and different muscles. Now, when you shove your shoulder blades back, you use the muscles on the back and you clench them, right? It's like tense. And people do say, oh God, that feels unnatural. Is that what you want me to do? But when you lift your heart, it doesn't use those muscles to do that. It uses different muscles to do that. So you've accomplished the same thing in essence, which is shoulders are back, your posture is better, your chest is up, but you didn't shove them back. You lifted them back. And it's very funny ways that we can move our body. Like you can turn your head to the right for people that have a stiff neck. You could turn your head to the right. And if your neck muscles are like tense, you ain't going to turn very far, right? I like that. You ain't going to turn. I used some slang there. Or you could take your left leg and push your foot into the ground, and then your body will turn and your neck will follow. Now, you just used a different muscle action to allow your cervical area to rotate that doesn't involve your neck muscles. And so I wanted to mention that because you just showed everybody right away there's two different ways. There's many different ways. There's two different ways to open up without like making it feel so forced and so unnatural. So I that's what I wanted to mention. And you did ask me to speak to something. I just forgot what it was because I was so excited that you mentioned that point. I wanted to share it to people because a lot of people go, well, how am I going to turn my head like this? It's like, oh, well, if you push down with your foot, then your body turns and your head follows without using these muscles that are tightened at the time.
Right. And I mean, so I feel like coming to you and when you've helped me through so many of my injuries or quote unquote ailments that I've had over the years, you are so skilled with your knowing of what and how the body works that you continue to find ways for me to be able to correct or find a new pattern of movement, right? And so I feel like you are the medicine for me to get better. And so that's a different way of looking at physical therapy, right? Because a lot of times we go, oh, that's just therapy. Yeah, well, what is therapy then, right? Therapy is medicine. So let's cut up what it is. Now, there's another thing. What is an injury? What's an ailment? That is medicine too, because before that injury or ailment or whatever the pain, how the pain is showing up in your body, which is really just your body communicating, hey, pay attention. Something's happening here. I'm trying to talk to you. So that can be the medicine as well. So being prepared to listen to those and having all of your medicines in a line, in ready to be able to be activated is super important. So I appreciate you and your skills. And I'd like to ask you a question about, so say I'm going to start surfing and I've never surfed before. I'm from Iowa and there's no ocean there, but I've been watching these movies and I want to go surf and I'm tired of being cold in the winter and Hawaii looks like a great place to go. So I'm going to go there and I'm going to start surfing. So as far as my muscles go, how would I prepare for that adventure?
That's a really good question. That's a very loaded question. No, I think, well, this, because in my brain, all of a sudden it's going, like, what do they need? What do they need at their neck? What do they need at their back? What do they need at their shoulders? What do they need at their hamstrings? What do they need at their ankles? And so if you're going to start surfing, the first thing you need to be able to do is paddle. And I always think, how can they now paddle and not hurt themselves? Let's say they had a desk job, like you were talking about, keeping our heart protected and keeping our insecurities close when we're feeling down, and what that does to our posture, it rounds it forward, and how you lift your chest. And so many of us do that we lift our chest and be like, no, everything's okay. I'm okay. I'm enough. You do that. Now you're going to learn how to surf and you haven't done it before. And you need to be able to have the right amount of this mid body, your thoracic, your torso extension to be able to paddle on the surfboard so you don't damage your shoulders, because you need to have full range of motion at your shoulders in order to paddle. But if you are rounded in this area, you're not going to get that. And you're going to paddle for a week and all of a sudden go, wow, my shoulders are hurting. Surfing's bad for me. Or your neck, if your neck is more swayed, like this from you're looking down at your phone or your laptop or hunching over a laptop or something like that, then you're just going to increase the compression on the nerves in your neck, and you're going to end up with either headaches or tingling down one arm. So I think of those things from the upper body standpoint, and that will then impact your low back while you're paddling. So let's say you have good posture, you have good range of motion, they sit up well, I always say they undo their desk job, or as us, our manual therapy, forward posture, that kind of thing. They're stretching their chest, they're able to do all that. Then the problem is do you have enough hamstring length to be able to pop up? And that is something that I find in people, when their hamstrings are tight, they injure their back when they're trying to surf. As far as preparedness.
So what about like doing it while you're not in the ocean? Because once you get in the ocean, then those insecurities are going to happen like straight away, and you're going to be like, oh, and you're going to try to balance, and you're going to be worrying about drowning and getting in people's way. And then you're going to panic and all this stuff. Right. So,
yeah.
I've been there. So, so like at their home, on their living room floor or their bedroom floor, what do you suggest? Like I've always said, okay, try to do some tricep strength building, right? And maybe do some pop-ups or.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, so I definitely how I learned was I had to get to do the pop-ups. I had to get down on my stomach and press up, like pretend like you're paddling, and then press up and then try to slide your legs through so that you have enough flexibility. But are you talking about if they already have the good posture and everything like that, or?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that there's different components. So there's the strength, and maybe what about if they start with the pop-ups and they're doing that, and then they start feeling, oh, there's pain in my neck, or I feel stuff. So then that could also be another aspect of preparedness, right?
Yeah.
So they're bringing their awareness to it before they're throwing themselves in, and having more of a gentle approach, right?
Gentle with yourself.
And grace, right? Exactly.
Yeah. I heard something funny. It's funny, the gentle with yourself. For one, I would say like the preparedness as far as strength and flexibility. I like a lot of exercises that where you don't know if you can see me. Like let's say your head is forward. If you're gonna stretch your neck, you can tuck your chin down. But if you're gonna strengthen your neck, you could tuck your chin down and push into your hand. So it's a stretch and a strengthen. You can also clasp your hands behind your head this way, tuck your chin down, press your head into your hands and resist, and then squeeze your shoulder blades back. That's a stretch, a strengthen, and now you're getting retraction, which works on the muscles that you need to keep your back up while you're paddling. So I like to do those things. And you need rotation to swim. And so lifting your left elbow up to the ceiling will stretch your thorax, which will allow your shoulders to get full range and will also let your torso rotate when you're paddling and when you have to be able to rotate to get your legs through. So those are some things that I'll tell people, and you can prepare for surfing while you're sitting at your desk.
And what I'm noticing too,
yeah.
What I'm noticing too as I'm mirroring you here is that if you do it in front of a mirror, you can kind of see, like even just with the tilt my chin down and then okay, so what was it? I tilt my chin down.
Wait, yeah, tilt your chin down and then push back into your hand.
Push back into my hands. Okay, so even just that, look at my neck muscles. So
thanks to you, right? Yes.
Yeah, look at that. And then if I kind of try to extend my spine, which this is a big one for me, but I don't normally look while I'm doing it. But wow, I mean, you can see the different muscles engaging.
Yes.
That's incredible. I think I need to start doing that in the mirror because
in the mirror awareness. Right. System. Like, it's funny, right? Like there's stuff that your nervous system knows. Like if I was sitting like this all day long and I see this every day, your nervous system feels like you're straight. And then I'll tell people to sit up straight and they'll maybe do like kind of like that. And they'll say, I'm sitting up straight. And then I'm like, can I have your phone? And I'll take a picture with their phone. And they're like, oh. And then they kind of like get up straight. So the nervous system is interesting because the nervous system sets as the normal what we do all the time. And that's your set point. But when you make your eyes see that you are not straight or that this muscle is bulging more than this, or that you notice your chin's a little tilted this way when you push back, your brain's like, oh my gosh, wow, wait, I see that. And then you can kind of like, look at Pookie. She's figuring it out right now. You could straighten yourself out when
that was the cat pose.
I know. Good time, Pooch.
Good job.
But looking in the mirror is great because it gives input to your nervous system that your normal isn't aligned.
Right. It's not necessarily natural the way your body is meant to be. So let's move on. I want to get through a couple of different body parts.
Okay.
We just did neck and kind of upper body. What about the low back? You were talking about how you sit in your chair and sitting up. So what are some tools and tricks that you could do to be able to bring your awareness and prepare to be able to combat any of those pains that might happen in that low back if, say, you were at a sitting job or you drive a lot, right?
Yes.
What's like a couple of simple things?
So one of the biggest things coincidentally, I have them right here, but one of the biggest things with sitting and people with back pain is that it's very hard to maintain the neutral position of your spine, which is the back has a backwards curve. When we sit, we like to hunch just a little bit. Like it doesn't look like I'm doing much, but I just rounded my low back. The best thing to do when you're sitting is to be able to sit and take that thing off your table. Like don't force yourself to sit up straight and extend your back so much. Use a pillow. I have these little pillows all over my house. I have one right behind me, actually. I was looking for it. And a pillow. So like if you're sitting, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. But I think you can see a little bit, right?
Nope.
Okay, here, I'll do this for now and then I'll fix it afterward. Just a little. You just you could put a pillow in your low back and you have to scoop your butt all the way back. And right there, I just supported my back and I no longer have to have conscious awareness to try to maintain my spine in a perfect position. If you're finding that that's not enough, and this is me when I'm driving, I use a pillow like this. It's 12 inches by 4. I actually had a patient make them for me because they're so perfect and I couldn't find anywhere to buy them. And I had a patient's wife make them for me. Is you put it in your thoracic spine like this, and this is what I use in my car. And what it does is what you said, Tish. It's lifting my chest. My shoulders immediately go back, and then I drive. Versus the low back pillow doesn't move these back. These can still be here. As soon as you do this, then I'm up and I can drive. And then my neck's in the perfect position, and I no longer have to think about how I sit. So it's very important when you're sitting to use these props, like especially in the car. Nowadays, cars have the seat head pushed forward. I believe because they're trying to stop people from getting these terrible neck injuries from whiplash. I've had it twice, and it's damaged my neck in a very, very bad way. But I think that's why they're doing it. But when they do that, now you're forward. As soon as you take this vertical pillow and you put it in there, your head can sit normal, and the seat rest, the headrest will hit your head where it needs to be.
That's such a great point because I mean, this isn't safe, so don't do this. Anybody don't do this. But I took the headrest off and I turned it around and I put it back in so it's tilted way back. So if I did go back, I would completely get whiplash again for the eighth time. So
you too, right? And that's example of
but I
that.
didn't know about the thoracic spine pillow. And I use a roller under my, like in between my sits bones and my sacrum. Is that kind of is that also, would you do it in addition to that, all those other two pillows, or would you maybe choose the low back pillow or the roller?
You put it under your sit bones like this to lift you up in your seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like this. It sort of tilts.
It tilts you forward. Yeah.
Forward.
That's good too. I have in my car, I have a towel that's in the back to lift my butt up a little bit because a lot of the seats are angled this way and they tend to make you lean forward as a result. And I've had, like yourself, every injury in the book. So I prop my surroundings so that I can be pain-free while I'm doing my activities. I will.
My surroundings. Yes. Prop my surroundings. Is that in your book? That must be a quote in your book.
I'll watch this. I'll write it. No, but I'll put it in there. I'll put the prop around it. And brewing will be in there.
Yes.
You don't know what's brewing in your body until you see it.
So, and as you have helped me over the years, one thing that I've always appreciated about how you help not just me, but many of my patients come to you, I refer people to you all the time, is that you look at my body not as, okay, this is the way a low back acts. You look at me as, oh, wait, no, this is the way your low back is acting. And that is so important because everybody's so individual and so unique. So with any of these tools and tricks that we're giving you or that Christine is giving you right now, it's simple that, hey, if it doesn't work, give it a week. Do you think? About a week?
Yeah.
And then if it doesn't work after a week and you're getting way more pain or something, adjust it, move it around a little bit. It doesn't have to be specific because everybody isn't the same. Everybody is different.
We're all different and unique. And that's such a huge point to say to everybody is because there's a lot of, and one of my friends said this to me and she had hurt herself doing yoga. She's been on the show and she said, I was trying to fit myself into what everybody else could do. And I thought I should be more flexible and I can do that pose and I should be able to do this. And then she realized, wait, we're all unique and we all have different things that we can do amazingly and different things that we can't do that somebody else might be able to amazingly. And if you, the vertical pillow I have found works for, but sometimes people need like what you need or what I need is I need to put something under my butt too. Or some people will need to throw a sweatshirt in their low back and then shove the pillow in between. I've had to do that before when my back was really bad. Now I don't need it anymore. So mess with your propage because if you have scoliosis, I have scoliosis. It's not huge, but if you have scoliosis and it's big, you might need your vertical pillow to be a little bit off to one side where the rib hub is to shift your spine or prop yourself while you're sitting on the sofa and stick something under the one butt cheek that then makes your nervous system set your body straight. So we are all unique and different, but the bottom line is yes, use these to set your environment up so that your body has success while you're in a position that's going to be prolonged. Like I know you and me were always on the table, and I have to point my toes outward when I'm massaging and loosening up someone's back or doing some joint moves because of the back injury that I had years ago. And then my curve compounding onto it. There's that word again. If I turn my right foot straight and I have to twist, it sets off my back. So now I adjust and I open up my feet and then I'm fine. But I'm not going to go telling everyone, oh, this is how you have to do joint moves, because my body is very different based on my injury experience and my scoliosis. And so it took me a long time to figure that out, though, I have to say. Even as a physical therapist with myself, I was thinking, gosh, I have to turn my foot out. And somebody said, well, turn your foot out then. And I went, yeah, great.
Right. And now you've taught me to turn my foot in. And I've also had other people teach me to push that big toe down. And that helped me immensely with my injuries, with hiking and running and walking and doing all the things that I choose to do.
That's great. That's great. And that's the thing. That's what we all want as health practitioners, right? Is we want someone like me to be like, oh my gosh, well, that helps. And you just say, wait, somebody told me to push my foot down, my toe down. And now it helps me with hiking. And you just activated your body in a more so that altered muscles don't start to fire to do the same job. And that's what could lead us to the injury that is brewing in your body that you're going to then learn from so that you can actually probably correct more things in your body as a result. Like if you come in to see me with your foot and I'm like, oh, but wait, what's going on with your back? What's going on with that shoulder? That injury just gave you a big opportunity to heal other things in your whole entire body and being.
Yes. Yes. So it's funny because as I'm sitting here, I was like, oh, I crossed my leg. I uncrossed my leg because I've got you right in front of me. I crossed this. No, I uncrossed that. So I want to talk. Okay. So one quick little thing that I wanted to bring up is with the low back also one of the big tools. And this is the tagline of your book that you just wrote that is going to be coming out soon, people, by the way. And we will share that with you as soon. We'll have to have you back on after your book comes out so that we can make sure that everybody has access to that. Is suck it in, right? Suck it in.
And so when I tell people suck it in, I say, don't suck in air. You're pulling your belly button in towards your spine. You're sucking your stomach in. So I'm doing it right now. And you could hear it maybe change the sound of my voice because this muscle attaches a little bit to your diaphragm on the side. But when you do that, you stabilize your spine from the inside out and you can get rid of your low back pain forever. So that is coming out soon, a couple months.
Yes. And what about, I believe that I added your YouTube on some of the information with the show, but how can people find you in order to be able to, because you have multitudes of videos out there for plantar fasciitis, for neck pain, low back pain, shoulder pain, all of the things. And even one of my clients, before she could get in to see you, which it took actually a couple of months for her to get in to see you, I told her, go and start looking at her videos. And she went and started looking at your videos and she started doing your exercises off of your videos before she ever came and saw you. So she was prepared to receive your medicines.
She was. Okay.
What's that?
Thank you. Thank you for that. I was just going to say thank you for that because that makes me feel my heart sing to hear people helping themselves, preparing themselves, and in a way that is things that I provided out there with the why I did it, so thank you for that.
So how do people find you?
Okay, so the easiest way to find me is if you go to YouTube and you type in my name, just Christine Linders. I have a YouTube channel. The amazing thing about ThinkTech Hawaii is I had a show for 4 years and they will get lumped into my show that I did for the first 3, that's Movement Matters, and the other one that's Physical Therapy for a Better Life. And their shows just like your amazing show where it's 25 to 28 minutes of packed advice and videos where you can watch that. So that's where I send most people because it's great. It'll be on the hip, on the back, on the knee, on your scoliosis, how to get ready for surfing, golf, everything. So I tell people to go to the YouTube channel. You can also go to Instagram, right? I've been posting a little bit more lately, but the YouTube is the best place because in each show, I pack about 5 to 10 videos of instructional videos for you within the show. Even when I'm interviewing someone, I will throw, here's how you do X, and then I will have a video. Here's how you do this, and I'll have a video. So I do like to send people to YouTube to watch these amazing ThinkTech shows because it's great. They're the best, I think.
Awesome. So everybody go to YouTube and look up Christine Lynders, Lynders, and go ahead and help yourself before you go. You can do that to be able to research how your body responds to these different exercises and medicines to be able to prepare you for life's little surprises that may compound over time. So, Christine, thanks so much for coming on. It's always a joy and a pleasure. And I look forward to the next time that we're able to meet in person or on camera.
Thank you so much. This was so amazing. I'm so grateful to you.
Thanks for all of your wisdoms and your skills. And also, thank you to ThinkTech Hawaii and to all of our donors and our sponsors for being able to provide a platform like this so that we can all be able to have these conversations and discussions and explore how we can be our best selves. Until next time, aloha.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests, and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and cell phone data entries to reach them wherever they were. We called them our family. We knew there would be many thousands of entries. But we also had to keep track of the content they would be covering in their shows, including the titles and taglines of the episodes, the descriptions and takeaways of what they planned to discuss, and the keywords by which participants and viewers could later find the videos that would be produced. For this, we created an even more robust data table called Episodes, with a great number of fields and functions, and we made it the cornerstone of the app, which it still is today. With the benefit of this app, we were able to increase the number of shows, hosts, and guests in our lineup. With more shows, we could cover more subjects. We realized that we could also cover national and global issues and events, including stories relating to politics, business, science, technology, global affairs, and much more. Current news stories and coverage became more important for us. With more shows, we had to expand our staff, and over time we did exactly that. We doubled and diversified our part-time staff over the next 2 years. We engaged engineers, floor managers, a production manager, and an administration manager. For efficiency, the members of the staff took on specialties and became expert in those areas. Carol Mon Lee and I continued to manage the organization as volunteers. Meanwhile, we discovered a new broadcasting system called vMix. It was far better than what we were using before. It had a special module called vMix Call. This allowed us to connect with people virtually. We saw the potential of including hosts and guests from around the world. Soon enough, we learned about Skype, and then Zoom. This discovery was serendipitous. Zoom was very promising, so we integrated it with our vMix system. Our virtual connectivity could now reach participants anywhere, easily, and we wanted to make the most of it. To have shows that reach around the world, you've got to meet and recruit people from everywhere, so that's what we set out to do. We recruited hosts from a number of locations in the islands and on the mainland, Latin America and Asia, and we encouraged them to recruit guests from their areas and beyond. Over time, we increased our range of shows to include Europe, India, and Africa, and covered stories from those places. We're still working on that all the time. It's all a matter of global networking. We were faced, of course, with challenges in connecting with these remote locations. We learned how to deal with global time zones far outside of Hawaii business hours. We learned how to solve broadband issues, as well as video artifacts and audio aberrations. We learned new troubleshooting techniques, new program controls and plugins in vMix and Zoom that helped us achieve acceptable production values, even in remote locations. It was a learning experience, but after a while our engineering staff became quite competent at it. At the end of 2019, to reduce costs, we decided to move to a smaller and more efficient studio space in the Finance Factors Center at 1164 Bishop Street. We found that the smaller space was actually much more appropriate to our operation, and a great benefit for our staff. We didn't realize exactly how advantageous it would be until a couple of months later. Then came COVID, and we found that the smaller space was a great blessing. Because of our experience with remote production, we were well prepared for the pandemic. In early 2020, we started doing all our shows on Zoom. This turned out to be much more convenient for our hosts and guests. They didn't have to come to the studio. It was also safer and more convenient for our staff. They could do their work with less interaction and more time to innovate. All things considered, our move was a very lucky break. The virtual geographical reach we have developed over the past few years gives us a great opportunity to cover more national and global issues. We have organized new talk shows and webinars on these issues with hosts and guests from around the world. And we have expanded our email advisories to promote these new productions. In short, we want to deliver content beyond just the things people would like to hear about. We want to deliver content about things they don't know about, but should. It's all part of our long-standing mission to raise public awareness in every way we can. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows: Cynthia Tai, Carlos Juarez, Nicholas Sussman, Carl Baker, Carl Ackerman, Peter Hoffenberg, Gilbert Nuagira, Rupmati Kandakar, Michael Davis, Mark Shklov, Joshua Cooper, Kartiki Mishra, Avi Soifer, Chang Wong, Tim Apicella, Marco Mangelsdorf, Ken Rogers, Shackley Raffetto, Russell Liu, Andrew Zimmerman, and our Executive Vice President Carol Mon Lee. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Achieving Impact. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is called It's Not Just Trump, It's the Base. A lot of people blame Trump for our national divide. Yes, he continues to do his dog whistle-coded instructions to his acolytes and his base, and they continue to listen, echo, obey, and support him. Thomas Friedman's recent article in the Times points out that people are afraid to call him out, and that's what gives him his power, just as autocrats have come to power elsewhere over the last 100 years. Anne Applebaum tells us how the Russian communists took over Eastern Europe after the war. People who knew better were afraid to say anything. If they had only said something, history might have been different, and for that matter, perhaps we wouldn't have Trump now. Tens of millions of people in this country blindly accept what Trump has to say, never questioning or calling him out on his crimes and misdeeds, blind to his narcissism, arrogance, and incompetence. They have made themselves collaborators in his efforts to destroy our decency and our rule of law and civil society. They repeat his lies, insults, and threats. They give him their hard-earned money even when he is picking their pockets. They go along when he surrounds himself with yes-men whose only mission is to help him break the rules and the law. It doesn't bother the base that those acolytes are completely unsuited to be in or anywhere near government, even those that are lawyers from Harvard and Yale. Shouldn't their schools call them out? Has the ABA said anything? The base accepts Trump's every falsehood, and it has ignored and excused him for all the investigations, impeachments, and insurrections. When Trump says he is a victim, they cheer him on, not recognizing that it is they, not Trump, who are the victims. When he attacks and calls for violence against our law enforcement, intelligence, and national security agencies, the base joins in the disparagement and the threats. It's hard to understand this. What is the base thinking? Did they not go to school? Do they not know what is happening? Have they lost all concern for the country? Do they believe that Trump will somehow help them when it is so obvious that he will throw them under the bus, just as he has so many others? Do they not know that they're on the list too? Does it take a genius to see that a sworn misogynist and racist cannot and will not bring our country together? Does it take a genius to know that fomenting divisiveness, unrest, and violence can only break the country further apart and empower Trump and no one else? What we are seeing in the base is a strange wish for a kind of national suicide. Trump is their Jim Jones. Do his followers not see what is plainly written on everything he does? It is a national tragedy for so many people to be so confused, troubled, and disconnected, and it reveals profound sociological flaws in the country, if not also the species. Is it anything less than madness to repeal long-standing rights, put guns in the hands of people who will shoot school children, take their books and send their teachers away? Is it anything less than madness for the base to suppress their own votes, cut their own benefits, and allow criminals to run free in government? Do they think that will work in their favor? No, it won't. They and we will have to find out the hard way. As Thomas Friedman said at the end of his article, quote, "It is impossible to exaggerate what a dangerous moment this is for our country." End quote. We've been through inflection point after inflection point with Trump. Sadly, even with the current indictments and the other indictments that may be coming soon, he gets worse. Those who nevertheless continue to support him are helping him destroy our society. It's time to call them out. Maybe then they will reconsider. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Hey guys, you guys want something to drink?
You know soda is too sugary for your child, but did you know sweetened fruit drinks are often just as bad? Companies use words like juice, natural, and vitamin C to hide the sugar that can lead to tooth decay, weight gain, and diabetes. Water or unflavored milk is the healthiest choice. Don't fall for the beverage industry's sweet lies. Learn more at sweetlies.hawaii.gov.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now, more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the Donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Democracy. A form of government in which power is vested in the people and exercised by them through a system of representation involving periodic free elections.
Patriotism. Devotion and commitment to one's country. Identification with, and vigorous support and special concern for its well-being.
Freedom of speech. The right to express opinions without government restraint, as provided in the First Amendment.
Separation of church and state. The fundamental principle that religion and government are separate and do not mix or control each other, as set forth in the First Amendment.
The peaceful transfer of power. A concept important to democratic governments in which the leaders of a government peacefully hand over power to the newly elected leadership.
Disinformation. False information which is intended to mislead, especially propaganda issued by a government official or organization to a rival government or the media or the public.
Contempt. Willful disobedience or open disrespect to a court, judge, or legislative body.
Perjury. The crime of lying to a court or legislative or governmental body after having taken an oath or affirmation.
Subornation. The crime of persuading or permitting a person to commit perjury.
Tampering. The crime of causing a person to testify falsely, withhold testimony or information, or be absent from any proceeding to which the person has been summoned.
Obstruction of justice. The crime of willfully interfering with or impeding an investigation or the process of justice, especially by influencing, threatening, harming or impeding a witness, juror or judicial officer, or furnishing false information.
Conspiracy. An agreement between two or more people to commit an illegal act, with an intent to achieve the agreement's goal and an overt act toward furthering that goal.
Treason. The crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to overthrow the government.
Insurrection. An organized
Aloha, my name is Cheryl Matsuoka, the Executive Director of the Hawaii Restaurant Association and the Hawaii Restaurant Association Educational Foundation. Thank you. Mahalo for joining me here on Restaurants of Hawaii on the ThinkTech platform. Today, you'll have a treat. I'm excited because Waihata and Company Limited is the 2023 presenting sponsor of Hawaii Restaurant Association's Hall of Fame Gala. This spectacular event recognizes Hawaii's food service industry's leaders. And why is a pioneer, which is Waihata Company and Limited, why is it so important that they be the presenting sponsor of this event? So today I have two guests, and it's two gentlemen that you've met before. First, I want to have Chris introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Cheryl. Hi, Andy. How are you? Good to see you both again. My name is Chris Lee. I am the Director of Sales and Marketing for Waihata & Company Limited.
And Chris is also on our board of directors for both the Hawaii Restaurant Association and the Hawaii Restaurant Association Educational Foundation. And Andy, could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Chris. It's me again. My name's Andy Huang. I'm the VP and COO of L&L Hawaiian Barbecue. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Andy. And Andy is the incoming chairman of the Hawaii Restaurant Association. So these two gentlemen have years of experience in our industry, and we're just happy to have this conversation today. So first of all, Waihata & Company Limited has chosen to be the presenting sponsor of this year's 2023 15th Annual Hall of Fame. So I'd like to have Chris first start off the very beginning. Please share with us, Chris, how Waihata became such a pioneer in Hawaii's food service industry.
Well, sure. I'm not sure if you're aware. This year we made 110 years, as a locally owned and operated food service distributor in Hawaii. So our teams and we're really very proud of that and celebrating this milestone for us as an organization. But we started off back in 1913 in a garage in Hilo with our founders Yoichi and Naiko Hata. And I wish Russell was here to tell the story because he's probably the best person to do so. But from our perspective, Russell really helped us into becoming the organization who we are today. We're really focused on a shared strategy on how we approach our customers, our service, and our market. We also have a great culture here at Waihata. We have our core values that really focus around our people, making sure that we are contributing back to our community, our industry. And that's really what drives us to be the company that we are today and helping us be at the forefront of the food service industry. We're really proud to have a very talented and diverse team. Many of our team members have come from the food service industry, so they know exactly what it's like to be on the other side of things. So we definitely know how to approach our customers, how to work with them, especially understanding their everyday challenges. So we're really proud to be a sponsor of this year's gala. We're really excited about the people that will be recognized today or at this year's event, as well as the ones in the past. So we're very grateful and honored to be able to do this.
Thank you so much. And you're right. It's really 3 generations of the Hata family that's worked to grow the Waihata brand across the state of Hawaii. And in 2014, Russell, chairman, president, and CEO, he founded Chef Zone, right, Chris? And bringing over 5,000 restaurant quality products to the food service operators and the public. And I don't know if everyone knows that, but I'm a card carrying member of Chef Zone also. It's a free membership to join, and you get to go in there and feel like you're a chef because you'll see all the chefs walking in there. Chris, when I'm in there, guarantee I'm going to run into a chef at one of the restaurants. So Waihata has adopted the solutions delivered with Aloha tagline, and they have just really brought in some really great products. And now, Chris, there's a room, and it's called, what is that room with that? Is it like gourmet?
Yep. So we have their specialty showroom. It's a passion project and one that Russell's really putting a lot behind, and we're really excited. We're going to be announcing a new brand with it over the next few months. But we're working really hard. Our teams are working really hard to identify products, not only nationally, but also internationally, some specialty gourmet products that you can't find anywhere else in Hawaii. So we're really excited about what that's going to bring and add to our portfolio of offerings to our customers.
I think that's so cool because, my husband, that's his favorite space to go. We go through and we always have to go in there last just to see what's in there because there's always something that we've never seen before, Chris. It's like, wow, this is like super cool. And my husband loves cooking. So yes. So,
Awesome.
yes. So, Andy, you have been in the food service industry. We talked about this earlier. Over 2 decades, Andy. So, what does the name Waihata mean in the food service industry to you?
You know, Waihata, yeah, has always been the leader of Hawaii's food service industry with a long history supporting, all sizes of restaurants. I've known them since my first job at the restaurant over 20 years ago. I always loved the way they support the industry through the years. Their service, their sales team are always very supportive. I remember like times that, we're really short product on the weekend and their salesperson will just go to their warehouse, grab the stuff, and just bring it over to our restaurant to help us through the weekend because there's no ordering during the weekend. So that shows the level of support that they provided for our industry. It's just it's amazing. And also remember, like I used to go to their warehouse and pick up the last minute items on Sun Island. I'm so glad that they built Chef Zone now. So it's a lot more convenience to go there to grab the last minute items or just browse around. They have all kinds of cool gadgets. Many of our L&L store owners also go shop at the Chef Zone. And then we also went to their test kitchen provided by their head chef, corporate head chefs, and then showing us some of the new products. Very cool. They have a really nice, amazing setup over there.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. And so, Chris, Hawaii Restaurant Association is so honored that Russell Hata and Waihata is this year's Hall of Fame presenting sponsor. In 2009, Frank Hata, Russell's dad, was inducted into the Hall of Fame. And this year, Russell Hata himself is being inducted into the Hall of Fame for all of his years of dedication and major contributions to Hawaii's food service industry. Russell has played such a large role, especially in aiding Maui. I'm going to tell you that I know for a fact that Waihata was one of the first as soon as the fires hit, that you folks had a plan and you folks were already filling a container that was leaving to go over to Maui. Could you please share with our viewers and members, what it means to Waihata to be the presenting sponsor, as well as contributing, to the relief efforts in Maui?
Yeah, we really, again, it comes back to the genuine, approach and outlook that Russell and the Hata family have on our responsibilities here in Hawaii. One of our core values is live aloha and give aloha. And we really, truly, our leadership, our people, all engage in what we do on a daily basis for our customers, but what it ultimately impacts within our community. And, to me, that's really what keeps me engaged and wanting to do what's right, not just for our customer success, but for our community's success as well. So, when the tragedies happened on Maui, our team got together across our departments. We have huddles daily and weekly, but this one, we really put our heads together to see what are the needs, anticipating what they would need, not just aside from food, but other things, to distribute food. So we worked with our partners in logistics. We got a container over here. We identified some disposables, takeouts, all of the things that we would need in time of crisis. And we're able to put that onto a container and get that over directly to Maui. And in addition, with Chef Zone and our reach in the community, not just to our food service partners, but also to the public as well, we put out a call to action on our social media where we have over 34,000 followers on our social media. And, we're able to get the community's help in that regard too. So we had products dropped off to Chef Zone. So on top of the container that we had filled to get over to Maui, we had additional 3 containers of other products that we were able to take to the Hawaii Food Bank for distribution. But that's just, one of the things that we do. It's very natural for us to identify ways that we can help not just our industry, but others as well across the state. So, I'm very proud, and our teams are very proud to be able to do these kind of things. And we're very grateful that we have an owner and a family that really understands the importance of this. So it takes a village, and we're just happy to be a part of this family.
And I heard exactly what you just said. It was the day after the fires. It was the day that we found out about the fires, and you were already mobilizing and ready to send that container out by that next day. And I was like, oh my God, you all work so quickly. And I just wanted to let you know, Chris and Andy, that, the Hawaii Restaurant Association Board of Directors, every year, we give back to the Hawaii Restaurant Association Educational Foundation. We call them the HRA Educational Foundation. And a portion of the proceeds from the Hall of Fame goes back to the ProStart program, so we can provide scholarships for the students in the culinary program. Right now, we have 12 local high schools that have the ProStart program. So we give scholarships to the students so they can continue the culinary studies. Those are future culinary leaders. And we also provide school grants to the 12 ProStart high schools so that the teachers and the schools can purchase items that's needed in their classrooms. Remembering that their classroom is just a classroom with desks and chairs, and it doesn't really always come with a mixer and an ice machine and things that you need to teach culinary. This year, we also are going to be giving a portion of the proceeds to the Maui Relief Fund, because we know that it's going to take, like Chris just said, a village to rebuild Maui. As right now, they're still struggling through it. So Andy, I'm so sorry, guys. So Andy, as you know, it's already reaching a month that we've been in this, right? And it's been a long month, and we just want to see some relief over there. So a portion of the Hawaii Restaurant Association's Hall of Fame will be going over to Maui. So Andy, the founder of L&L, Eddie Flores, was also inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2008. And for all that Eddie has accomplished and helped uplift the food service industry. And this year, Eddie got to serve for the first time on the inductee selection committee. And this selection committee is a small committee that is formed by past inductees. So what does the Hall of Fame represent to restaurateurs and industry leaders who have been inducted? What is your feelings about people who have been inducted into the Hall of Fame?
Yes, our founder, Eddie Flores, was honored to be inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2008. And like him and every other inductees are all the leaders in the industry. They all have contributed to this restaurant industry for many years and supported hundreds and thousands of jobs in Hawaii. This event is a way to say thank you to all the people who help Hawaii community economy, and all the family grew up in Hawaii. Many of us had, fond memories going to restaurant with friends and families, like not just like L&L, but also like Zippy's and the Liha Bakery, Rainbow's Driving. There are many, many more restaurants that, still helping build more memories for the families for future. So without these restaurateurs, their employees' hard work, it would not be possible. So we really appreciate their contribution to the restaurant industry. So, a way to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And so, Chris, do you think it's important for the Hawaii Restaurant Association to continue putting on this awards event every year, the Hall of Fame?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the few occasions where we can get all of the restaurant owners, industry leaders, community leaders in the same room. And I think there's, close to 500, if not more, guests attending this event annually. And it's such a great time to spend with one another. Maybe talk a little bit of business, but for the most part, just enjoy each other's company, and camaraderie, and taking a moment to recognize those individuals that had really made a positive impact in the industry and in our business. So yes, I think it's so important that we also pause in our busy lives and take this opportunity to recognize those individuals.
Thank you, Chris. And Andy, so the leaders who have been inducted into the Hall of Fame, are recognized by the community for achieving the highest and contributing pioneers in the food service industry. You've met many of these leaders who have been inducted. So what stands out for you when I'm talking about the Hall of Fame inductees? What stands out for you?
No, the main attribute I feel is their passion in the food industry, from creating food, providing the material to make the food, and they're all very passionate about providing not only to the local community, but also to the visitors to share what's aloha, right? What's Hawaii, what's aloha, to spread aloha through the whole country and through the world. There are more and more people understand what is Hawaii cuisine, and and in the industry, restaurant industry it's tough, right? So to be able to stay for this many years and still thriving, it just shows that they have a lot of grit, and they're really passionate about helping the community. So that's one thing that I really feel like everybody they're so passionate.
Exactly, right. And sometimes I wonder, how hard work it is, Andy. You've been in it for 2 decades, right? And they stick in there and they still continue to open up restaurants. It's amazing. It's because they're passionate. They love the food service industry, the whole hospitality, seeing people gather, as you mentioned, and creating memories in the restaurants, all the celebrations that are done in these restaurants. It means a lot to our community. So Chris, what do you think, how important is it to recognize our restaurant and food service industry leaders consistently? And why is it important?
Yeah, that's a good question, Cheryl. I have the privilege of knowing many of these individuals personally and professionally, and I can assure you that not one of them would do it to be recognized or for anything other than the fact that, as Andy mentioned, their true passion in seeing Hawaii thrive, the industry thrive, their people thrive, right? So again, it's really not about their individual success, but about the success of others. And then when you look at individuals like Chef Jason Pio, and what he's done, quite literally for the future generations of Hawaii, with his work in developing future chefs, future business owners, what he's doing with local products and perpetuating our culture and sharing it with the world, that's unbelievable. And it just goes to show how much of an impact every single one of these people, this year and in prior years have had on creating what Hawaii is, now known as a culinary destination around the world, right? So, I could not be more honored to be a part of this. Having to be able to have Waihata be a sponsor for this event, is just something that we're very humbled and proud of.
Thank you. And you're right, Chris. We had many, many nominations, and only 5 were selected through the selection committee. And these 5, last year we had 10, but this year there are Cheryl, there's 5 that really stand out. Number 1, Russell Hata. All of he's done, not only for the food service industry, but also for the culinary education, at the KCC and the Culinary Institute of the Pacific, because these are our future leaders in our culinary industry. So the support that he's given over at the different colleges also. Abe Kwok, who is the current chairman of the Hawaii Restaurant Association, that man is amazing. He has done so much personally to help the food service industry above and beyond. And he's just an amazing guy. And, he's been in the food service industry as long as Andy, right, Andy?
Yes, definitely. Longer.
Right, working shoulder to shoulder. Then we have Linda Rosario, and she has been in the industry for many years also. Jason Pio, who have been so honored to get to know better now that he is being inducted for all of his years and how he's mentored so many. And then Alan Hull. Alan Hull is just a really, he's had his hands in so many different restaurants over all the years. And so we're just really happy to acknowledge all of the inductees this year into the Hall of Fame. So Andy, you've been in the industry for 2 decades, and a leader yourself. So could you please describe what it takes? Because, we have a lot of people listening in who are looking at these people, up there being inducted into this Hall of Fame. What does it take to get to this level of achievement?
It's just humbling experience in the industry for this long and able to meet all these great leaders and pioneers through the years. It was just amazing experience for myself. The restaurant industry is constantly evolving and changing. There's so many challenges you might face every day, and no day a day is the same. It's not easy to run a restaurant business, and it's harder to even survive, right? Most of our new restaurants won't survive for 3 years. To be successful in this industry, you will need to be passionate, you gotta be flexible, you have to enjoy the challenges, and you have to like problem solving. You have to solve problems all the time. And it is heartbreaking to see some of the long-time restaurants shutting their doors during the pandemic, but also glad to see many leaders that survive and thrive because these industry leaders got together and put their smart hats on and keep us moving forward and keep the industry going. After all, our tourist industry, is the largest industry in Hawaii, and food and beverage is, also one of the largest industry in that segment. So it's, just you gotta be passionate, you gotta, like challenges, and then you'll do well, and you like to serve people.
And people just love the food service industry. We're the hospitality industry, as you said, Andy, and people just love it, And we're a huge industry. And whether it's a person who's, supplier, or they're a farmer to the restaurant, or a fishery to the restaurant, it's all part of the food service industry, which is a very large, as you said. And Waihata, Chris, they have done so much to support Hawaii's food service industry, as I mentioned, from the education side, which is our Pro Start program in local high schools. We have 12 of them, to the community colleges, which has culinary programs for our future culinary leaders, to the Hawaii Restaurant Association Hall of Fame. And they have Russell and Waihata has kept supporting the food service industry. Is there anything I missed, Chris? Anything else you want to share that I have missed?
Well, I think we're very fortunate because our customers support us as well, right? And without them, and like Andy says, our customers are the ones at the forefront of the challenges and the battles, and working every day to put great experiences for their guests out there. For us, it's really about just trying to anticipate what those needs are, having the industry knowledge and working with our teams to make sure that we meet those demands and needs every single day. So, it's truly a blessing for us to be able to work with such great partners and customers every day, and helping them achieve, their goals and their success.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm getting the warning right now. Before I close the show, Chris, is there anything I missed?
No, I just want to encourage, everyone to come out and enjoy a fun night and recognize these industry leaders. And, what a great job HRA is doing, not just for the customers, but or for their members, but for the industry and community as a whole. The outreach and support for Maui. What HRA and what you're doing under your leadership, Cheryl, is truly amazing. And like you said, it's going to be a long journey ahead of everyone there, and your commitment and leadership is truly needed during times like this. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Chris. Don't let me start crying again. And Andy, before I close the show, is there anything else that you would like to say?
Yeah, like you mentioned, the reason why a restaurant association like to share the proceeds to the Maui recovery, right? After all, we are a part of this community and Ohana. We as an organization have the capability to reach a larger audience. I think we have the responsibility to help. Some of our members were also affected by the tragedy. By donating part of the proceeds, we can bring awareness to our food service community and help relief effort. This is going to be a long recovery road ahead of us for those affected. So we want to help in any way possible. So thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And Hawaii Restaurant Association is so grateful for Russell Hata and the Waihata Company by supporting and being our presenting sponsor for our 15th annual Hall of Fame. Then the Hall of Fame recognizes the food service industry leaders. We still have a few tickets left and the deadline is coming up really soon. So as Chris said, join us while we honor 5 people that are being inducted into the Hall of Fame, 13 chefs that are providing the food, and 7 beverage sponsors. So if you have any questions, go to our website, info@hawaiirestaurant.org. And again, the Hawaii Restaurant Association is the organization unifying, representing, and supporting the Hawaii restaurant and food service industry. Thank you to you, our community, for always standing with us to uplift Hawaii's food service industry. Our collective is only as strong as its individuals, so we deeply value your continued aloha and support. And everyone remember, live well and eat well. Thank you very much.
Ai sera nanni nevano e saliette, tu sai adò, tu si un ingrato più dispiette, farme non può, adò, lo poco cocce nassi fuie, te lassa sta, e non ni corre più da presumiante, farme non può. La campa già, sempre qua. Funicula, funicula. Yamma, yamma, ya, funicula. Yamma, kappa, yamma, ya. Yamma, kappa, yamma, ya. Funicula. Yamma, yamma, ya, funicula.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values, with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 Fund Drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, and these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas of the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag, Too. By now, we should all be sick and tired of seeing Trump and the MAGAs draping themselves in the flag as if that somehow makes them patriots. When they do that, they are defacing the flag just as they deface our democracy, hoping to deceive us yet again. They are not patriots. They are shameless liars, abusing our democracy and our flag. This flag has guided us through the challenges of our storied history and has seen us through the Civil War and 2 world wars over hundreds of years. More than any other American icon, it embodies our democracy and our principles. Trump and the MAGAs have no faith or interest in our democracy or our country. In fact, they are bent on its destruction. Yet, paradoxically, they brandish the flag, the same flag that thousands of us have worked and died for. They act as though they own it, and that's an incredible insult to the flag and to those who have given so much to protect it. For Trump and the MAGAs to take false ownership of the flag while they work so hard to destroy our country is just another inexcusable machination that we must identify and reject. We should do what we can to point this out and to reclaim the flag for those who deserve it. Our understanding of history, civics and law, and any military or government service we have had should give us a deep-seated conviction for the country, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law. Not so for them. We should be outraged that Trump and the MAGAs attempt to capitalize on our flag and to cast themselves as patriots when they are just the opposite. Have they no honor, no respect, no shame? Let's all resolve to take the flag back and urge all kindred spirits to do the same. Trump and the MAGAs wear flag pins. We should wear them too and fly the flag every day in every way. Let's do this to show that we care for the country and that we do not accept the cynicism of those who would use this precious symbol of our democracy against it. Their misappropriation of our most beloved icon is reminiscent of the fake electoral ballot crimes for which they are now being prosecuted. Let's not fall for that. We must treat the flag as our flag, just as we did saluting in class when we were kids, and we must speak out against Trump and the MAGAs for their unbelievable hypocrisy. We may not be able to stop them from doing what they are doing, but we can demonstrate our love of country by taking the flag back, by displaying and standing with it, hand over heart, not as an endorsement of the divided world they hope to foist on us, but to show the truth of what they are trying to do. They are false patriots, and it is not their flag to use or abuse. It is rather our flag, and we must never let it go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag Too. Aloha.
I'm a public defender.
I am a public defender.
I'm proud to be a public defender.
80% of Americans accused of a crime will get appointed a public defender.
Everybody from a speeding ticket to capital murder.
For every $1 we spend on public defenders, we spend $3 on prosecutors.
Public defenders have to do pretty much everything on their own.
Social workers, counselors.
Investigating is another piece of it.
The average public defender holds 300 cases annually.
You never feel like there's enough time.
Public defenders have health issues all the time.
A lot of people give up and say, I can't do this work anymore.
Gideon's Promise trains, mentors, and supports public defenders.
There are a lot of people who say that they would not still be public defenders, but for Gideon's Promise.
It's fueled me to continue on in this fight.
Gideon's Promise has changed the face of public defense.
People see us as troublemakers.
Good trouble, Mon Lee.
We don't make it easy. It should not be easy to take away someone's liberty.
This ThinkTech commentary is dedicated to the Federal Trade Commission. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, Looking for Consumer Protection in America. Lord knows we have a myriad of serious issues to handle in Congress, but with the current GOP lockup in the House of Representatives, we won't be able to get anything done on any of those issues, or anything else, anytime soon. With all our other problems, consumer protection is undoubtedly low on the list of things we need to do for social or economic justice. But in fact, to raise public confidence in government, which is something we absolutely have to focus on, we need aggressive national measures that will achieve new vitality and sweeping reform on consumer protection. Let's look at the Federal Trade Commission. It's hard to know what they do, or that they do anything much to protect consumers. In these days of our new, upside-down federalism, the FTC is most likely to take a pass, or to deflect a consumer complaint back to the states, where it often winds up in bureaucratic oblivion. Much or most of American commerce is now directed to national markets. For the federal government to leave consumer protection to the individual states is leaving it to multiple systems which differ substantially from state to state. This in turn leaves the consumer in a quandary as to what law, what state agencies will help, and what relief might be available in each. Likewise, much of American commerce is on the web. But since the web, and social media in general, is really not regulated in this country, it has become a feeding ground for scams of every kind and nature, leaving consumers exposed to the worst attacks without the slightest protections. To simply advise consumers that it is their responsibility to be careful to avoid these scams, is really no protection at all. Sorry, but Better Business Bureau type organizations just take your complaint and listen patiently to both sides, but do not actually decide disputes or enforce the rights of the consumer. All you can do is put something on file against a scam or unfair practice. While the limited availability of that information may be a warning to other consumers, it doesn't help you recover what you have lost. And don't forget the adhesion contracts, which are ubiquitous in this country. They are the result of targeted efforts by corporate lawyers and lobbyists over the decades. They are in fine print, far too long, with far too many anti-consumer provisions. All the power is on the side of the business, and none of it is on the side of the consumer, making it all the more difficult, or impossible, for the consumer to recover. So you're on the West Coast, but the adhesion contract says that the dispute must be resolved by arbitration, where you have to pay your own legal fees plus part of the costs of arbitration, and that the arbitration must be conducted thousands of miles away in a state that favors the business. And those provisions are generally enforceable under state law, effectively leaving you at a tremendous disadvantage. What's wrong with this picture? Yes, there have been attempts to reform consumer protection laws in some states, but not in others. And there have been uniform laws that have been adopted, in varying forms, in some states but not in others. That leaves it to the consumer to research the laws of multiple states, and most consumers are not in a position to do that. At the end of the day, there is no uniformity, and the only thing predictable is that there are multiple obstacles to any kind of relief for the consumer. Yes, some states do have consumer protection offices, but it remains that these will differ in size and authority from state to state. And the competence, availability, and ardor of the people who staff them will likewise differ from state to state, as will their rules and attitudes about helping consumers from out of state. You really can't be sure about the politics, or the help you will get, from an office thousands of miles away. This is a national problem, and it's getting worse all the time. Leaving it to the private bar to represent disadvantaged consumers is not a realistic solution. Many consumers do not have the funds to pay for a lawyer, so they just take the loss. Consumer protection should be handled actively by the FTC or some other reinvigorated federal agency. Congress must act to make that happen, but these days, don't hold your breath. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Where did ThinkTech come from? Chapter 1, Origins. It all started as a Building Owners and Managers Association meeting in spring of 2000. But the Prince Hotel was not available that day. So we booked the brand new convention center instead, with a much more ambitious subject, a program to showcase technology in Hawaii. Lots of speakers, lots of attendees. Lori Akau and David Lassner were on our program committee. We called the program ThinkTech Hawaii. It was the beginning of what is ThinkTech today. From covering the Pearl Harbor Court of Inquiry that investigated the sinking of the Ehime Maru in spring of 2001, and then a meeting at the Sori Bowl Korean restaurant, we connected with Kayla Rosenfeld of Hawaii Public Radio to set up a talk show. After that meeting, writing down Kapiolani, Gordon Bruce said to Lori Akau and Don Mangiarelli and me, "You know this will change our lives." We agreed. He was right. The four of us began our talk shows on HPR in the fall of 2001. Kayla Rosenfeld was producer. Gordon brought glasses and wine, and the shows were great fun. Station manager Michael Titterton told us to cut out the wine. But even then, we had a ball doing these shows anyway. We built a website, and focused on tech. In one of our early shows, we were talking about a certain software program. A listener called to complain. He asked how could we possibly cover a software program without first explaining what electricity was. We were all unprepared for that question. I turned to the studio guest and said, "Hey, this one's for you." The poor guy then stammered for an answer. It was pretty funny, but also very memorable. One of many such things that went into our scrapbook in those days. The show on HPR continued every Wednesday for 7 years. We had some great guests and great shows. My all-time favorite was about fallen Russian nuclear scientists. We had former consular official Pamela Sprotlin in the studio. We had an NGO guest from Washington, D.C., who gave the Russian scientists money to keep them out of trouble. We had an official from the Russian Far East State Technical University in Vladivostok. And for color and culture, we had a Russian poet from the University of Washington, all on the phone at the same time. We were going way beyond tech, and there was friction with HPR about that. Finally, we left public radio. I started writing for the Honolulu Advertiser and doing a talk show on Salem, AM radio. We also started doing video. First in my office, then in a utility space Jay Scheidler let to us on the ground floor of the Davies Pacific Center. We produced talk show videos once or twice a week, uploaded them to Vimeo, and played them on our website. David Day and Bill Sharp were our principal hosts, and Nicole Horry was our cameraman. They were great. We installed a green screen and a talk show table. We went to 2 cameras, and a switcher. We learned a lot. We had gatherings and events. One big one was in an empty retail space Jay Scheidler let us use. Lots of people showed up, and it was an inflection point for us. We were able to enlist underwriters. The first ones were Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders and Connie Lau. We are very appreciative to them and all the underwriters that followed. They made it possible for us to develop and grow. Soon, however, we had to find another space. Luckily, we found a great studio space in Pioneer Plaza. We took on more volunteer hosts, a studio engineer and a floor manager. We did more shows. Carol Mon Lee, a retired attorney and businesswoman, joined us as vice president. Retired TV professional Michael Cooper helped us. We started live streaming and did some shows that streamed and played on Salem radio at the same time. Then came a big break. HPU wanted our space at Pioneer, so Steve Metter of Pioneer moved us to Suite 888, a lucky number, and built it out to our specifications. Now we had a separate studio space, a separate control room and a separate reception area, which we called the salon. We outfitted the place with more cameras, mics and studio lights, and a wrap-around green screen wall. We grew the number of hosts, guests, and shows. We were almost ready for another even more creative phase in our developments. Then it happened. We were searching for a database program to manage and keep a record of our productions. With the advice and counsel of our old friend Malcolm Makaru, we found the FileMaker database program. Using FileMaker, we programmed a custom application that helped us manage and schedule all the shows and communicate with all the hosts and guests. It was a critical breakthrough, and has been central in our operations and development ever since. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows: Gordon Bruce, Laurie Akau, Don Mangiarelli, Kayla Rosenfeld, Michael Titterton, Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders, Connie Lau, David Day, Bill Sharp, Nicole Horry, Michael Cooper, Steve Metter, Malcolm Makaru, and Carol Mon Lee, who became our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer and who has been instrumental from then till now. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this initial period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Outreach to the World. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
In this Emerald City, Capitol Hill is known for nightlife and entertainment.
What is Seattle?
This icy adversary is responsible for sinking the unsinkable ship.
What is an iceberg?
The Capitol building in this state is one of the only ones without a dome.
What is New Jersey?
What is New York?
This cast iron statue, evoking the goddess Minerva, sits atop the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
What is the Statue of Freedom?
Well, folks, that's our show. Thanks for playing.
Welcome back to ThinkTech. This is View from the North, where we examine and compare the U.S. and Canada and other places to see how we're doing. And for this discussion, we have Dr. Ken Rogers, who's a retired businessman in Canada, in British Columbia, in Kelowna. And he can help us understand, especially on this show, because on this show, we're talking about urban planning. And in fact, Ken was in urban planning years ago. Welcome to the show, Ken. Tell us about urban planning as it exists now in Canada.
In some cities, the urban planning is excellent, and in others, it's pretty terrible.
What cities do you like?
Well, Calgary, Alberta is good. Edmonton, Alberta is good. Vancouver is very, very different than either Calgary or Edmonton, but it is quite good in many regards and terrible in a couple others.
What is urban planning like? I mean, you're a former urban planner, and I studied urban planning for a couple of semesters in Queens College years ago. So I believe in it, but I also feel it's changed a lot. I'm sure it's changed from the time you were an urban planner till now.
Urban planning really is a mixture of disciplines. And the difficulty is to have, the chief planner or the head of it include all of the disciplines rather than leave a few out. Most cities have a pretty good presence of engineering skills because much of planning and all of the planning in detail is generally engineering. I mean, anything to do with roads, utilities, any infrastructure. And you can't expand a city without expanding all of those utilities and infrastructure so that the engineering factors provide constraints as well as, point out the path the city's going to go.
You have to have engineering, of course. You have to have a physical city that will support life and that will support a community. Got to have that. But in the modern time, in the growth of cities, because everybody moves to the city these days, which makes the political structure of the United States a little stressed these days, because you have more population in cities, but you have more votes in the hinterland. So, as the cities grow, you've got to design them in such a ways that they offer a quality of life. I've seen some materials about Europe, how Europe has some really wonderful cities and the quality of life is great there. I'm not sure that you can say that about a whole lot of cities in the US. And I sent you a link to a Google search on Kensington, Philadelphia. And filmmakers have sort of adopted this part of Philadelphia near the river. Used to be a mob area. The Irish mob was there in the 19th century, the gangsters. But now it's zombie land. That's what they call it, zombie land. And it's defined by the drugs, every kind of drug you can imagine. People lying completely drugged up on the sidewalk, dying. And the city has given up on Kensington. And this is very troubling in the sense that, you expect the city of Philadelphia to do something about this, but it can't, and it hasn't, and it won't. And it will only get worse with the drug epidemic. So as drugs grow, cities, especially inner cities, decline. And I'm sure this is a global phenomenon, don't you think?
Yes, I think though when you take cities and coming back to my point of multidiscipline, one of the key pieces that most cities miss is to increase the importance of the economics of the city. If the city doesn't have viable jobs, the city goes down the sewer. And really, that's where, the three cities that I mentioned in Canada, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver, have had a fair effort on combining the levels of government that counted to increase the strength of the income of the people. You know, if the people prosper, the city cleans up all of its pieces. You know, where, you know, both in Canada and the United States, the financing of all government is really important because, you know, in Canada in particular, the federal government has virtually all the important taxing power. It certainly has more taxing power than it has responsibility. And the municipalities have the least. You know, they have the most responsibility. I mean, everything ends up in the city, but they have the least power to collect enough money to achieve what it makes it a viable place. You know, where Singapore is a nicely planned city, very different than, you know, a typical American city, but nevertheless, it has the same city government, municipal or provincial government, and federal government. It's just one level of government that determines everything, and so, you know, the financing of what they needed is clearly been there, where that does not apply to any city in either Canada or the United States. You know, Europe has a better balance, in my mind, between, you know, their provincial or their federal governments and their city governments.
I look across the country and I don't see any city that really appeals to me as a well-planned city. I mean, you know, they rate them, you know, and there are some that are considered better planned than others. But I don't think city planning, urban planning has been all that successful in the U.S. In the 19th century, people, writers, and if you will, people who were just extolling the virtues of planning and recognizing the need to plan cities. And some cities they did plan. Some cities they brought back from the brink. An interesting example of that is New Haven. New Haven was in awful shape. But then, you know, after World War II, the city planners decided they wanted to do something about it. So they completely redeveloped the downtown area around the three churches, which are at the center of New Haven. Big church properties surrounded by, you know, slums. And I guess the churches were campaigning for an improvement, and they got one. So now the downtown area around the churches, you know, was fixed. However, if you go to New Haven today, you don't really see that, and you see it's kind of slid back, you know, into you know, a kind of failing area. And what do you do about that? Because it's sort of like infrastructure in general. You can fix it, but you have to keep on fixing it. You can bring it up to current city development standards, urban planning standards, but then the world changes, the city changes, the people change, and then you have to go and do it again. And I don't think that city governments, at least in this country, recognize the need to do it again, to keep on working at it. What do you think?
Yale University adds a cornerstone, but there is nothing else. Like, what else do you do for a job? I mean, if there's, as far as I can recall, and I haven't been to New Haven for the last, you know, quite a few years, but there was nothing going on except Yale University, and as far as I could tell from the news, that's still it. Now, if you don't provide a variety of good jobs, you're not going to have a viable city at all.
It leads to the whole proposition that you mentioned earlier, is that you have to create an economic base if you want a city to be, you know, to provide a quality of life. I mean, you know, I guess the point when we look at it is the quality of life we're talking about is not a quality of life for one group, one subset community. It's for all communities. Everybody has to have a quality of life. And the city must pay attention to that, economically, socially, in terms of the infrastructure, the zoning. and all that. And I think a lot of cities, they haven't really paid attention to that. I'm sure if you went into the South, you would see cities which had sections that were desperately poor, black sections that were desperately poor because the city doesn't care, doesn't want to do anything about it. But if they want to provide that kind of economic base, if they want to provide the personal security you need to feel good in a city, and the aesthetics you want to have in the city, you have to provide these things for everyone. There has to be an equity there, and I think that some people are simply opposed to equity. We can't afford to do that.
The key to planning is plan for the bottom 25% of the people in your city, and you're going to make the city work. And I start with the economics for those people, and then deal with the next major factor is housing, and housing varies dramatically from place to place. You have the majority of the United States believes in urban sprawl or urban sprawl. That is, you've got 2/3 of people living in single family detached housing. No country in the world has that same percentage. Canada does not. We're about Canada and Australia are next in line, but we're a fair distance behind the United States in terms of, if you call that being behind, and really, if you're talking about any future urban planning in the United States, you have to take the reality that the citizenry that have any money want to live in a single family home. And they don't care much about those that can't afford it. And that's why the centers of most of the cities are sitting with drug, alcohol, and mental illness problems.
So, one question that comes up when you look at this on Google is what is the ideal shape? I find this an interesting question of a given city. And when we were talking about what we're going to discuss on the show, I mentioned I thought that, Calgary is an example of a round city. I don't know about Edmonton, but I would guess it's also a round city. And I am familiar with another Commonwealth city that's round, namely Adelaide. Adelaide, Australia is round. And it has concentric circles of residence and business and industrial. And so it's sort of zoned by concentric circle. And that seems to work well. Do you agree?
No, not really. I mean, it was Calgary where I was senior planner. And the reason that Calgary is reasonably circular is there are no physical impediments that prevent the growth going in any particular direction. You have, and Calgary isn't really in concentric circles that are uniform. One quadrant of the city includes virtually all of its industrial. And it happens to be the downwind corner. The wind blows that direction, and so all of the industrial is in Calgary. It's the southeast corner of the city. You have some employment, other than in the downtown, in let's call it other quadrants where there's a major university, or you'd have research that goes with the university. But generally you're sitting with the closest to the center of the city is the oldest, and the step you go out is the next oldest, and then you move out, it's a little newer, and then as far as away from the center of the city is the newest part. And they make some pretty large or bad mistakes. For example, when the city was about 600,000 people, Calgary and Edmonton are very, very explosive growth cities. I mean, like, San Antonio, Texas kind of thing, or, Denver, Colorado, Phoenix kind of.
The way I see city planning is that we don't pay enough attention to it. I looked up the number of city planners, of urban planners, I guess people who had jobs like you did, or, who helped you when you were urban planner, the senior urban planner. There's 28,000 and change in the country, in the US. That's clearly not enough. And clearly over time, we haven't spent enough money on infrastructure. And I think we've abandoned that to the federal government. But the federal government over the last few decades has likewise abandoned it. So it doesn't happen. Bridges fall into the river. And if the bridge falls into the river and the plumbing is rusting, and the utilities are above grade instead of below grade, that was an issue and is an issue in Maui, the Maui fire. Then you have cities that get old fast and they don't keep up. They don't keep up with the technology or the social mesh of who's there. They don't keep up with being a magnetic place to draw people from other cities or from the hinterland. And I think one of the most important shows that we ever did here on ThinkTech was a discussion with a bunch of planners in Helsinki. Helsinki has an acronym called CAAS, stands for Cities as a Service. They're very advanced in Finland, they have good social motivation and direction, and their city government believes that cities are there to serve you in every way they can. So they build and rebuild and they make it look better and more excellent all the time. And that's what you get. You get a city that you love. That's Helsinki. We don't do that in this country. I'm not sure what happens in Canada, but I like Canada a lot. I like the cities I've seen in Canada. But likewise, I wonder whether it's in our, what do you want to call it, our public policy DNA to really pay attention to the most important grouping that we have in our society.
I agree with you in that regard. I think though when you compare Helsinki with an American city like Denver, you miss one of the key factors is the dominant thing that's happening in Denver and in many American and Canadian cities is phenomenal growth. Where in Helsinki, you don't have growth. They're focusing, they have a teeny bit of growth.
Let me add something. It goes to the magnetism I mentioned. One of the elements of cities as a service is to attract new residents from all over the world and especially continental Europe. They are determined to beef up their population. And that's, as you suggested, that's an indicator of how well they're doing.
Maybe not. I mean, if you think of why is, Japan, economically, not moving forward as fast as its technology and brain power would merit, and it's really, they have had an aversion to any type of immigration and they just don't have population growth. They have a declining population. And much of Europe has that same thing, but the dominant political thing in Europe is dealing with, it's like the U.S. Mexico border in Texas and Arizona. It's immigration is the biggest political factor in most every country in Europe.
I keep coming back. I keep dwelling on the extraordinary phenomena in Paris, in France, where you have perhaps one of the most beautiful, aesthetic, culturally robust cities in the world. So attractive to anyone who wants to travel, wants to see France, wants to enjoy that culture, that art, and so forth. But a mile or two away from all the museums and the beautiful restaurants and our neighborhoods that are populated by migrants, okay? And the French have really not welcomed the migrants, and the migrants live in a completely different world. And it's not pretty. There's a lot of violence. There's a lot of hatred, racism, and so forth in these neighborhoods. They're project neighborhoods like the old Chicago, and nobody is happy.
I mean, can you therefore blame, the average Frenchman for being against allowing it anymore? Like migration of people who want to come to a place and bring the habits of the place they left. They don't wish to assimilate. Like when you think of Canada, Australia, the United States, as we've had years and years of waves and waves of immigration. Well, when the Italians came, they first lived in Little Italy districts, and the second generation, they were almost fully assimilated. Where now you take, particularly blacks that come to Canada from the Caribbean, such as in Montreal, they've got a fairly good load of Haitians. And Haiti not being any worse than many other places, except recently, as a source of reasonable people. But they just wanted to sort of stick to themselves, and then they want to repeat the culture and everything they had in Haiti rather than in any way to assimilate.
If you want to retain all that, center of the city value for, say, Paris and various other cities, and also as a matter of national policy, public policy, you have taken. It's not a futuristic question. It's a now question. You have taken a lot of migrants, and they are there. They live with you. They live with you in the city. And if you don't do planning, urban planning, smart urban planning, to somehow include them, to make that neighborhood passable, acceptable, to provide a quality of life who the people in there, you are going to have this kind of red line division between, the sweet spot of Paris and the violence and poverty and starvation and housing danger that exists in these neighborhoods just outside. And you wouldn't go there, Ken. It's really dangerous. I wouldn't go there, and you have to, if you're a tourist, you say, I think I'll stay really close to the Tuileries. I think I'll hang around the Tour Eiffel and the fancy restaurants and the Louvre, but I am not going to take a cab ride for 10 minutes and check out one of these neighborhoods. And that's a failure of the city. It's a failure of the planners, don't you think?
The planners don't get to decide where people live. One of example where multiracial integration has worked fairly well so far, where I live, is a very lush valley in terms of what you can grow compared to anywhere else in Canada. We can grow, all kinds of fruit and wine. And so we have attracted, as part of the immigration to Canada from India and Pakistan, we have created, a huge number of agriculturally oriented people from India and Pakistan, particularly from the Punjab. So I can go to a downtown park in the city of Kelowna, and I could talk to somebody in Punjabi if I could speak it. Unfortunately, I cannot. But their second generation kids have integrated fairly well into the rest of the society. And I'll use a phrase, so far. Like in Paris, you're sitting with, fourth or fifth generation people from Africa, ruining those suburbs. Now, Canada has a very different immigration problem than most of the world because nobody can just walk across the border very easily. when I mentioned the Haitians in Montreal, they did walk across the border. They came across the U.S. southern border. They made it to New York State, and they walked across the border into Canada because that's where they wanted to go, because they could speak French, and they speak French in Quebec.
But the reality is, however we got here, they're there. Whatever the society is, it has included them, and I would say the society always has to include cities and urban planners. I was thinking as you were speaking that last time I was in Vancouver, I found there was a small city near Vancouver that was largely Indian and Pakistani. And it had, it was, only a few miles away.
Surrey.
Surrey, that's exactly what I was thinking. Surrey has fabulous restaurants. It is safe, it is active. You can tell it is economically robust. Whatever the planners have done for Vancouver-Surrey, they've done a good job. They've made a good life for, people from those countries to have a good time. And also for people from downtown Vancouver to go there and feel comfortable in that particular suburb. Why can't we do that elsewhere? Why don't we include that kind of planning in other cities where you let the people exchange their cultural benefits?
I've said I thought Vancouver's one of the cities with good planning, but the planning had nothing whatsoever to do with the fact that who lives in Surrey. For example, the most different of all the suburbs or parts of metropolitan Vancouver is an area near the major airport called Richmond. And Richmond has a much higher percentage of the population is Chinese than anybody else. I mean, it's almost exclusively Chinese. You go in downtown Richmond or in the commercial parts of Richmond, like a shop, go to a supermarket, and all the signs are in Chinese. That is a very well integrated suburb, or let's call it, it's really probably 400,000 or 500,000 people, most of which are Chinese. And Surrey is about the same population, but it's larger and there's more land. It just happens to be if you are a Muslim and you come to Canada, you're most likely to move to either Toronto or Vancouver. And if you're going to go to Vancouver, you're going to move to the portion of the city called Surrey, because that's where everybody else is.
Well, when we connect this question of race and migrants up with the notion of urban planning, I think the challenge is not so much to allow a Surrey or a Richmond or to pay attention to it. The challenge is to deal with those suburbs in Paris and to deal with Kensington, with the drugs in Philadelphia. Those are the challenges. And if somebody asked me today to be a city planner, I would say, well, I want to pick my city. Some cities, the job is easier. some it's really hard. But the art form of city planning, of urban planning, has to keep up with this. Because what happens in Kensington affects all of Philadelphia, even the good neighborhoods that are, at the periphery. And what happens in any city which has a rundown neighborhood, that rundown neighborhood, dangerous and destructive neighborhood where people are really very unhappy, that affects the whole city. And so it drives people out of the whole city. I mean, if you want to maintain the integrity of a city, you need planners. And if you have planners, you want the planners to plan for the whole city, including everybody, in order to build a kind of Helsinki right here in the US and in Canada. Your thoughts?
I don't think that the problem of Kensington is an urban planner problem. If you think of what kind of courses you took in your early parts of your university that involved anything to do with urban planning. Had nothing to do with alcohol treatment, drug treatment, and mental illness, nor to do with the sociological problems of how do you take somebody that's been on drugs or unemployed for a while and integrate them into a workforce. Like if you can't get those people into jobs in normal life, you can't solve that problem. And that's not a planning problem. That's the point I have with planning is you got to start at the federal level. And I'll use an analogy is one of the really neat things about the United States was when Eisenhower came in and created the interstate highway system. The United States is blessed with good major roads to go through any city. Nobody else in the world has that. No, it was a federal government shoved it through. Well, so what's the planning? Oh, you better go to the federal government in the United States and say the problem in Kensington is partly their fault. They had the highway going through, but they didn't solve health, drugs. I mean, the drug problem in the United States, that's not a city problem per se. It's a federal problem.
Well, isn't it a collaboration? It's both. Work together, talk to each other, bring their skills and social appreciations to the same table, and we haven't done that. I think the cities are closer to the problem, and they have probably done, what do I say, more than their fair share, and the federal government, at least in recent decades, has done less than its fair share. But a really important initiative here, Ken, and we should recommend it right now to Congress, right now, right here, that they have to collaborate more with the cities and put more money into creative city planning and into developing careers for planners just like you.
I agree with that, but I would expand it from the point of there are 3 levels of government, and in many, many cases, there's 4 levels of government. In Canada, for example, you got the federal government, the provincial government, such as British Columbia, and then you have, in the case of Vancouver, you've got the teeny-weeny center of this huge metro, which has a city government, but you've got 10 other city governments that make up metropolitan Vancouver. Like you mentioned Surrey and I mentioned Richmond. Well, they have probably not much different than the population of what's really the city of Vancouver. But the city of Vancouver, the core, has the biggest problems. Your point, though, of the coordination of the government and the responsibility to look after the citizens is the majority of the citizen needs and problems are at the local level. And the federal government just doesn't seem to care about that in the same way they should. It's like the federal government should have a cabinet minister called the city planner. Another one should be city infrastructure, or city engineering. If you get the idea that I'm slanting at, is that you're never going to solve the quality of life in the cities to make them like Singapore or some of the European cities that have had no growth for so long that they've gradually been able to get the quality of life improved in those cities.
That takes us to a political discussion, which we don't have time for, but we really have to attend to making government work better. Maybe we can, return to this at a later show. We've only scratched the surface. Next time soon. Aloha.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy and global failure to deal with climate change, have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once actively enjoyed have taken a back seat. As time passes without the seasons of sustained effort and success, our dispositions may have declined while we weren't watching. And we have changed. Our communities have changed. The world has changed. The memories of life before are distant and fragmented. Actually, in the words of Thomas Wolfe, we can't go home again, and indeed the notion of home is likely to have changed for us over these past 3 years. When we wake up from this Rip Van Winkle sleep, the streets where we live may be the same, but we have all moved to other places. Some people have experienced dramatic transformation, while others have had more subtle changes. Whether we recognize it or not, the 3-year hiatus we have had is a major denominator for our collective worldview. Our perspectives on the country and the social fabric have been torn. National optimism is not so easy anymore, and we are left unprepared for a continuation or repetition of the trouble we have seen. Some people are energetic enough to see this as a time of opportunity and advantage, but frankly, most of us feel like victims. Our view of the future has been altered. We are less comfortable with our lives and the world we had 3 years ago. We live with the prospect of further deterioration, uncertain of what will happen to us and our kids. Yes, we could lose another 3 years to this or other pathogens, and that could have a huge effect on us and everything around us. So, what happens next? 3 years could turn into 6, and 6 into 9. We find ourselves trapped in this troubled discomfort, yearning for a return to normalcy, whatever that was and whenever we lost it, just as some other people less thoughtful yearn for a return to time when America was great, whatever that was, and whenever we lost it. The path to better times is elusive. We are not yet at the end of our discomfort, and we cannot yet see the end of the tunnel. We are rather living in a time that demands that we take inventory, that we acknowledge the realities and risks facing us, and that we find the moral strength to move on to better ways and days. This applies to us individually and collectively. Over these 3 years, we have lost something precious as a society. We can no longer claim to be the city on the hill or the greatest generation or most exceptional nation. Our concern for each other and our belief in the future simply isn't what it was, and what we have lost may not be recapturable. It's time to break from the emotional lockdown of the last 3 years and gather and connect again, perhaps in a more dedicated, motivated, and caring way than before. We know what we have to do, and after suffering the loss of these years from our lives, it's now time to do it. or else. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled You Can't Go Home Again. Trump always talks about making America great again, assuring us it was great at some point before. Not so clear. See the Stefan Ehrenreich article in the Washington Post on July 29. And lots of people talk about going back to the normal that was before, or maybe a new normal that will be reminiscent of the old normal but isn't. Again, not so clear exactly what was normal the last time we thought things were actually normal. Perhaps that means before Trump, and before COVID, and before the troubling deteriorations and threats we have in our world today. Some years ago, Jack Balkan, constitutional law professor in New Haven, appeared on ThinkTech. In a discussion of what could be done to reverse the things that George W. Bush had been doing, Balkan provided some guidance. He imparted that everything counts. You may want to go back home, but you can't go home again. It's not like a yo-yo forward and back, but rather a journey that always moves ahead, a journey where everything that has happened is built into the future. Trump is built into the future. So is COVID. And like it or not, all of their implications and legacies, and all of the hard lessons and landmines they left, are all built into the future. We've been waiting to return to normal for 6 years at least, but the prospects of going back to the way it was are not good. We know that many things will be permanently changed. Think of your own quality of life, and your daily and long-term priorities. We know that things will be different, but we don't know what the changes might be. In the complexity of what is happening in our world today, we can only make wild guesses. The quality of your family life and your local and national life has probably changed, and is likely to change a lot more, and maybe very soon, and these changes will take us in directions far away from what we have hoped to return to. So get used to it. Appreciate that it will never be the same as before, not better, and not as good as you may have wished, but if you can appreciate and examine this dynamic, you will recognize that you still have the benefit of being here on the planet, and that is a good thing. Even at a time where it is difficult or impossible to predict the future, we should be happy to be alive and have some possibility of improving things for ourselves and hopefully others. Cheer up, it could be worse, and maybe it will. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Mahalo.
An official message from Medicare. Unfortunately, scam artists are using the coronavirus pandemic to try to steal your Medicare number and other personal data. But you can protect yourself. If you get a call or email offering COVID-19 items like a test kit or a mask, and they ask for your Medicare number, hang up or delete the email. Guard your card. For more info, call Department of Health Senior Medicare Patrol Hawaii at 586-7281 or visit smphawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled The Collapse of the Secret Service. We can easily imagine that missing Secret Service text messages from January 5th and 6th will show that Trump had gone off the rails and that his Secret Service exchanged some very regrettable and embarrassing, if not criminal messages, about what Trump was doing and how they were standing by him, sympathetic with him or even affirmatively helping him in the insurrection. It sure looks like Trump's Secret Service detail was compromised. That's the way he operates, demanding absolute personal loyalty, rewarding those who give it to him and punishing those who don't. It's straight out of The Godfather. And that's exactly what happened here. The Secret Service was loyal to Trump over country. Worse yet, now 18 months later, they are still trying to protect him, even at the expense of the country. Unforgivable. We can't believe a word of their visibly lame cover-up. It was stupid of them to be compromised, to delete the texts and now to try to cover it up. They have fallen from grace. Director James Murray, a Trump appointee, is absolutely responsible. He should be tried and punished for what he has done. So should the other members of the service who were involved. They have failed in their sworn and sacred duty to the country. Shame on them. We used to think highly of the Secret Service. Because they are law enforcement officers. Because they are secret. Because they protect the President of the United States. But all that has changed. Take a look at Carol Leonid's book, Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service, where the decline of the service is well documented. We must address this decline, and soon. The service needs serious reform. We can no longer trust them to protect the president or the democracy. Their loyalty was misguided on January 6th, and it is today. It stinks to high heaven. Biden should have summarily terminated James Murray. Why hasn't he? In fact, the service should be reorganized from the ground up, and new agents should be recruited and given appropriate training on loyalty issues. The Secret Service is a part of Homeland Security, which Trump also corrupted. The current scandal suggests other continuing loyalty compromises in that department. Louis DeJoy and the Postal Service look bad, Merrick Garland and DOJ don't look so good, and now James Murray looks terrible. How many other weak links are nested in Biden's administration? Surely, he can find other more qualified nonpartisan people to replace them, but he hasn't done so. He's still the great facilitator, trying at all costs to make and keep friends, even if they are not worthy of his friendship. Sorry, but that doesn't work in the shadow of Trump, and it doesn't work when we are in a 5-alarm fire burning up our democracy. We need strong leadership. We need someone to affirmatively defuse all the time bombs Trump created and is now creating for us. We don't need a great facilitator or an affable observer. How many more scandals like this will we have in Joe Biden's administration? Given the fact that Trump and his co-conspirators are still around, and still actively conspiring, we should not be optimistic about Biden's Mr. Nice Guy presidency or the prospects for our future. God save us all if Trump is elected in 2024, but if he is, it will frankly be due at least in substantial part to Biden's failure to root them out. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
When to use a COVID-19 self-test kit. If you have had COVID-19 in the past 90 days, you do not need to be tested unless you have new symptoms. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, self-isolate away from others and get tested as soon as possible. If you've been in contact with someone with COVID-19, take your test at least 5 days after exposure. If you don't have symptoms and have not been exposed to someone with COVID-19, consider testing before attending an indoor event or gathering. What to do if you test positive for COVID-19? Self-isolate away from others for 5 days. Wear a mask when you need to be around people for 10 days. Inform those who need to know, including your employer or school and any close contacts. Monitor your symptoms and contact your healthcare provider if necessary. What to do if you test negative for COVID-19? There is still a chance you could have COVID-19, especially if you have symptoms or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Consider repeating the self-test 1 to 2 days later, or seek PCR testing. Taking more than one test can help you be sure that you do not have COVID-19. Check out these additional resources to learn more about keeping yourself and your family safe. This message was brought to you by the Hawaii State Department of Health.
Aloha! Today we are taking your health back with me, Wendy Lowe. We are coming to you from our studios of ThinkTech Hawaii in downtown Honolulu and from my home office in Makiki. You all know that I'm a promoter of prevention and awareness. Today, Dr. Oliveira will be talking to us about just that, disease prevention and quality of life. Welcome, Dr. Arnaldo Oliveira.
Oh, thank you, Wendy. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you for ThinkTech Hawaii for allowing this space for us to talk about important issues.
Yes, you know, I've been wanting you to come on my show for a long, long time. Your schedule is always booked up, so that's why I reserved you, and you are here, so I'm very excited to share you with the rest of the world. So, Dr. Oliveira, please share a little bit about yourself before we begin.
I've been working in natural medicine for the past 20 years here in Honolulu, Hawaii. My focus is on prevention, disease prevention, but also I want quality of life, and I'm very interested in increasing your health span. Or in other words, I want you to be as healthy as possible for the long time as possible. And all these things together will lead to longevity as well. So I work with natural medicines and natural therapies to achieve that goal.
Well, I know that when I first met you, it came from I had to be referred to you, and making sure that I understood what type of doctor you are, and that I received whatever information they gave me about you, and I was positive that walking into your office would make some difference in one way or another for my benefit. So I was very grateful to do that, walk into your office. But when I got to you, I know that you were sharing with me a little bit about where your medical history comes from. I know that you're from Brazil. And what was your specialty in Brazil?
I was born and raised in Rio, Brazil. And in Brazil, I was a trauma surgeon.
Yes.
I practiced that for a long time. I specialize in facial trauma. And after a while, I believe that God brought me to Hawaii. And so I changed my focus to emergency medicine, like trauma surgery, to natural medicine. And it's been a wonderful 20 years.
Wow, 20 years already, huh, doctor? So I know from a trauma surgeon in Brazil to a doctor in acupuncture and oriental medicine here in Hawaii. Cultures are different, people are different, medicine is different, but you've nailed it by focusing on just prevention and wellness and through what you've been doing as an obedient servant of God. So I'm very grateful that you heard the call and you were very obedient by coming and not knowing what was on the other side of the water. You came and you were very, as I said, obedient. And look at where you are now. You've helped so many people in your practice. So I would like to ask you, how would you describe your practice, Dr. Oliveira?
Well, to describe my practice, we need also to talk about what is going on in the world, and especially in this wonderful country. We our citizens are suffering from chronic disease, and the healthcare system is not really healthcare, but more like disease care. So the therapies and the drugs and everything never look to the causes of disease. And in my practice, I will look and try to find what is causing the disease itself, and try to deal with the causes. For example, I think that we are spending over $4 trillion in chronic disease. And chronic disease is cancers, diabetes, is cardiovascular, stroke, but without having very good results. The average American is taking anywhere from 5 to 15 different drugs daily. And in my practice, by identifying the causes, we hope that we improve not only the quality of life, but also the health span.
Wow, what a concept, right? What a concept. So what is the difference between disease and chronic disease?
Chronic disease is disease that it's not like acute. It's a disease that has a long standing. For example, diabetes or cancer. Those things don't appear overnight. It's like a overtime process of not eating well and of having too much inflammation. Inflammation will lead to chronic disease, especially cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular, stroke, and things like that, autoimmune.
Yes. So what diseases do you treat in your practice?
Well, I would say that about 85% of my focus is on prevention. So I do treat diseases, but I try to prevent that the diseases happen anyway. And I'll treat anything, but I'll treat things that with natural medicines, and it can be anything basically.
Right. Somebody comes in the door, you run your test and your process on them, and then you diagnose them. And then the good thing is you I want to call it Eastern medicine. I don't know what the proper term is, but the system that you use, you're not invasive, you're not drawing blood, or you're not going in for any dissections of any sort, but you are doing again, correct me if I'm wrong, I tell people it's the pressure points, and you, by looking at the different organs through pressure points, you can diagnose and see some of the issues that's going on in your body. Is that correct?
That's correct. So I use a technique that was developed by a German doctor called Dr. Voll, and it's called electroacupuncture according to Voll. And so I measure points on the fingers and toes, and these points are associated with organs and systems of the body. By doing that, I'm able to see where the problem is, and then I use homeopathy and other herbal products to treat the problems.
That's amazing. I went to your clinic. I didn't tell you what was wrong with me, and you looked at me and you did that pressure point and with, I call it like a probe, like a joystick, but I just sat there and I was ready to receive what you could find out that was going on in my body, and you absolutely nailed it. And so I am a true believer of it, of course. And what I did know, and I share with others, is that go into the office and be ready to receive good news, bad news, whatever the news the doctor wants to share with you. You need to be ready to receive it, because he's not going to tell you, oh, you're great. You didn't come in to hear that. So you're going to tell them the truth and what's going on in their body. And I thought that was very important. So as I said, I went in, sat, listened. That was very difficult for me to do, but I just listened. And you absolutely nailed what was going on in my body. And then you were able to diagnose and prepare this treatment for me that through course of time, you fixed me. And it was my pancreas. And you elevated it to function at a higher level so that I would not have to take common medication for the rest of my life. So for that, I'm truly grateful. And I wanted that for more and more people who are ready to receive what you have in your clinic. So that's why I really wanted you to come on this program so that you could share with others, because it's hard for me to just keep talking and talking to everybody, but that we have this, they can better have a better level of confidence to walk into your doors, knowing that you can try your best to locate what's going on in their body and direct them to wellness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
So we, like you described, we only use natural medicines and herbs and homeopathy, and we've been doing this for a long time. The main focus is on prevention, but we do treat, and by doing that, we seem to really increase health span. We also focus a lot on the blue zones and the traits of the blue zones. For those who don't know, the blue zones are 5 places on this planet where there are an unusual number of centenarians, in other words, the people who live, who pass 100 years of life. And these places are the Costa Rica, Loma Linda, California, Sardinia, the Greek island named Icarus, and Okinawa. And we just had Okinawa Festival this weekend to celebrate the great community of Okinawas here. So they have common traits of things, and it seems that they do the similar things to live longer. One is to move a lot. They are always walking. The other one is that they seem to manage stress really well. They kind of slow down, they downshift. They stop eating when they are 80% full. And I think the Okinawans have a saying for that, which is hara ichibume, which means when you 80% full, you stop. Their diet is basically a plant-based diet. They eat very little fish or pork and rarely red meat. They seem to have a plan of life, and again, the Okinawas call that ikigai, like a purpose in life. They also they put a lot of emphasis on family. If you visit those places, there's no nursing homes. They take care of their elderly. They have friends that they share life with, and also the Okinawas have a name for that, which is moai. And they drink a little glass of wine at 5. They have joy. They have a spirituality. They seem to have like a connection with a higher power, not religion, more spirituality. So all these things seem to make people live longer, and we try to apply the same concepts in the clinic here.
Wow. Well, you passed the test of what is a blue zone. And so that's amazing. I mean, sometimes I forget one of the 5, but you've absolutely nailed it. I'm so proud of the people of the Blue Zones, and we really tried hard and will continue to try that Hawaii should be one of those Blue Zones because of our size, our location, and the fact that we can eat a lot of the food that Hawaii produces, the outdoor activities, everything about it. Plus we have community. Plus we have intergenerational within a home. So that really helps. All of these things should make Hawaii a Blue Zone. So folks out there, we need to work harder for that to happen because we want to be number 6 on that list, because it's just amazing when you watch the generations, how they mix. And I think that's a large part of it. I love to see the centenarians greeting the preschoolers coming out of school and giving them a hug. That's what we need. We need more of that intergenerational. And then the diet, the quality of life, the level of stress, everything makes for a Blue Zone, which Hawaii should be. So keep up what you're doing, and together we can all make a difference towards that direction. We need it. All right?
Yeah.
Yes, and blue is my favorite color, so we need to make Hawaii more blue. Yeah. Okay, so chronic disease is a big problem. What are the causes of chronic disease?
Well, I briefly mentioned that in the main cause of chronic disease is inflammation. Inflammation is a process, a natural process in the body that it's meant to help us, to protect us. But if inflammation goes rampant and chronic, it will lead to cancer, to diabetes, to cardiovascular, to stroke, to Alzheimer's, autoimmune, and you name it. There's a big list of chronic diseases. But what is more important, and my focus is what causes inflammation. And in that slide that you just showed, there are different factors that cause inflammation. One of them is stress. The stress is directly related to increased inflammation. Another cause of inflammation is bad food, is processed food, food with a lot of chemicals that will invariably cause inflammation in the body. Like obesity is a contributory factor for inflammation. Like gut issues also create inflammation in the body. We also have diseases like viral and bacterial diseases that cause inflammation in the body. For example, the COVID that caused, like a lot of inflammation in the lung that initially killed people. Pollution causes inflammation, like environmental toxins, like eating veggies that are sprayed on with pesticides, herbicides, that causes inflammation. Lack of sleep causes inflammation. We need to work on our sleep to avoid that. So these are the areas that I focus my practice to prevent that inflammation it stays in this chronic state and will lead to diseases like diabetes and cancer and cardiovascular. So how do I do that? So in terms of stress, I will try to manage stress. And I go from there. If you have environmental toxins, I'll help your body to detox. If you need to lose weight, we'll help you to do that. If you have a viral or bacterial infection, we also treat that. If you need to sleep better, yes, we'll work on what we call sleep hygiene, so you can sleep soundly and consistently longer times. So that's the focus of what we do here on a daily basis.
So your approach is definitely holistic, and that's what I really love. Knowing that we can come in there and I'm not going to walk out and being sent to the pharmacist and getting all 4 and 5 and 6 bottles of things that I can't even pronounce to take into my body, but that you could just tell me what I need to do and bring to or get to me what you have there which you highly researched and know how they will affect cause of reason I came to you. So with all these factors that you've described causing all this inflammation and chronic diseases, how does your practice address these difficult issues? How do you tell us, and what do we need to do after you've diagnosed us and found out what's our cause? What does your clinic do for us?
Well, you briefly show a slide that is showing exactly what we do with a holistic approach. If stress is a big factor for your inflammation, or is it creating health damage, we have to address that. And how do we do that? We can use natural medicines to do that. We can use techniques to help you manage your stress better. Stress is always going to exist, but we have to manage so it doesn't take over our immune system, and inflammation doesn't grow out of control because of stress. And then we work on like if you need to lose weight, yes, we if weight is a factor and causes inflammation, we're going to help you to lose weight. There are wonderful natural techniques that people sometimes, like they lose 8 pounds a week in a week, and that's a highly anti-inflammatory therapy that I use. It's a mimicking fast diet. It's really effective. We need to fix your gut. If your gut is not working well, about 60% of your immune system is in the gut, and we have to fix that. How do we do that? Again, we use natural medicines to do that. We improve your diet. We're gonna give you sound nutritional recommendations and instructions. If you have a viral infection, we're gonna treat that naturally as well. What we do here is really effective against those things. If you need to be detox, the same way we are going to deploy all our therapies to help you detox from natural environmental toxins. And that's basically a holistic approach, addressing all the issues that might cause inflammation.
Wow. So I just really wanted you to talk about that. And what I'm hearing you say, that the holistic approaches that you are using are all natural remedies. I know that you will fix and prepare exactly what each patient needs according to their needs. And that's what I like, really. I mean, I call you like an apothecarian. You find out what's wrong with us and you measure out what we need, and then you go to your little table and you start mixing things. I thought that's so cool. And knowing that it's not like a pharmaceutical and one more pill after another, and like I said, the ones that we can't even pronounce. So I know that I'm in good hands when I walk into your door, and I want others to know that if they're serious about wellness or about prevention, that they would seek a higher means of cure and of getting or feeling better. And that's by walking into your clinic and understanding how valuable what you do for them. And yes, it's not that cheap, guys. It's not. However, it's a one-time, you're going to get well and better. So you don't have to pay for the rest of your life every month, even if it's a copay from a doctor or a hospital. You're going to pay up front, but it's not that bad. But it will take care of you, and it'll take care of your body, so your body doesn't have to endure unnecessary stress that you are going to endure when taking pharmaceuticals. So I'm so grateful to you, doctor, and you can hear it in my voice. So after addressing all of your all the other inflammation causing factors, what do you do to increase the lifespan, the quality of life, and longevity of me and your patients?
Well, we talk a little bit about that. So I use the blue zone concepts, and I try to adapt that not only to my life personally, but also to the patients. If you can move around, more, if you can walk more, if you can be more physically active, you don't really need a gym, but you need to be active. You need to leave your couch and walk. If you need to buy something, don't use your car. Just walk or bike. We need to control our stress. All of us, we need to manage stress. We need to get less overwhelmed with life. And this is the blue zones. Exactly what I'm talking here. You downshift. You have to stop eating too much. When you're 80% full, you just stop it because you don't need to go on and have seconds. You have to have a cleaner diet, basically a plant-based diet. It's okay to have some animal protein, but not the level that most Americans do. We need to have a plan, a purpose in life, not only to our lives, but how we apply our gifts to our communities to help others. We need to have joy. That's the wine at 5 means. If you don't need to drink wine, but you have to have joy. You have to respect the elderlies and to love the elderlies, take care of them. You have to have friends. You have to have some sort of spirituality, some kind of connection to a higher power. So we try to apply that on a daily basis, and that invariably not only help us to prevent disease, but also improves our quality of life. It increases our health span. And all of these factors will lead to longevity, invariably.
And over the course of the last few years, there's a lot of negative things that we had to endure, but there were a lot of positive, and we always have to try and find the positive in everything that happens. And so what I like to, my takeaway from the last few years is that I didn't drive hardly as much, but I did walk more. I was walking, I live up on Ward Avenue. I was walking to Makali, then to Ala Moana Park. I was walking to Chinatown. I walked everywhere because I had more time, and just because. And I still continue those habits, walking. I'm not a runner, but I do love to walk. And then I walk to the beach and I walk to the parks, and we walk and walk. And I think those, as I said, anything that happens, good or bad, you always want to look for the good. And for me, the last few years really encouraged me to get out, walk more. When I walked more, I felt better. So it was easier for me to claim a healthier lifestyle. I thought I was living a healthy lifestyle, but it got even healthier. And when I went to see you the last time, we talked about the consumption of beef, right? And because one of my friends says, "Oh my gosh, Dr. Oliveira eats meat," and I said, "Of course he does." And so you shared with me, and I want to share with everyone that it's not that we eat meat, but it's how much of it we eat. So just exactly what you said, Dr. Oliveira. So yes, we can reward ourselves with all the yummy things, but it's how much we eat. And that really, really matters. So thank you for confirming that, Dr. Oliveira, and really emphasizing the blue zones. And I wish more people would look into that so they can see how to live and live better, along with all the great advice that you share with us. So, Dr. Oliveira, for those of us who want to improve their quality of life, their health span, and live longer, where are you located, and how do we get in touch with you when they want to take their health back?
I am right here in Honolulu. This is my information there. You can call. I think I have a phone number there. I'd love to meet you and to talk to you if you have any questions. There is a great documentary on the Blue Zones on Netflix right now. I encourage everybody to watch because it's a very effective way to improve your quality of life and hopefully live longer. But if you need help in other areas, also I'm here.
Very good. And yes, he's there, and he has office hours that you can call his secretary Sandra, who will be there to answer your calls and book an appointment for you. But right now, Dr. Oliveira, our show has now come to a close. I would like to just mahalo you, Dr. Arnaldo Oliveira, for taking some time out of your very busy schedule to help all of us work on prevention so that we can enjoy a better quality of life. I am Wendy Lowe, and we'll return in 2 weeks with another edition of Taking Your Health Back. Aloha and mahalo, Dr. Oliveira.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Iniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Feeding Hawaii is saving Hawaii. Hawaii has had a rich and diverse food culture and history. So many great foods. But we lost plantation agriculture, and never seriously built a diversified local agriculture industry. Remember that we're an isolated island state, and we now import nearly all of our food, and that's ironic and sad because we do have the land, the water, and the agricultural experience. We talk about building an agricultural industry, but we're way behind. We have CTAR to do R&D, but sorry, it hasn't made much of a difference. All in all, we've squandered these resources. If we get extreme weather, a drought on the West Coast, or a failure in the global food supply chain, we're in deep kimchi. We are at great risk for all of this, and we don't have a plan B. We have not followed through on a statewide agricultural co-op to help farmers sell and bring their produce to markets around the state. And even worse, we dropped the idea of an inter-island ferry which could help farmers transport their goods around the state. While some legislators are passionate on the subject, state government as a whole has not done nearly enough to incentivize agriculture in Hawaii. The coming legislative session might be a good time to take some long-awaited steps to do the work to develop agriculture in Hawaii. But what can we do? And what steps can we demand that our government take? How about some things like this? Incentivize farms and aquaculture, give them state land and ocean leases, long-term. Incentivize capital investment, give tax credits to investors, and guarantee loans. Incentivize farming entrepreneurship, give them free tuition at UH and tax holidays. Incentivize the marketing of local foods, create a ferry, a co-op, and storage and marketing facilities. Incentivize the sale of local foods, reward hotels, restaurants, and markets. These are just a few of the things the state can do. There are many other things too. We should do a broad array of these things, with political will and gusto, right away. Of course, all incentivizing an agricultural industry will involve money, lots of it. But it's well worth it, don't you think? We can make Hawaii the food capital of the Pacific. Although this has inexplicably remained at the bottom of the list, it is critically important, and we need to put it at the top of the list. Hopefully, the next administration can do this. The tragic ghost of Christmas future is that we continue to lose our workforce and therefore our tax base, and expose ourselves to the terrible risk, pain and loss of going hungry. No, we don't want to go hungry. Neither do the tourists, the hotels, or the restaurants. Without food we can bid a fond and permanent farewell to the hospitality industry and our economy. Consider writing to all our legislators, all reps at capital.hawaii.gov and allsons at capital.hawaii.gov. Tell them to drop the secondary stuff and put local agriculture at the top of the list. Let's save Hawaii together. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to. Helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance. Stopping those who lie and deceive us. Removing officials who violate their oaths. Recovering our precious democracy. Preserving our American moral principles, supporting and saving Eastern Europe, facing down aggressive autocracies, reforming Latin American immigration, protecting Africa from systemic violence, preventing recurrent global pandemics, preparing to deal with new climate tragedies, saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. Aloha.
Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling. Being socially disconnected, which can range from feeling alone to being isolated, is bad both for individual and societal health. Research shows that loneliness and isolation are associated with a greater risk of heart disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. In fact, lacking connection can increase the risk of premature death to levels comparable to smoking daily. Loneliness and social isolation are also far more common than we might realize. About 1 in 2 American adults report experiencing loneliness. Everyone can be impacted across all ages, socioeconomic conditions, and geographies. This widespread disconnection presents profound threats to our health and well-being. Social connection is as fundamental to our mental and physical health as food, water, and sleep, and it affects our performance and productivity at work, school, and in our communities. Now is the time to invest in building social connection. This first ever Surgeon General's advisory on our epidemic of loneliness and isolation shows us how. The keys to connection are simple. Answer a phone call from a friend. Invite someone over to share a meal. Listen and be present during conversation. Seek out opportunities to serve others. These steps may seem small, but they're extraordinarily powerful. By strengthening our relationships, we can improve our heart and brain health, reduce our risk of diabetes and high blood pressure, boost our immune systems, and lower our risk of depression. We can build lives and communities that are healthier and happier, and we can ensure our country and the world are better poised than ever to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Visit surgeongeneral.gov/connection to learn more.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Aloha, everyone. We hope you will think about and learn from the story told in this ThinkTech commentary. Here's the story. After Kristallnacht in 1938, many Jews fled from Europe to the safety of Shanghai, in China, where thanks to the kindness of the Chinese, they could enter without a visa. But after a while, the Japanese invaded and took over Shanghai. A Japanese military commandant was appointed to be in charge. One day, a German ship appeared in the harbor. The captain visited the Japanese commandant and asked him to put all the Jews on the German ship to be returned to Germany. The Japanese commandant called a meeting with the rabbis of the Jewish community to have them make arrangements for all the Jews to board the ship the following morning to return to Germany. One of the rabbis said, "Commandant, you understand, don't you, that when they take us back to Germany, they will murder us in death camps? That is why they are here. It is the Holocaust." The commandant was surprised to hear this, and said to the rabbi, "For them to want to take you back to Germany and murder you that way, they must really hate you. Why do they hate you so much?" The rabbi gave this answer. "Commandant, we're really not sure why they hate us so much. But we think it has something to do with our origins, that we came from the Fertile Crescent between East and West, and along the Silk Road from the Orient. In short, we think they hate us so much because we are in part Asian." The Japanese commandant thought about that, and in the morning, he told the German commander that he was not going to order the Jews to board the ship. The German ship then went back to Germany, empty. This story was told to us by the daughter of that rabbi. It is a true story, as reflected in a movie that was later made about the Jewish community in Shanghai, called the Shanghai Ghetto. Thank you for your consideration of the story told and the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. No, the United States is not over. Contrary to the views of the depressed, our greatest strength, our greatest vitality, is our diversity. Diversity is not just people from faraway cultures that are arriving today. It's also people who have arrived before and who are making their way, finding what they and their families have longed for, realizing their destinies, becoming embedded sometimes painfully in our America. People who manage to go to school, even against the odds, who become teachers, scientists, professionals, and entrepreneurs, just as they had hoped in their American dream. People who are free to express themselves, to find expertise, to listen and speak up on social and political issues, who run for office and bring clear-eyed altruism to the national conversation, which we need so desperately. It's a new and promising generation. They were pubescent 10 years ago and are now ready to take the mantle of community awareness, people who care about others and have enough guts and vision to go around. We need to appreciate and encourage them. We need to help them. We need to let them have their way, to make their greatest contributions. And we must avoid the inexcusable sins of cynicism, racism, and bigotry. We must care for them as they care for us, not because of our respective agendas, but because of the highest common values of our democracy, and because we will all benefit if we build a kinder, gentler city on the hill for everyone. We must all be free and allow others to be free to live this American dream. From a world of threatening complexity, we must build a world of enlightened mutual respect, and thus a much more productive and perfect union. What have you done to build that world today? Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Money laundering happens in TV, movies, crime novels, and here. Yep, money laundering can happen anywhere, including right under your nose.
In my sandwich?
No, not in your sandwich. That was a metaphor. In 2020, the United Nations estimated that $800 billion to $2 trillion disappeared through money laundering. Want to learn how to stop money laundering? First, you'll need to learn how it's done. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean. No, not like that. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean so that criminals can actually use their ill-earned cash without getting tracked down. The first stage of money laundering is placement, when the dirty money is placed in a legitimate financial system like a bank or a business. Cash-intensive businesses where transactions aren't closely regulated, like bars and pawn shops, are especially vulnerable. So let's say you illegally got $10 million. Where would you put it?
In my sandwich?
Enough with the sandwich. To hide that kind of money, a fraudster might create a few cash-heavy legitimate businesses, like an antique shop or a hair salon. Once the money is placed in the salon, it's time to move to the second stage of money laundering, which is layering. Layering is the act of moving the money through complex transactions to make it virtually untraceable. So, at the salon, you might gradually slip the dirty money into the unregulated tip jar to commingle with the legitimate cash, so you can't tell the cash apart. The final stage of money laundering is integration, when you take that mixed up money to the bank. Once you've deposited the dirty money along with the tips into the salon's bank account, it becomes legitimate and untraceable, and spendable. Cash you could use to buy anything you want, including a sandwich. Understanding the basic mechanics of money laundering is key to knowing your customer in advancing the fight against real-life crime.
Welcome to Inside Hawaii Real Estate, a show dedicated to providing up-to-date information news to Hawaii homebuyers, sellers, and investors. I'm Will Tanaka with my co-host, business partner, and wife, Leonie Lam, a realtor with over 20 years experience in various leadership roles in the Hawaii real estate industry.
Thanks, Will. Will is a lawyer with a background as the former head of a Hawaii title and escrow company. And now that we're full-time in real estate, we work together as a team to bring you the latest in Hawaii real estate. And we're really excited about today's topic. Will and I are looking forward to learning more about legal entities. You've heard of LLCs, partnerships, sole proprietorships. Well, we're going to be talking about various ways that legal entities can hold title to Hawaii property. Plus, we're going to delve in and just a little bit, we're going to talk about real estate investment trusts, the realm of that. And so we're super excited.
And yes, we're very, very excited to have our special guest, Daniel Lam Esquire, partner at one of the big law firms in Hawaii, Goodsill, Anderson, Quinn & Stifel. And can I just say that I'm proud to be a former colleague of Daniel's at the Goodsill law firm years ago. And you know, Daniel's expertise is in venture capital, mergers and acquisitions, M&A, legal entity structure, that we're going to be talking about today, securities regulations, corporate governance. Man, he's your go-to business attorney. Welcome, Daniel Lam.
Welcome, Daniel.
Hi, Will. Hi, Leonie. Thanks for having me on the show.
Thanks for joining us. You know, I'd say that in the vast majority of real estate transactions, buyers will take title to their property in their own name, or sometimes more commonly now in their individual trust if they have one set up. So you're a business attorney, and we're hoping to learn various ways that legal entities can hold title. So to kind of start it off, why would why would someone want to put a property into a legal entity versus into their individual name or into their trust? Can you share about that with us?
Yeah, sure. That's a good question. I would say that, what I think the biggest answer or the biggest reason why, people would want to put real estate in an entity, compared to just holding it individually is for liability protection, right? So I know we hear that phrase thrown around a lot, but, at its core, it's basically that, if you are, I think, using property as a way to produce income, or let's say you rent it out, or you have an investment property, or you're doing something of the nature, running a business through it, then every person you deal with, whether it's a counterparty to a contract, a tenant, if there's a problem, right? If someone gets injured, or if there's a contract dispute, something like that, then if you don't own the entity through some limited liability protection mechanism, through most commonly through an entity, then your personal assets could be at risk if there's ever a problem. So I would say that's the biggest reason why people would put their property into an entity.
Ah, okay. Got it, got it. So let's kind of get into these various types of legal entities. So sole proprietorships. So I've heard of that, and I think people have heard of that. But in terms of the benefits, the protection that it may or may not provide, well, what are your thoughts on that of holding title to real property in sole proprietorships?
Right. I would say that, I would not recommend holding property in a sole proprietorship if, again, you're using it for some sort of, business operations or income producing purposes. Because, like I mentioned on the limited liability side, for sole proprietorships, there is no limited liability, right? So essentially, sole proprietorship is another fancy way of just saying that you own the property in your personal name. Um, right, and that's, I think, the key point there, where if you don't have the time or effort, or the need really to form something, go through the steps to form a company, with the DCCA, with the tax entities, right, go through the steps, then that's kind of what you're left with, right? Then you can just call it a sole proprietorship, which is really just an individual um, operating an unincorporated business for profit, right? And the benefits there is that, like I said, there's no cost, there's no administrative burdens. You can really just get it off the ground and just start running your business without forming anything. You can hold title in your name, um, can hire employees, right? You can do all that stuff, but really you don't have any liability protection. I think that's one of the biggest pitfalls of using a sole proprietorship, which again, these days are falling out of favor, and most businesses now are, incorporated or formed as an LLC.
That makes sense. And then, so you're talking about liability, limited liability. So, limited liability corporation. Why would someone choose an LLC? I mean, obviously, you just kind of outlined about the liability aspects, but are there other benefits to that?
Uh, yeah, I would say, I mean, so, you mentioned LLCs, and, there are a number of different entities that we can, touch upon, but, starting with an LLC, I'd say that's the most popular these days amongst small business owners, or even real estate investors, just because it's set up very um, accommodating to, whether you're a single member, a single person business owner, or you have multiple partners, various different management structures. It's very flexible with the way you can set it up, from management rights to economic rights to exit rights, if you have more than one partner. And it still provides the limited liability protection that we were talking about. And basically, it's I think the difference between that and, let's say, a corporation is that, LLCs are newer. They're a creature of contract, meaning members have the freedom to contract how it's governed, basically, whereas corporations, it's much more rigid and formal, with what the statutes require, with annual minutes and meetings and that sort of thing. That's just one difference. But again, I mean, you can set it up whether it's, you know, on management structure, like I mentioned, whether it's member managed or manager managed, right? And from there, I mean, there are different nuances where if you could have passive members, you could have one manager, you could have the members involved in management. So it's very flexible there. One key, I think, advantage of a LLC versus a corporation, a C corp, is that an LLC is a pass-through entity, right? So a pass-through entity meaning that all the income and loss and profits that come through the entity flow right up through to the owner's tax returns. So every item of income just gets taxed one time compared to, let's say, a corporation, a C corp, where, you know, the income is taxed once at the corporate level, and then when you make a distribution or dividend up to the owners, then it's taxed again at those individuals' personal, you know, on their taxes. So that's, I think, one of the reasons why, you know, small businesses and especially real estate investors would choose an LLC over a corporation. And there's some other reasons why not to, you know, use a corporation to hold real estate, but we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves right now. Can cover that in a second.
Yeah. So, hey, Daniel, just to kind of unpack the LLCs a little bit. So let's say that, you know, a doctor, she has her own office right now. It's in a sole proprietorship, right? Carol Kimura, MD, right? The office is under her name. Now she's like, okay, you know what? Maybe I need some liability protection. So like she herself could be a single member LLC, just one person. You don't need multiple people. Is that correct?
Right, that's correct. So that's one of the reasons why I think, you know, the LLC is much more, I think, popular these days than, let's say, a limited partnership, right? For that reason, and that for a partnership, you need, by definition, you need to have more than one person that's operating the business together for profit. So as an LLC, there's no similar rule or requirement, basically. So you can have, in your example, a single member that forms an LLC that's essentially the managing member. So it has all the decision-making control, all the profits and loss goes right to that member, you know, but it's a separate entity for legal purposes. And there's some protections from liability because of that. For instance, if there's a contract with a renter or a third party, and there's a dispute and that entity gets sued, you know, if as long as everything was done properly and the entity was set up correctly and all the taxes are paid, it's adequately capitalized, and essentially the owner treats it like a separate entity, then the idea is that, you know, courts should also treat it as a separate entity. And if there's any liability generally to that LLC, then it should stay at that level. And in that situation, the doctor's personal assets, you know, as long as they're not commingled with the LLC's assets, then they should be protected. Now, the one caveat with that, right? And this is, that example was, let's say, liabilities for a debt or creditor. Liabilities for actions, now it's something different, right? In that same example, if they're a doctor and they're, you know, practicing medicine and they, you know, leave a sponge or something in you know, the patient's leg when they're operating, you know, just because they're operating through an LLC, you know, doesn't necessarily absolve that person from liability, right? Because the actual action, the actual, you know, the claim is related to something that that person actually did. So I think there, you know, you can appreciate the nuance there. But I think in general, there is just, you know, a more protection, you know, when you have an entity that provides limited liability protection, which all entities do, for the most part, right, except for general partnerships, you know, which we can again talk to in a second.
Would you see like any concerns about holding property in an LLC? I mean, those are some really great benefits. Obviously, you mentioned taxes, you mentioned protecting your own things, your own personal assets and things like that, right? As long as you're not the cause of the damage. But do you
Right.
Do you feel like there's anything that, to be concerned about?
That's a good question. I mean, I'd say the biggest thing is maybe the administrative efforts that you need to do, right? You have to form the entity, which is not a lot. But then there's annual reports that you have to do and file with the DCCA. Like I said, it's a pass-through entity, so the LLC doesn't pay its own taxes, but there is an informational return usually if there's more than one partner, and then you start getting into K1s and tax returns for multiple members. But if it's just a single member LLC, everything just flows up to the individual's own personal tax return. So there's not, I think, a whole lot more to do there. So, you know, there's really not much of a downside. I think, especially if it's I'd say, fairly straightforward LLC. I mean, you can still do everything you can just as if you're doing it yourself, just with the added protections of liability protection.
So you talked about partnerships, the various types.
Right.
So partnerships, I hear about law firms or medical offices, or I mean, sometimes some investors, they so-called partner up, right? And maybe form a partnership. So can we kind of dig into that a little bit deeper in terms of why would someone, would want to go into a partnership, a legal partnership, and what are some of the benefits of that?
Yeah, no, I definitely. I think, partnerships, I think have been around for some time now, as we all know. So prior to LLCs becoming, I guess, the new thing 20 or 30 years ago, right? I mean, people that wanted the association that was more flexible than a corporation with pass-through benefits, like I mentioned, how an LLC provides for tax purposes, use partnerships often, right? Because similarly, well, LLCs under the tax code, generally the default rule is they're taxed as partnerships. So from a tax perspective, they're treated the same, but just from a legal statutory standpoint, they're a little bit different, right? In the sense that going through first, we'll start with general partnerships. Basically, general partnerships, there's nothing that needs to be formed with the state. It's really just an association of two or more people that are engaged in business for a profit, right? So similar to a sole proprietorship, just if you or I were just to start a business and just start operating without forming anything, that would be a sole proprietorship. Same thing with a general partnership, and there's rules and statutes on that. But I would say those are less prominent because just like a sole proprietorship, there's unlimited liability for general partners in a partnership. So there's no benefit to doing that with a partner without formalizing the arrangement that provides some limited liability protection, which is why limited partnerships, were formed. And that's something where it's a general partnership, and then you file something with the state to kind of form the limited partnership. And what that means is, again, two people or two persons in the business for a profit, but in a limited partnership, one of those partners has to be a general partner. So you can have multiple limited partners, a lot of LPs, as you might be familiar with, but there always needs to be one general partner, and typically the general partner has the management authority to do the day-to-day. Limited partners are more limited in their management rights, but because of that, general partners by law have unlimited liability, right? So the policy there being that limited partners entrust all of the management and activity, operation, decision-making control to the general partner. So they have some responsibilities, and they're subject to unlimited liability. Now, what general partners normally do is they basically just form another entity, such as a limited liability company or a corporation, which itself provides limited liability protection, right? So then if that's the general partner, then although it's going to have unlimited liability, the actual individual operators of that general partner would be, isolated somewhat if that general partner entity is also, it just happens to be an entity that has limited liability protection itself. Kind of confusing, but you can see how it's rare that you get a general partner that's just out there individually anyway. But I mean, kind of the question probably that would come up is, well, I see limited partnerships, I see LLCs, right? Like, what's the difference, or why would one choose one versus the other, right? And I think, again, it really depends on the facts, but what I would say in general, you see limited partnerships now more for large investment real estate funds that we'll talk about, and where you have a lot more maybe passive limited partner, and general partners that are more experienced institutional real estate investment funds, let's say, that this is just a more traditional model. So I think a lot of people and constituents are familiar with the structure. But with that said, I mean, there are a lot of LLCs now that are run like LP real estate funds, and so I've worked on a number of LLC real estate funds as well. So I would say that there's not a whole there's not one specific reason why you want to use LPs over LLCs in this situation, other than that's kind of larger scale institutional, I think, level real estate investment funds I think typically are still using LPs often.
Okay, so before we get into real estate investment fund topic, and I'm excited to learn a lot more about it. So if it was just like Leonie and myself, husband and wife, for example, then would you say of all the options we talked about, and let's say corporation, that's just too complicated, would it just be an LLC then? Or
I would say so. I mean, just because there's more options on, right, like you could have a manager managed LLC where both of you could be managers. You could have a member managed LLC where both of you are member managers, but then it's difficult to like bring on a third party investor, let's say. You could have a manager managed LLC where one of you was a manager, but in order to do a certain enumerated list of things, it would require the consent from the other party and had veto rights. And there's different ways you can kind of get into the details. Again, on the three buckets, I'd say the economic, management, and exit rights, right? Exit rights meaning if a partner leaves or wants to get out of the business, I mean, the rights to kind of buy or sell, or exit, transfer restrictions, that sort of thing. But yeah, I say, like, I mean, most people are using LLCs these days, especially for real estate. I mean, I know we're running out of time here, but quickly, just by contrast, like, explain why in a corporation, let's say, of course, there's two levels of tax there, right? On a C corp, right? C and S corp, that's basically a check the box for an IRS tax classification. But starting with C corps, that's like the typical large corporations that you see and you hear. Two levels of tax, right? So income that comes in, taxed at the corporate level, and then if you send money out through distributions, dividends to shareholders, it's taxed again. Hence the two layers of taxation. So that's already an issue holding real estate, right? If because then it's taxed twice. If you're getting let's say rental income, right, it's going to be taxed at the corporate level, and then again when you actually take the money out to to the investor. So that's one reason why you wouldn't want to do that. An S corp would get around that, because an S corp, it's a corporation, but it's taxed as it's a pass-through entity. So similar to LLCs and partnerships, I mean, you get that one level of taxation, that flow through. So that would be okay. But I think what an S corp doesn't kind of get around, though, is that for corporations, if you contribute a property into the corporation, let's say you own a property, you want to move it to an entity. If you contribute it into a corporation, sometimes that's a taxable event where you have to recognize gain on that sale. Whereas if you do that in an LLC or partnership, you wouldn't necessarily have to recognize that taxable event at that time. Same thing when you take the property out. There's times when property needs to be transferred out of the entity, right, prior to liquidating it. Let's just say partnership's breaking up and someone's gonna get cash, either or transferring out the interest in the property, whatever. In an LLC and a partnership, that pass through, generally it's not a taxable event. But again, in a corporation, if you move property out of the corporation, then it can be a taxable event, which means even though you don't sell the actual property at that time, you're just moving it out, the shareholders, might be taxed on that at that time, which is, usually not what anybody wants. So this is why, one key takeaway is, you'll notice that most real estate funds or, holding companies, unless they're really large scale companies with a ton of, operations other than just real estate, there are not many, if any, corporations that are holding real estate.
Oh, right on. Okay,
Yeah.
so you talk about real estate investment funds. I want to get into that. So, what is a real estate investment fund? Just in plain language.
Yeah, I would say it's it's just an entity that takes capital from more than one person in order to leverage the additional cash or capital to purchase and either develop or manage income producing real estate, basically. So Leonie mentioned earlier, just like a hui or a syndication, right? I think is a lot of people call it these days in the real estate scene, right? Basically, you get a bunch of people together, invest money, and either buy and develop property, flip it, rent it. I think there's a lot of different sizes and type structures of these real estate funds, but at its core, I think that's kind of sums it up. I think for all of them, there are a lot of securities laws and things to kind of keep in mind. Um, but basically, there's a lot these days opportunities, I think, especially in Hawaii, to invest in real estate, and I think fund formation and making sure if you're an investor and you're presenting with an opportunity, right, that you really know all your rights and obligations and what you're getting yourself into. And again, on the other side, if you're the one that's creating the fund, you have the idea, right? That's just half the battle, right? You have to do it in a way that is compliant with the law, that will mitigate, risk to yourself and to the enterprise. And Hawaii's built a lot on relationships and reputation, and I think it's important that documentation and structure is really thought out from the beginning, so it's sets everybody's expectations, at the get-go, and after that, people can just worry about the business and hopefully not have to look back at the documents, once they're drafted.
So say that, we wanted to start the Lamb and Lamb real estate investment
I like
fund.
that.
Me too.
Where's me? Where's me?
And yeah, so like how would I get started, or how would we get started with that together? Like there's two of us, maybe we will think about letting him join into, but what would be the beginning stages for us to have get that
Yeah.
together?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it always starts with, the business first and then back into the legal stuff, right? So I think first you need to have the idea, right? So whether the plan is to, like what's the investment strategy, right? Is a strategy to find kind of distressed properties, right? And kind of fix it up and then flip them or sell them, or is it to develop and create, income producing real estate? Right? Is it to develop a care home, assisted living, just all whatever it is. I think that's where you start, right? And then you kind of have to think about the financials, right? Because investors, a lot of them, they want to look at what's their ROI, what's the projected return, and I think it's important if you're leading a fund or starting an entity, real estate investment fund, on the security side, you don't want to misrepresent or promise one thing, right? So it's difficult. So a lot of it's you got to use projections and forward-looking statements and a lot of aspirational, language, that sort of thing. But again, anyway, you got to just draw that up and generate interest, through people. You don't want to advertise the investment opportunity because there's securities issues there. But basically, when you get all that together, you got to just, again, think about the three buckets that I mentioned before, right? Economic rights, management rights, and exit rights. of everybody involved. And, that's how things start with a term sheet and, documents going back and forth. But yeah, it all starts with the idea. And I'd say the projected financials, and then you'll know if it's a good idea or not, right? And then kind of back into the legal documentation.
Very cool. I like, so it basically starts with a business plan. Like you have to have that together and then you kind of get into the legal setup and everything.
Right, right.
That makes sense.
We learned so much, and I wish we had a lot more time, Daniel. But any last words, or we're almost out of time, but any last messages to our viewers before we finish it off?
No, just, thanks for having me. Will and Leonie, I had a great time. First time on ThinkTech, and, I feel honored to be the guest of both of you all. So, thanks for everyone for listening and tuning in. And, any questions, feel free to reach out to Will and Leonie, and, looking forward to talking to you all again.
Thank you so much, Daniel. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
All right.
Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled, "If Voting Won't Fix It, What Will?" We should be quite concerned about the direction of our democracy. Government's failure is a 5-alarm fire now. The rights we have had are being taken away from us. Protests and postings over Roe versus Wade, gun control, the environment, and of course January 6th will not fix this. Pressuring Joe Biden won't do it. There are limits to his power, focus and leadership. And aggravating yourself about Trump's machinations won't help. Likewise, talking to your friends in the bubble, and echoing the opinions you hear on cable news, won't fix it either. Over and over again, they tell us that the only way to fix things is to be sure to vote, and frankly that means voting the Democratic ticket and against Trump and his co-conspirators. But in November, exactly how feasible and how successful will that be? Gerrymandering, voter suppression, and untrustworthy voting officials, as well as laws that would allow them to change the popular vote at will, are terrifying. These things lead to hijacked elections, disaffection, and complacency. It's happening in plain sight in a frightening number of states, and there's very little we can do about it. There are some limited bright spots where some bad guys might be indicted, but overall what has happened is so outrageous, so toxic that we don't want to think about it or spend the time finding an antidote to deal with it. For the most part, the GOP landmines are already in place, and it is not likely they'll be defused by November. As Jean-Paul Sartre said, the die is cast and the game is up, and indeed it really is. There will certainly be litigation about these landmines, but there's no guarantee of the outcome. That litigation will probably go on, with Trump-like appeals on everything they lose. And if our Supreme Court gets its hands on these voting issues, we already know what they will do. We have to run so many gauntlets before our votes will count, and before we can have a representative government again. A Democratic landslide is not likely, and winning without a landslide this November is not guaranteed at all. The only thing guaranteed here is chaos, and it's not clear what we can do to recover from it. The tools to recover, that is, the rule of law, civil liberties, voting rights, and freedom of expression, along with an independent media and judiciary, will have been further undermined by the chaos itself. We are witnessing the end of the great American experiment, and for that matter the great American dream. No one, not even the founders, anticipated this. We are in the proverbial calm before the storm. The reality will crash in on us in November. And in the January that follows, we will have even more impossible challenges trying to hold our country together. We can expect some life-changing surprises when these time bombs go off. We may have to rely on the distant hope that rationality, good faith and honesty will somehow return to the GOP and the country, but that's a long shot. These are the times that try our souls, and make us want to migrate to somewhere else, far away from the madding crowd. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or other natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the US, and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, there's a solution to lessen the impact of these threats while supporting day-to-day reliability in times of calm: microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are small, localized, and self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could seamlessly fit together as building blocks for the larger grid. It's something the Office of Electricity is working on. Our microgrid research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs, and decarbonization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including national labs, and industry to create trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is a localized energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key solution for remote communities to use local energy resources without needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid controllers, these systems will be able to further optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulations, value, and security still need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program strategy with support from the Department of Energy's national laboratories, together with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support grid reliability and resilience in the future through the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Developing microgrid controls to support real-time grid needs. Developing tools to design and operate microgrids that can fulfill unique requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage, and in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other, and we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does this make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is off his rocker. We would all be better off if all these guns were gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, no, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded, and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, there's the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, you know, all of these tents out here. You know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. We definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline, and with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground and vision on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground and vision on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
I've always felt like the environment's a very special thing, and that even if it's one small move, like not getting electric buses, that changes everything.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Down the Road on Guns. Back in the day when Trump was president, we had these remarkable pitched battle street scenes in Seattle and Portland. There were armed law enforcement actors in unmarked uniforms attacking civilians. They were never held accountable. It was reminiscent of the brown shirts. With the expansion of guns and the right-wing base in this country, one wonders whether these events will repeat and expand into a daily cross-country Christmas tree of shootings, where more and more unhinged people have more and more guns and are shooting more and more victims in more and more places everywhere. The common denominator is that these shootings are always initiated by people armed with more
Welcome to Inventing Our Future on ThinkTech Hawaii. I'm your host, Brittany Zimmerman.
I'm Richard Hall, your co-host.
And joining us today is our guest, the Fire Chief, Kazuo Todd, who will help us do a deep dive into our F conversation. So this week's F letter is firefighting solutions. Welcome, Kazuo. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for inviting me on the show.
We're really excited to have you. And of course, I think this is a topic that is extremely appropriate, right, for where we're sitting today in the state of Hawaii. And after seeing a lot of the recent things that have gone on, both on the Big Island and on our neighboring island, I think there's a lot of questions around this. So it's particularly of interest. And Richard, how you doing?
Oh, pretty top shape. Yep. I can't wait to ask a whole bunch of questions.
All right, you want to start it off? You want to kick off the questions, Richard?
Yeah, you know what's on my mind is this. You know, Chief, what would you recommend for rural houses if you had, you could suggest what homeowners could do to protect themselves from fires that's coming from the outside, coming toward the house, stuff like that. What general strategy would you suggest?
One of the best things that's out there for homeowners is our FireWise programs. And FireWise was an initiative to deal with wildland urban interfaces in terms of, there's a brush fire and the fire's coming and it comes up to the edge of your house because, your house is maybe backing some brush or a field or even a forest or things like that. And so FireWise looked at well, how do houses survive fires? And what were the characteristics of a house that the fire came through the area and the house was still there after? If you guys are watching all the stuff going in Maui, they talk about the miracle house in Lahaina and everything else. And one of the things that was maybe a little different than that house than some of the others was just the fact that it had a nice green space around the house. And that there weren't any plants that were directly against the house that allowed the fire to transition into the house. And so there definitely are things that, us as the general public can do for our personal homes. We can make sure that we have a good barrier around our house in terms of a green space between our house and things that are combustible. We can keep things that are combustible away from the sides of the homes. We can make sure that entrances at the soffits of our house aren't open that'll allow embers to come inside and start a fire internally. And so there's some different things in there, but the best thing to remember would be FireWise. And if you do a Google search for FireWise, it brings up a whole host of information about the different steps you can take from choosing what kind of plants are in your yard to maintaining that green space around to reducing combustibles and fuels and things like that. And they're just as useful for if your neighbor's house catches on fire as it is for if there is one of these wildland fires that's coming through the area.
Hmm. Yeah, thanks a lot. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that absolutely.
So, how many fire stations do we have on the Big Island?
So currently on the Big Island of Hawaii, we have a total of 20 paid fire stations and 18 volunteer fire stations. Hawaii County is the only county in the state of Hawaii right now that is a combination system in that we have both volunteers and we have paid personnel. And we have a mixture of stations between the two. Generally, a station is either paid or volunteer. It's not like we have stations where we're mixing our people. But the history of the volunteer side for our department actually stretches back to our founding. In 1888, the Hilo Volunteer Fire Department was formed. And for the first 36 years or so, there were no paid firefighters in the county of Hawaii. Somewhere around 1922 to 1924, the first paid fire chief and firefighters were basically enacted. And that was Fire Chief William Todd, and not related to me, but he was the first paid fire chief for our department, and he took over. And at that time, they had 7 employees for the whole island, basically. But over the years, we've expanded, and we had more and more paid personnel. But unlike the other islands that eventually did away with their volunteers, because of the geographic size of the Big Island and our need to just respond to so many places and such a large response area, we've maintained those volunteers over the years. So we've actually, almost 130 years of volunteers on our island, if I'm doing the math correctly, and another, 100 or so years of regular firefighters on the island that are paid. So a mixture of the two.
That's wild. And are the volunteers people who just know a lot about firefighting? Are they past? Are they certified in some way? Like if you get to pick between having like a paid, county employee versus a volunteer in terms of their expertise and their abilities, are they approximately similar?
That is interesting in that there's a wide disparity in both directions. I have, some volunteer personnel have been volunteering with us for decades and are extremely knowledgeable and extremely capable in terms of, attacking fire and just having spent so much time with us. I also have some people that decided to volunteer yesterday and are, basically very, very new and lacking in experience. The plus with our paid personnel is that the training is exactly the same, right? We've been training them for decades, basically in the same classroom and the same curriculum, newer books, newer techniques sometimes, but generally, when a firefighter gets hired by the County of Hawaii and becomes a paid firefighter, the training they have and the training that our firefighters for the last couple of decades have gone through is basically the same, And so with the paid personnel, you know exactly what you're going to get. With our volunteers, you can get the whole range. You have some people that are amazingly, experienced in what they're doing and have a great deal of expertise. And you also have some very, very new people that have just decided to volunteer. And that training can take a long time before they get to that because of the fact that it is a volunteer side of things.
What does firefighter training look like?
Well, it's about a year long in the County of Hawaii. So in addition to being the only county that is a volunteer and paid combination department system, we're also the only county that is a combined EMS and fire system. So currently we receive a budget from the state to manage our ambulance responses on the island. And so we have 16 ALS ambulances or advanced life support ambulances, which have paramedics as well as an EMT on top. And so those personnel are also trained to be firefighters. But when we talk about training, personnel that get hired by the Hawaii County Fire Department are expected to not only go through training to become firefighters, they're also expected to go through training and become EMTs at the bare minimum. We also don't mind if they become paramedics, but essentially the basic requirement is that anyone who goes through our training, which takes a year, it's about half of that time is going to be to become a firefighter under ProBird certification, and about half of that time is going to be becoming a EMT under state licensure. So they have to get their state license to be an EMTB in the state of Hawaii and be able to practice on an ambulance. And so their certification allows them to drive ambulances and help out with those issues. As for the training itself, it's a pretty grueling year. We tell our personnel to, hug and kiss their family members goodbye, and that we'll return them in a year or so. But please do all their laundry for them because they're gonna work out all day long, and then they're gonna go home and study all night, and then they're gonna go to sleep, and you'll maybe get to talk to them on weekends because that's pretty intensive. We only allow them to fail a certain number of tests, and then they're released. They can, essentially fail a test once, and they got to pass a remake. And if they fail either the remake or they fail too many tests in a row or just in total, they're released and they lose their job. So we expect very high levels of performance from our personnel because the public expects a lot out of us. And so that training is inclusive of, learning how to do ladder operations, to hold a nozzle, to walking into burning buildings and to understanding flames inside buildings and fire dynamics, to understanding path flow and ventilation. On the fire side and on the EMS side, they're expected to learn how to do IVs and read EKGs and administer drugs and do minor things like how to wrap wounds or things like that as well. And then we also spend a variety of time learning how to drive vehicles because emergency vehicles have lights and sirens, and that affects people around you. And so defensive driving is also an aspect in that. And then we also do a water week because we expect them to basically kind of be a lifeguard as well. So they spend a week in the water. We have a water week training, and they will spend 8 hours in the water a day for 5 days in a row.
Oh my gosh. That's pretty intense. And once you get through that, are there like refreshers? Is there stuff that people have to do? Like, are there retesting? What does it look like throughout the career?
Your whole career is training. And yeah, so I visit my stations on a pretty regular basis, and one of the things the guys complain about is, Chief, I'm so tired of all this online training. We went to a lot of online training during COVID, but we do a lot of training. There's time, right, between calls, and if there isn't a call going on right now, it's an opportunity to train and exercise. One of the things some guys say they like about being a firefighter is they're paid to work out, but they are paid to work out because when stuff's going wrong and Maui, this island, wherever, you want kind of one of those big, strong people, male, female, doesn't matter to us, but you want someone who's physically fit, to be able to come in there and handle stuff. And so we pay them to work out, we pay them to exercise, we pay them to train. A couple decades in for myself, and I myself as the fire chief, I'm still doing training on a very, very regular basis. It's less of the stuff that my firefighters go through in terms of fire dynamics and refreshers on how to use the hose or the line or things like that, and more about how to be a good fire chief. But from the very top of the organization to the very bottom, the training never really ends.
I could tell you're in good shape. You know why? Because the several times we were around you, man, you can eat. So I know you're using a lot of energy out.
I don't know about that. Definitely being a fire chief has not been the greatest thing for my waistline. In my old position, I used to run as a battalion chief and ran the warehouse. And one of the things I liked the best about it was, 2 days a week or so, I'd take off the shirt and go throw boxes in the warehouse. And so it was my way of getting some good exercise, lifting, heavy boxes and throwing stuff in the dumpster to get it out of the warehouse that once it was too old or whatever, and moving hose and checking stuff. And it felt like, still being a firefighter, but, getting some really important work done for the department. And as a chief, my job is mostly nowadays just meetings and going to do emails and stuff like that. I've somehow become a professional email writer and meeting attender. But it is necessary, and I try to diet and maintain some shape. It's currently pear shape, but working on it. Yeah.
All right. I have one question. And EMT. What does EMT stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
Got you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
And I was thinking, what is the typical response time, right? I mean, I've never been in a fire where I've had to call and, ask for help. But here on the Big Island, I imagine it's probably pretty different depending on where you are. But what kind of a range are we talking about in terms of responsiveness?
So, it varies throughout the United States, really dependent on, whether it's super urban or super rural. On the Big Island, we generally have a response time between 8 and 10 minutes. And, that isn't particularly great, and generally in cities, you're looking for that 4 to 5 minute response time as an ideal. But the reality is that we've decided to really spread our population out over the entire island. And so that response time is an average, right? You have places in town where our personnel are on scene in just a couple minutes. You have places that are out in the countryside, a little bit farther away, and it can be half an hour before we get there because a lot of people have decided that they don't really want to live next to other people. They like that privacy, they like that seclusion, and our island offers that ability because we've decided to basically, cut it apart and make lots all over the place. But one of the problems with that is that as you move away from society's ability to respond to you on a timely basis is lengthened a little bit. So if you're way up that dirt road and there's no water supply, and then there's a fire and you're expecting us to come in there and have that same level of service, it is a little difficult because there's no hydrants and there's no water and things like that, and we're having to truck water in. we do our best with it. But yeah, definitely, the Big Island is more rural than it is urban, and so we don't see that same kind of responses. No, when we look at like the state as a whole, if you look at like Maui, they have a total of 14 stations. Honolulu has like 44 stations, and then like Hawaii is running like 10, I believe, right now. I think they're going up to 11. But the size of their islands and the size of their response areas is much smaller. And if you look at our island, we're running 38 stations, which is almost as many as Honolulu. But even so, our island is literally half the landmass of the state. So when you start thinking about it from that perspective, those stations are really spread out. And that doesn't allow us for great response time. But yeah, we do the best we can, and we'll be there as soon as we possibly can. So call early would be basically what I'd say.
For sure. And how many people traditionally need to be at a fire, right? I mean, how many firemen are needing to show up for just like a traditional home fire?
So under the National Fire Protection Association's Code 1710, which is the NFPA 1710, it's recommended that there be 16 firefighters on a single residential structure fire. Once you run to like a strip mall, that goes up to 28. And then if you're doing a high rise, they're talking about 42 firefighters to fight a high rise. A large chunk of those guys on the high rise are carrying breathing bottles upstairs too. The guys at the top that are actually fighting the fire, because they're out of breath by the time they get to the top of the 7th, 10th, 20th story, running up the stairs, right? But it all varies on what a jurisdiction is able to supply. I can tell you on our island, having 16 firefighters on a single fire, at least initially within the recommendations of 1710, is almost impossible. Because our first station will probably be there within that 8 to 10 minutes range, but the next station away might be 20 minutes, might be 30 minutes away before it gets there. And so that first station's only going to come with anywhere from 4 to 6 personnel. And so by the time, and depending on where you are in the country, we might only have 2 other stations respond, in which case they bring maybe another 3 to 4 people and another 3 to 4. And so many places on the island, we never hit 16 personnel, at least on our paid side. Luckily, we do have a wonderful volunteer side, and they'll come and assist. Currently, our volunteers are not cleared for internal structural firefighting. We don't have them in the appropriate compliant gear, and we haven't tested them for SCBAs, but they are able to assist in the external areas of the fire in terms of water supply or trucking water in or helping us hook up or do an external protection. So there's some benefit to that, but it's not the same. And so there's pluses and minuses in our current system.
Yeah, and you brought up water supply, and that's an interesting thing to think about here, because like I know in town I've seen some fire hydrants, but in the majority of places I visited, I don't think there's fire hydrants everywhere.
About 1/3 of our island is actually with a water system, and approximately 2/3 of the island is running off of catchment or some other means of water for residences. And as a result of that, the ability for the fire department to be able to hook in and get water to fight a fire is sometimes limited. It's one of the reasons helicopters are so important for fire operations and whatnot. Is that oftentimes we're out in the middle of nowhere, and the process of filling up a truck full of water, driving into an incident, and then dumping it, and then coming back. We could be talking a half hour, 45-minute loop. By the time you get back with more water, the fire is back to where it was, right? And I've actually fought fires down in Ocean View when I was working down there, because that's all catchment and everything else. And the nearest hydrant was down in Waipinu, where we'd go, we'd fight the fire, knock it down, pretty much put it out, and then we'd go have to get water. And then by the time we're back, the house is on fire again. And so it was this cycle of almost put out the fire, and then we're out of water, right? So go get some more water, come back, house is on fire again. And we just not enough water, and the route to go back and come back with more water took too long. So one of the things we've worked on over the last decade and a half or so is to bring in more water tankers and more mobile water supply to meet those needs. But it's a constant struggle to try to figure out what would be best serving this community, and how do we staff that, and how do we get personnel and vehicles, and how do we maintain those vehicles and replace them when it comes time.
right?
It seems to me that there's a lot more um, brush fires like that on the Kona side, wherever it's dry. In general, that's kind of how you see that, or what I'm getting at is there sometime in the future there's going to be a time when it gets so dry that all of the green stuff that we have here on the Hilo side might be a problem, or do you folks kind of think that through to anticipate?
Nothing is out of the possible realm, right? We could have massive brush fires in Hilo if we had a drought long enough. In my life, I have yet to see Hilo that dry. Hilo is up there in the rainiest places in the United States. I'm worried more about probably Hamakua, Ka'u, and our the greater Kauai, South Kohala region, Waikoloa and stuff like that. So every year we're running into fires in the Waikoloa, Kauai region, and that's just pretty normal. The grass grows, and something starts a fire, and it just rips through the area. And it's a pretty consistent thing. One of the nice things is because it's consistent. Over the years, we've added a decent amount of fire protection. We have a very robust volunteer groups out there because they're getting a lot of time on the line, and so they're active, and so we have a good response for that area. The other area that we also get a large response is in the Ka'u area, and part of that is it actually dries out more than you'd think in the Pahala and Nalehu areas, and we do end up with brush fires down there, and so we can get longer responses. It's not quite as active as our fires out in the Waikoloa region in terms of number of fires and everything else, but equally, things are going out down in Ka'u. The one other area that does concern me a little bit is in the Hamakua region. So historically, a lot of sugarcane in that area, and we've moved forward with the planting of a lot of eucalyptus out there. Right now, the eucalyptus keeps the undergrowth from growing too much, but I don't know that there's a really good plan for long-term management of the land. And right now, they're not really harvesting the trees for any particular purpose, which means, one, we have the potential for a forest fire someday if we ran into some drought conditions and the fire was able to extend into the crowns of the trees. And then the other thing too is, at some point maybe they do cut down the trees, in which case, we're looking at that grass, because it's on the wetter side, the growth that we can see there is far, far greater than what you'll see in Waikoloa. So Waikoloa, usually the scrub gets to about 2 feet, but we've seen growth on like the Hamakua side where the grass can get up to 10, 12, 15 feet tall. There's California grass and stuff like that. And then if you combine that with a really nice drought, and then that catches, man, that could be a really, really large fire on the Hamakua side. That would be very, very difficult for us to do much about based on our current resources and stuff. So those are the areas that are of primary concern to me as the fire chief, and considering long-term applicability of our resources and how do we get there to solve those issues if they do become one some days. Part of the time I spend each day to talk with my up chain in terms of the mayor and the staff and the county council about like, well, hey, this is the possible problem and this is what we would need to solve it, and advocating for money and funding and more positions, and obviously and try and deal with that in the future.
What could the average citizen do? Like when there's ambulances coming, so you hear it, and is it your sense that the people are reacting in the proper way, or could they react better, or do you have any comments about that?
As far as pulling over and allowing our ambulances to transit to the hospital, I have not noticed any issues. Generally, the general reminder, you always have one or two people that are using this as an opportunity to go a little faster and get out of the way, or whatever. But most people, they're living with aloha, right? So they take care, they do the right thing. They pull over when emergency services are coming through and make way, and they're safe. There's exceptions, but that's more of an exception than normal. So I think our people are amazing, and we do a good job of maintaining good public order and the public is very supportive. So not something I usually worry about.
Oh, that's good to hear. And I know through a lot of the media recently, right? Everybody's reached out a lot with the news of everything that happened on Maui. I don't think we've talked as much about what had happened on the Big Island, kind of in that same stretch. Will you fill some of us in on, what was going on this island?
It was a pretty impressive day in terms of fire and how quickly it grew. And for my personnel out in the scene, they were discussing how it was unlike anything they'd ever seen. 2 years ago we had Mono Road and we burned 40,000 acres, and the high winds had generated 50-foot flame fronts off of just 2 feet of grass, which was unheard of at that time, and pretty scary. When you look up at the horizon and literally from mountain to mountain, you can see pretty much everything burning. This one, the winds were even more excessive, and the confusion and the inability to see was interesting. Our personnel were saying anyone who was weighing less than like 150 pounds was having to hold on to the fire truck, and sometimes because of how hard the wind was blowing, so they didn't get blown away. And we're having issues where you're pumping water, but the water streams were just turning around and going back in the other direction because of the winds, right? So the ability to apply water was difficult too. My personnel did an amazing job. We had about 6 or 7 structures that we had direct flame impingement on, and we were able to go in, stop the fire from spreading, and save the structures. We had a warehouse out in the Mauna Kea Beach area that caught fire, and we let it go because there was not a residence. So we triaged it and let it burn to save other residential structures. And for the most part, we did an amazing job. We lost no one's house was lost. We did sustain damage, but we were able to present or preserve all residential homes in the Kohala, Kauai, Mauna Kea region. So definitely, my personnel, I got to give my hat off for their performance out there. Worked excessively hard. It was touch and go. We had to ground our own helicopters because of how heavy the winds are. But not to take away from Maui, who had an exceptionally hard situation in front of them. I am very pleased with my own personnel and their actions out there.
Got you. And did Maui contact you at all? Did Maui need to pull resources from any of the other islands in terms of fire personnel?
Maui, right now, I'll be going over this weekend to go sit in their EOC and actually talk with them and see what kind of needs they have and everything else. And some of my personnel have responded on their own time. As for fire personnel, one of the bigger issues is vehicles, right? So like, even if I sent firefighters over, there's nowhere to put them.
Got you. Wow.
Every vehicle's full of firefighters. They're already working, right? They already have something they're doing, and they don't really need more firefighters. It's kind of the same over here. Like, even if I had a really large need and they're willing to send their firefighters to help us out, there's a problem with how would we even use them? I don't have a vehicle for them to drive. I don't have a way to get them out there to help out to some extent. Pretty much for every vehicle we have someone in those seats, right?
Gotcha. Need more trucks. Yeah.
The spare capacity is not there. When you talk about like California, Oregon, all these other locations, they're not just sending people. They're definitely sending a truck, and that truck is full of people inside of it, right? And so they'll drive up to the major fire and they'll report to the scene. That's the one thing in Hawaii that we just don't have the ability to do. Like they can't just jump on the truck and drive over the bridge and get to Maui. That doesn't quite work that way. And so pretty much they can fly over, but the ability to jump in and interface is difficult. So at this time, we're looking to integrate a little bit more with them, but initially, most of the big work was being done by FEMA level national teams that are coming in with 70, 100 people to do, search and rescue, to comb through the wreckages, and then to search for bodies and, deal with those issues. And so those are slowly being demobilized. And recently, we're just looking at some sign-up sheets for sending our incident management personnel over to serve in Maui. And I'll be going over there this weekend to spend some time and see how we can best help.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for keeping this island safe during that very exciting time. And everything that you guys do and the volunteers do. It's really great to learn about all of that. Yeah, and for those of us who are fire unwise, we'll have to look into that Fire Wise program.
I like that. I like that. That was nice.
Thank you so much, because what you added, like for example, when you talk about the volunteer, I had no idea. I thought everybody had just the same amount, or it was just a normal thing. But what you guys do is pretty impressive, I got to say. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it.
Awesome. And sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, just when you see a firefighter out there in our uniform, we thank them for their service. They work really hard, and I have some pretty amazing people, men, women. Like they're there, they're committed, and they do an amazing job.
Awesome. Any other big things you'd want us to know before we sign off, Chief Todd?
No, I appreciate you bringing me on, and hopefully I was able to answer your questions and give you a little bit more information about the fire service.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. This is Inventing Our Future on ThinkTech Hawaii. Thank you again, Fire Chief Todd, for joining us, and thank you to you, our viewers, for watching. If you want to get on our email advisories to see a complete listing of all of the shows, you can sign up for them at thinktechhawaii.com. But we will be back in about 2 weeks, so please tune in to do a deep dive into our G invention. Until then, I'm Brittany Zimmerman.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks. with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled The Collapse of the Secret Service. We can easily imagine that missing Secret Service text messages from January 5th and 6th will show that Trump had gone off the rails and that his Secret Service exchanged some very regrettable and embarrassing, if not criminal messages, about what Trump was doing and how they were standing by him, sympathetic with him, or even affirmatively helping him in the insurrection. It sure looks like Trump's Secret Service detail was compromised. That's the way he operates, demanding absolute personal loyalty, rewarding those who give it to him and punishing those who don't. It's straight out of The Godfather. And that's exactly what happened here. The Secret Service was loyal to Trump over country. Worse yet, now 18 months later, they are still trying to protect him, even at the expense of the country. Unforgivable. We can't believe a word of their visibly lame cover-up. It was stupid of them to be compromised, to delete the texts and now to try to cover it up. They have fallen from grace. Director James Murray, a Trump appointee, is absolutely responsible. He should be tried and punished for what he has done. So should the other members of the service who were involved. They have failed in their sworn and sacred duty to the country. Shame on them. We used to think highly of the Secret Service. Because they are law enforcement officers. Because they are secret. Because they protect the President of the United States. But all that has changed. Take a look at Carol Leonid's book, Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service, where the decline of the service is well documented. We must address this decline, and soon. The service needs serious reform. We can no longer trust them to protect the president or the democracy. Their loyalty was misguided on January 6th, and it is today. It stinks to high heaven. Biden should have summarily terminated James Murray. Why hasn't he? In fact, the service should be reorganized from the ground up, and new agents should be recruited and given appropriate training on loyalty issues. The Secret Service is a part of Homeland Security, which Trump also corrupted. The current scandal suggests other continuing loyalty compromises in that department. Louis DeJoy and the Postal Service look bad, Merrick Garland and DOJ don't look so good, and now James Murray looks terrible. How many other weak links are nested in Biden's administration? Surely, he can find other more qualified nonpartisan people to replace them, but he hasn't done so. He's still the great facilitator, trying at all costs to make and keep friends, even if they are not worthy of his friendship. Sorry, but that doesn't work in the shadow of Trump, and it doesn't work when we are in a 5-alarm fire burning up our democracy. We need strong leadership. We need someone to affirmatively defuse all the time bombs Trump created and is now creating for us. We don't need a great facilitator or an affable observer. How many more scandals like this will we have in Joe Biden's administration? Given the fact that Trump and his co-conspirators are still around, and still actively conspiring, we should not be optimistic about Biden's Mr. Nice Guy presidency or the prospects for our future. God save us all if Trump is elected in 2024, but if he is, it will frankly be due at least in substantial part to Biden's failure to root them out. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Avoid legal action?
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Government assistance?
Wait. If you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams, and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SMP Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled The Collapse of the Secret Service. We can easily imagine that missing Secret Service text messages from January 5th and 6th will show that Trump had gone off the rails and that his Secret Service exchanged some very regrettable and embarrassing, if not criminal messages, about what Trump was doing and how they were standing by him, sympathetic with him, or even affirmatively helping him in the insurrection. It sure looks like Trump's Secret Service detail was compromised. That's the way he operates, demanding absolute personal loyalty, rewarding those who give it to him and punishing those who don't. It's straight out of The Godfather. And that's exactly what happened here. The Secret Service was loyal to Trump over country. Worse yet, now 18 months later, they are still trying to protect him, even at the expense of the country. Unforgivable. We can't believe a word of their visibly lame cover-up. It was stupid of them to be compromised, to delete the texts, and now to try to cover it up. They have fallen from grace. Director James Murray, a Trump appointee, is absolutely responsible. He should be tried and punished for what he has done. So should the other members of the service who were involved. They have failed in their sworn and sacred duty to the country. Shame on them. We used to think highly of the Secret Service. Because they are law enforcement officers. Because they are secret. Because they protect the President of the United States. But all that has changed. Take a look at Carol Leonid's book, Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service, where the decline of the service is well documented. We must address this decline, and soon. The service needs serious reform. We can no longer trust them to protect the president or the democracy. Their loyalty was misguided on January 6th, and it is today. It stinks to high heaven. Biden should have summarily terminated James Murray. Why hasn't he? In fact, the service should be reorganized from the ground up, and new agents should be recruited and given appropriate training on loyalty issues. The Secret Service is a part of Homeland Security, which Trump also corrupted. The current scandal suggests other continuing loyalty compromises in that department. Louis DeJoy and the Postal Service look bad, Merrick Garland and DOJ don't look so good, and now James Murray looks terrible. How many other weak links are nested in Biden's administration? Surely, he can find other more qualified nonpartisan people to replace them, but he hasn't done so. He's still the great facilitator, trying at all costs to make and keep friends, even if they are not worthy of his friendship. Sorry, but that doesn't work in the shadow of Trump, and it doesn't work when we are in a 5-alarm fire burning up our democracy. We need strong leadership. We need someone to affirmatively defuse all the time bombs Trump created and is now creating for us. We don't need a great facilitator or an affable observer. How many more scandals like this will we have in Joe Biden's administration? Given the fact that Trump and his co-conspirators are still around, and still actively conspiring, we should not be optimistic about Biden's Mr. Nice Guy presidency or the prospects for our future. God save us all if Trump is elected in 2024, but if he is, it will frankly be due at least in substantial part to Biden's failure to root them out. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent.
Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Hello, you're watching another episode of Islamabad Today for ThinkTech Hawaii. I'm your host, Abdul Rafiq Hussain. Today's topic is what's next for Pakistan. Pakistan is going through an economic crunch. There's a lot of political instability. And whether or not elections will take place is a huge question mark. And to answer these questions, we have with us veteran journalist Amir Bari, and he's going to shed light on all the different contours which are defining Pakistan's landscape at this point in time, and what can actually be expected as we move forward in 2023 and beyond. Mr. Amir Bari, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Hamza.
All right, so Amir, let's start off with, the basic question. What's next for Pakistan? Now, you do have rising sovereign debt, you do have an economic crisis, you do have a lot of political instability, and there are no signs of elections. So how do you view the situation?
I think the situation is slightly nervous. I say slightly because definitely we have an interim government in place. They have a plan, and there is an election commission, which is definitely trying to tell us that they are working. We have a judiciary, which is also trying to tell the people that they are doing their work. But as you mentioned in your intro, the issue is not politics. The issue is economy. And on that, Pakistan has, consistently failed over the years. And Pakistan has not only failed to create a viable economy where most of its younger people are gainfully employed. We are now a youth bulge, which is, I think, one of the most unmatched youth bulges in the world, which do not have a job. And that is why we are seeing new trends that anybody who can leave Pakistan is ready to leave Pakistan, and there are many of them are leaving Pakistan. So, what next for Pakistan is? Pakistan, sadly, is following a cyclical model of governance where every few years we see that the politicians who have been handpicked by Pakistan's very powerful establishment and then given a chance to run a country which they do not have any experience of running. And that's why we have seen that despite political parties who claim that they are political parties, are no more than a political cult of few families. And that is why we have seen a gradual decline in each and every facet of Pakistani governance and society, whether it's education, whether it's health, whether it's governance, whether it's human rights or any other thing. So that's why people like me are concerned that when the interim government is trying to tell us that they will actually hold elections when they are basically told by the election commission that the election commission is ready. We are seeing a couple of hitches there as well. But I think Pakistan will, just jump over them. Whether they happen in the next 3 months or 4 months or 5 months, they will happen. And political parties which have, recently worked as a coalition government, although we know that that coalition was not a coalition of the willing, they know that they had been thrown a political challenge in the form of Imran Khan and his political party. But since that challenge has been effectively taken care of, I say again, effectively taken care of, because I believe that they have been taken care of. And if Imran Khan and his political party have to fight back, it will be an uphill task. So I think in 5 months, 6 months' time, whenever Pakistan holds an election, these coalition parties, the coalition government, basically consisting of all major political parties, will have a task at their hand to re-rail Pakistan, where Pakistan can create an economy. Pakistan can start its projects, which they said would bring a lot of prosperity, whether it's a lot of prosperity or any prosperity, with working with the Chinese and finding some peace in the region.
Okay, so but when you talk about the controversy in the presidency, I mean, this was one latest development that actually did take place, and it's made global headlines. For example, the president, President Barif Ali, he claimed that his staff basically put him in the dock by not agreeing to actually send those bills that he apparently did not sign back to the parliament. And then you had another situation where the staff has written the letter back to the president by claiming that his allegations are wrong. So you also have a lot of controversy with regard to acts such as the Army Act, as well as the OSA as well. So there's a lot of chaos in the presidency as well.
And it's very understandable. The reason is that President Alvi must be feeling very lonely in that presidency. He belonged to Imran Khan's political party, and most of the time it was alleged that he was behaving more like a party person rather than a president. And, he did not show himself or at least behaved. This is alleged widely in the country that he has not behaved like a president of a federation. So when now, technically, because he was retiring on 9th of September, he may prolong a little bit because there's no parliament at the moment. So next president cannot be elected. So these kind of letters which he is, sending back and forth show the confusion in the presidency. That a letter or the bills he had to sign, there is a process. And that is why the law ministry and his president's own office was saying that, listen, when we received these bills from the parliament, we duly, within a day, within 24 hours, they were presented to the president to sign. And the president basically sat on them. Now, if the president, sat on them for days and then did not sign and asked the staff to send them back, he was not, constitutionally required to do that. He was constitutionally required to either sign, and if he has some problem with any of the bills, he should have written his objections for the parliament to reconsider those bills. And if neither of the two processes were, taken care of, then those bills would automatically become law. Now, when the president is saying, my concern is not what the president is doing, what the president's staff is doing. My concern is that Pakistan has come to a pass, Hamza, where the president and his office is putting these letters, which technically in a government are closed documents, are being, posted on X, on social media, and within minutes, there is a national, and maybe Pakistanis who are sitting outside Pakistan, start taking pot shots. How this, country is being run. Now, technically, we know that, when we saw the international trend, when President Trump started running the State Department and the, basically the different departments of the American government through Twitter, middle of the night, he would basically tweet and all the American administration will start running helter-skelter to see or respond to the president's tweets, because he was taking care of the foreign policy and the defense policy and any other policy, with political governance as well. Taking pot shots, with the against the Democrats, etc. The Pakistanis, and we saw the same trend. Yes, we saw the same trend in England, in Europe, in India, and Pakistan. Now, this thing tells you that people who are sitting in the highest offices in this country are behaving like, rowdy schoolboys, and trying to, and when you actually ask them, I say, why have you done it? Oh, we wanted to take the people of Pakistan in confidence. Excuse me, not all of Pakistan is on Twitter, now X, and not everybody reads English, and more than that, not everybody, even educated one, do not understand how the legal documents are drafted. And as far as, taking people of Pakistan into confidence, they have voted you in, and you will have a chance after 5 years, once you complete your term, you go back to people and send them whether they should still have any confidence in you or not. If they have, they will retain you. Otherwise, they will change you. This is the kind of stupidity which Pakistan is displaying at all levels.
So let's talk about economic stupidity. And, when we talk about economic stupidity, I was just watching footage the other day where electricity bills were being burnt in Karachi. And there was a lot of protests with regard to how, the electric officials were just going door to door to try and make sure that, they could collect electricity bills. And there's a lot of public unrest. Even though that this unrest is not nationwide, there was this sentiment that this government is basically strangulating the common man. So what in your view is the way out as far as, Pakistan's economic quagmire is concerned? Because obviously this basically relates to political stability and whether or not governments could actually, seek second or third terms in power. It really depends on whether the public would vote for them.
Hamza, in the 35 years since I, joined media in Pakistan, I've heard from the civilian governments and the military governments, same mantra. Because when military governments in place, they used to bring, people, Pakistanis, who have served in different American banks or international banks for 30 years outside Pakistan. They did not have any connection with Pakistan or Pakistan's economy or Pakistan's governance, and they were brought in and basically posted here. Now, I've heard from them one single sentence that only 1% of Pakistanis pay tax. Now, this is a joke. If a state does not have the ability to take the taxes, you cannot, beg for taxes from the people who can pay taxes. And this is the situation still now. Recently, the outgoing finance minister, Isaac Dar, has used the same thing that, people do not pay taxes and we are requesting them to pay taxes and all those people, and we will find this way or that way, and, invoke different government bodies to know about their, foreign tours and their bank accounts and the cars they have and houses and where they send their kids to school. This, thing is better said than done. What Pakistan has been doing is, Pakistan is, basically squeezing all those people who can pay taxes through their salaries. So the only salaried class pay taxes. And secondly, most of the taxes are gathered through indirect means. So, for example, the way you mentioned, raising the prices of all the utilities, whether it's electricity or gas or petrol or water, and if not, all the FMCGs. You actually buy a bread from, the bazaar, you will actually have to pay extra money. Now, I have paid, for example, that extra, whether it's 20% GST or 17% GST or 25% GST. I have done my part. Whether the government is able to extract that tax from, the seller or the market guy is the state's ability. As state, for example, I have seen and I have discussed it with the ministers and the secretaries of the government of Pakistan. The state does not have the ability now. The system has been corrupted to the core, where, people in the shops and big malls will tell us that we will rather pay to the inspector of the government rather than the taxes. They are not being educated enough to say that, listen, if you basically have a perfectly, qualified accountant or a lawyer, a tax lawyer, you might not be able to, you might not be actually asked to pay that much tax which you think that will be paid. They do not know. They think that, they will be paid on the total amount of their savings. No, every year you will pay on your incoming and outgoing, and then, there's a mathematics involved in that, and then you will pay the taxes. The state does not have the ability, Hamza, and if the state does not have the ability, and then on the other hand, there is not an economy which is working now. Pakistan has seen that its economic sectors, and Pakistan does not sadly have too many, economic good stories to tell. But in the 90s, when the textile sector was working, pretty okay, and Pakistan was producing, knitted garments for the biggest brands in the world, whether it was Ralph Lauren and Adidas or Polo or whatever. And now all these businesses have gone out of this country. The Pakistani businessmen, I know many examples where they have moved their businesses outside Pakistan. That means all of the factory workers will lose the job. The rich man will not actually lose his business. He will have his clients in America or in Europe or anywhere, where he has his clients. But the thing is, he will move his factory to Bangladesh or Egypt or Jordan, or in certain cases in Southern America. I have, examples where Pakistanis have moved their money as far as, Southern America. That means he will send only 3 or 4 managers there, and they will actually have to employ the local people, So that means Pakistanis have lost jobs. In the last 30 years, Pakistan's textile sector has gone down. Pakistan does not have any other sector but to export rice and maybe few other things. There was a hope that this new technologies, Pakistan will start earning not as India is earning, but maybe, even 5% of what India is earning. But again, because there is no policy, and the biggest, I think, challenge for Pakistan is to remove its bureaucratic, shenanigans from the business, and the commerce ministries, and put people in who know how to run a business. A bureaucrat, who has been jumping from one department to the other department and behaving like a glorified clerk cannot run these ministries. He does not understand these ministries. He basically is charging money, as far as, in other words, bribes to, let whatever business is left. So I think that is a very dire situation. And again, the biggest thing was back in 2017, there was a hope when, CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, was being touted in Islamabad. And I know and you would have definitely seen it you yourself, that there were a seminar every single day in Islamabad hotels and think tanks about CPAC, as if the CPAC would be the game changer. And I spoke at one of the functions where Pakistan's, think tanks were discussing it. And I said, listen, I have heard this word so many times, game changer. What is the game? And the game was not in our hand. CPAC was not a project to prosper Pakistan. It was a Chinese project, but Pakistan would have benefited from it. But thing is, we know how in the last government, and during the last government of Imran Khan, him and some of his, close people who were working with him, I do not want to mention names here, they choked that thing. They choked it. It basically came to a grinding halt. And now it's in a very minor way, it has started rolling again. And that's why in Islamabad, you will actually again hear about CPAC and China's involvement. The thing is, Pakistan need to create a balance between Washington and Beijing, and maybe a new power, angle what we have seen here when Pakistan started importing oil from Russia. Pakistan has been, running from one powerful center to another, asking or begging for a job or a task. Pakistan, the country of 240 million, is not being run as an independent state, which is at peace with itself and is at peace with its region, and where people who know their job are allowed to do their jobs.
Let's come to the controversy between the president and the election commissioner of Pakistan, Sikandar Sultan Raja and President Mon Lee. There was this conversation that did take place yesterday, where they were just trading barbs over the fact that who is to decide when the election would actually take place. Now, the ECP commissioner basically said that the election would take place based upon the ECP's own directives because of the fact that the latest election act was actually amended. And the president claimed that, no, it has to be, it has to take place in 90 days. So when do you see elections happening? Do you see it happening in February or March or maybe earlier? Because there's so much uncertainty with regard to this, you could say, painful democratic transition, which would ultimately usher in some degree of political stability, if not at all.
Now, on that very tricky question, I have, two theories. One theory is what is being touted, but it was being, told to the people, and then my conspiracy theory. First thing first, I think the president, whatever he's trying to do is, I think he's trying to tell his party, the PTI, and, this government, which is the caretaker government, that he means business. And if he is not listened to, then he will create, whatever trouble he can create. But thing is, let's suppose that the Election Commission of Pakistan has taken a very, straightforward position that, listen, after the recent, legislation through the parliament, president has lost his, power to push, his idea that how Pakistan will and when Pakistan will actually have an election. He does not have the power to push the election commission to give a date. And ECP says that, we are the final arbiter here, and we will do it when we will do it. And then they have thrown this spanner in the works that, listen, because after the digital, counting of the numbers of people who will be, in the last, between 2018 and now 23, almost, 20 million people, new people have been added to Pakistan's population. That means a lot of people will be over 18 and they will be coming to the election booths for the first time in their life. They will use their right. So the election commission, I think, can work, within the next 3 to 4 months on that, because this whole thing, which has been, being told to the people through television and social media, that maybe this new limitation, the delimitation of constituencies and as if it's a huge work. I don't think that, because, there is no parliament. You need a 2/3 majority of the constitution to change the numbers of constituencies in the country. You cannot do that. So that means the number of constituencies will not change. Maybe certain tweaking on the basis of population, certain constituencies will be, recrafted or arranged. But the number of seats will not change. So as an election commission can do this thing in next, 3 months if, they want to do it. The thing is, the outgoing government, some of the ministers of the outgoing government and some of people who are, know what is actually happening on this front, when they sit in television programs that, this thing might take, a few months, That means if election does not actually happen in November, they might actually happen in February. And some people say that no, if Supreme Court actually wants, they can come in. I said even Supreme Court cannot basically push the process of election. They can pass an order. But in the final scheme of things, Election Commission will actually have to deliver it, and they would deliver it, and they will find, legal ways and means to do it. Now, the conspiracy theory. You remember that Pakistan was finally given this 3.2 billion by the IMF. They tied this thing to Pakistan in 3 tranches. And they said that the 1 billion would be given to the outgoing government, which is gone. 1 billion would be given to this government, which is caretaker, and 1 billion would be given to the government, which will basically be in power, in seat after the election. So technically, if IMF sees and the international, donor agencies, whether they are all Bretton Woods, institutions, if they think that Pakistan is not listening to and Pakistan is not delivering on the promise of elections, and if there is not a government in time, in place, they might, say that, okay, fine, this money is here for you already, agreed upon, but they will be going to give it to when there's a new election. And the way we are seeing in the last few weeks, the depletion of the Pakistani rupee against the dollar and against the international currencies, I think the people who are in power, and we know who is in power, they will see that if Pakistan is financially will be going into a pit, they might find ways and means to go for an earlier election, maybe in December, maybe, towards the end of January. Now, that is my theory at the moment, because the economy will be, will be the big question whether Pakistan will actually have an election on time or not.
All right, so let's talk about the future of Pakistan's electoral landscape with or without Imran Khan and the PTI. Obviously, many of their workers were incarcerated. Many of them have been allegedly tortured as well. And you do see this concerted attempt to try and break the party from the powers that be, as you mentioned. So in that regard, do you see any future for the PTI in the upcoming electoral landscape? Because obviously their Barrister Ali Zafar just recently mentioned that, they do need a level playing field in order for the elections to be committed smoothly. How do you see the future of the PTI and the future of Imran Khan?
I think we will have to go, a few years into Pakistan's recent past to understand what, PTI is, what PTI was, and how it became what it became. In 2018, we know that PTI was not winning the election. We know that Imran Khan, at least I can say that I know certain, facts and certain, inside information, which we cannot discuss here. Why? Because the people will deny it. But thing is, had meetings over the last 8-9 years, and we saw how certain people who have powerful positions in Pakistan's different, southern districts or maybe in other areas who were hand-delivered to Imran Khan. Otherwise, Imran Khan, the way his personality is, the way he was running his political party, you have to see how he was, growing politically from 1997 onwards till 2008 and then 2013. Until 2013 or 2011, Imran Khan was a nobody in Pakistani politics, but a very popular, public figure. And we know for that. Why? He was a cricketer and then hospital and then university and his philanthropic work. I was raising money for him in Pakistan and outside as well. But thing is, when it came to politics, I think people in power, and that when we say that, that means the people from Rawalpindi, people who run this country from Rawalpindi, they decided that this two-party system needs to be broken down. Pakistan People's Party and Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz need to be, given a challenge. And that challenge was supposed to be coming from Punjab because no political party can challenge a political leader or politician of some weight as Nawaz Sharif had become. We know that he was also handpicked by the army and was, particularly crafted for a particular job, against the People's Party. And that is why I think, and I have written about him, Imran Khan, as the political kraken. You might have seen those space movies that, when you do not actually, release the kraken. So the kraken was released in Pakistani politics in the shape of Imran Khan to bring down Nawaz Sharif. The task was not, to prop Imran. The task, I believe, and I'm saying it openly, was to bring down Nawaz Sharif. And he was brought down. Now, the cases, we do not want to discuss it. 2018, Imran Khan was delivered Pakistan. And certain people who have been jumping from one political party to the other political party in the last 20, 30 years of Pakistani politics were, hand given to Imran Khan.
Yeah.
Now, those people have been taken away. They have created their own political party. But Imran Khan, because he definitely is, charisma, has been sold to millions of young Pakistanis who were sick and tired of the old political parties because they have also failed to connect with Pakistan. And that is the only thing which I think is, basically being touted as Imran's popularity. But thing is, Pakistan's election does not happen like an American election where you have two parties. And it does not basically run on two personalities. Pakistan's politics. Exactly. So the thing is, Imran will actually have to create a new team. Now, while he's in jail, I don't know whether he or his close associates, there are very few now left, will be able to create a new team, and that new team will be known to the people. Just supposing that, he has achieved a level of popularity that whoever he will give a ticket to, will outright win. I think this is a fallacy of Pakistani politics. I personally think Imran will actually have to face a lot of difficulty, the legal difficulty in the courts. He will be, facing Pakistani courts as he has made the other politicians face in the last 5 years. And while he will be, running from this court to the other court, Pakistan will go into elections. What I see the future of Pakistan, the way you actually ask, is I think Pakistan will actually have a very weak, coalition government. I see, I might be, proven completely wrong in a few months' time, but I see Punjab and Federation would be given to PMLN. Now, when I say given, that means they will be allowed to win. That they might not be, deliberate or wide-scale corruption in the electoral process. The reason is that in the last elections we saw, even in 2018, that Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz won a lot of provincial seats, and Punjab has 141 seats, 142 seats for the National Assembly. I personally think they will actually win around 100 seats. Reason is, and then because the southern Punjab, we have seen again, the emergence of a new political party, basically based on all those people who were touted as selectables or electables in the last elections. Now, those electables, the main people who were again touted as Imran Khan's, ATMs, machines, are not with him. And they're angry because they did not get what they thought would get under Imran's government. And they will definitely go with the government who would be, winning most seats. And Pakistan People's Party has Sindh, completely in their grip. We will see Maulana Fazlur Rahman's party again winning few seats in KP, and he also wins few seats in Balochistan. The other party which was created in Balochistan, the Balochistan Awami Party, I think that the main characters of that party would join either PMLN or Pakistan People's Party. Whoever is left will actually have to agree to the dynamics. What I see Pakistan is having, a coalition government based on 5 to 6 or maybe 7, 8 parties. It'd be a weak government, given a task to, resurrect Pakistan's economy. Again, the biggest challenge any government would face in Pakistan. As far as Imran Khan is concerned, I think his difficult days are ahead. He is not kind of over the difficult days. His difficult days are ahead.
Okay. Since we're running short on time, so very briefly, obviously Pakistan is also located in a neighborhood where you do see the spike in terrorism pretty much. I mean, there's a palpable threat from terrorism. You've had TTP attacks within Pakistan. The Afghan government in Kabul is not necessarily willing to try and crack down on all these nefarious elements. I mean, you have the likes of the Islamic, the ETIM, or the East Turkestan Islamic Movement, as well as the TTP in Helmand province as well. So how do you think Pakistan will be able to navigate through these security challenges? If you could just briefly just tell me what the security landscape would look like as we move forward.
I think the security landscape would, get worse if Pakistan does not, take steps. And these steps do not mean that, try to kill all those people, because it beats me badly, whether it's the TTP, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, groups like them, or ISIS, or this movement or that movement, because most of these groups, you have studied in America and you understand international relations and how international politics is run. It beats me completely how these groups who are working in landlocked areas, whether they were, ISIS when he is fighting in Syria, or, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which is now fighting technically, against both enemies. Taliban were not pro-TTP, and Pakistan definitely wants to see the end of them. How they are able to maintain, this warfare for years. So we need to understand that. And unless and until Pakistan finds peace with the countries in the region, and I'm saying India and Afghanistan, because I was there covering, when the American officials at the highest level came to see the Taliban in Qatar in 2013. The thing is, imagine your enemies, you're fighting your enemies, you're coming to talk to Taliban, who are technically your enemies in Afghanistan. But they're based in Qatar, which is the head office of the Central Command. And the American Secretary of State, John Kerry, is flying in to meet, have a discussion. That means the game was already up. That means Taliban, were working with the Americans, and what we have seen, Afghanistan actually has seen back-to-back 8 years of Karzai and then Ashraf Ghani. And then the way Afghanistan has been handed over to Taliban, I think Taliban are sitting in Kabul. They are not concerned about Pakistan and Pakistan's security. They are, maybe dealing with some other bigger issues. Maybe the China, maybe the BRI, maybe the Chinese effort to get via Afghanistan to Iran and other countries. So they might be given a bigger task by other. This is again my theory. Pakistan will have to find peace with India. And how Pakistan will be able to find that peace, it's up to Pakistanis. Pakistan will actually have, again, the way I say in earlier in your program, have to find a workable, relationship with Washington and Beijing. Washington is seeing Pakistan now as an angry old, ally who is ready to ditch Washington in, hope of better relations and better economy with China. And the beginning of the new Cold War between Beijing and Washington, Pakistan, cannot be on the wrong side. So Pakistan need to learn from the countries of the region, like for Iran, for example, is under 40 years of international sanctions, but it's still surviving. It is talking to the Europeans and also the Americans, and it is selling oil and gas to the Indians and the Chinese. So why Pakistan actually has to be a country which talks about its relationship with the West and the East is finding it hard to find peace within, because remember, Pakistan was not fighting a war with India or China or Afghanistan or Iran. So when Pakistan army says that, we are the most battle-hardened army in the region, losing these many soldiers, the big question to be asked is, who you're fighting with? If you're not able to actually contain a war within your borders for the last 30 years, you need to seriously rework the model and then, try to find a peace.
Veteran journalist Amir Ghori, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you, Hamza. Thank you for having me.
That's all that we have from Islamabad today on ThinkTech Hawaii. You can follow us on our social media pages and do provide us with your valuable feedback. Until next time, take care.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Well, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, there's the social impact and their, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up, and it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, all of these tents out here, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in its current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the Kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
The promise of a reliable supply of clean, renewable energy is a very good target. However, wind and solar generation rely on the weather to move turbines or power panels, leading to a variability in the energy they produce. And these systems are also often built in remote locations far away from population centers. Distance and intermittency must be overcome to fully rely on these clean sources of energy. The solution is energy storage. Storage saves up extra energy for use when nature isn't cooperating. Improvements to today's storage technologies can be deployed everywhere and can benefit everyone. At the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program, we're doing something about that. We're partnering with national labs, a diverse set of universities, and the energy community to find ways to reduce costs and increase the safety and reliability of storage technology, so that a grid powered by nearly 100% renewable energy can become a practical reality in our country. So what are these energy storage systems? The one you're most familiar with is the battery. The first rechargeable batteries were created in the mid-19th century using lead-acid chemistry, the same type of battery still found in gas-powered cars. Today's utility-scale batteries on the grid are most commonly made from lithium-ion. Mostly deployed in the mid-20th century, pumped hydro systems use water to store energy. Still the most commonly used type of energy storage on the grid. Today, we're on the brink of a new electric era thanks to advances in energy storage technologies. This new generation of storage has the potential to completely transform our current grid into the grid of the future. All storage systems help balance load and generation to ensure the stability, reliability, and resilience of our electricity grid at all times. System operators did not have this capability before, so the mass deployment of storage technologies creates new functionalities, including a pathway to a decarbonized grid. So what is it going to take to realize the future potential of energy storage systems? Most of today's energy storage technologies store energy for just a few hours. However, the clean grid of the future needs daily, weekly, and seasonal systems for a variety of grid needs. Currently, storage systems can be expensive due to high material costs and reliance on volatile supply chains for critical minerals. Newly developed systems need extensive validation so that they can operate reliably and safely before they are deployed to the grid. Storage technology must lead the way in providing underserved communities with reliable access to clean, affordable electricity. The Office of Electricity develops solutions for all of these challenges. We're funding R&D into affordable, abundant, and domestically manufacturable materials, components, and systems. We're advancing promising technologies that will deliver